What's going on in Israel. What we do know is this: there were apparently 2 explosions in Tel Aviv. The word is that they could have been Iraqi Scud missiles. Certainly unclear whether they had any chemical warheads. Initial reports suggested that people should go to their underground shelters, which would indicate that they were not gas or chemical warheads, because if it would have been chemical warheads, the people would have been told to go to the special rooms in their apartments or homes that had been sealed off for this kind of emergency to put on gas masks. We've also heard conflicting reports saying that people should put on their gas masks. Clearly, though, something is going on. The sense is that the Iraqis may have managed to launch one of the mobile Scud missiles that were not damaged, not put out by the initial U.S. airstrike. The question is now, if that did in fact occur, are there additional mobile Scud missiles? The fixed batteries were supposedly knocked out by the U.S. and Allied forces during day 1 of Operation Desert Storm. Certainly, if the Israelis respond according to their tradition, they will take action. They have indicated to the United States over the weeks leading up to this war that if they are attacked by the Iraqis, the Israeli Air Force will go into action. Now everyone is waiting to see what exactly the extent of any damage in Tel Aviv, the extent of any damage elsewhere in Israel, and what the Israeli government will do if, in fact, this is confirmed to have been an incoming Iraqi ballistic missile. Lou?
Well, thank you very much. Wolf Blitzer reporting live for us from the Pentagon, and of course, CNN will continue to update you throughout the evening as events. Excuse me. I am told that we're going to go to Alex Carr in Tel Aviv with an update on the report that you just heard from Wolf Blitzer. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes, well, we have an emergency now here. The air raid was heard in the Tel Aviv, and as far as I know, but this is the radio just instructed us to put the mask on, to go to a safe place, and to be there and to await other instructions.
Alex Claude, this is Lou Dobbs in New York. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You have then definitely heard the instructions to put on your mask. Did you hear an explosion?
No, I didn't hear the explosion. I just reached the place here, JCS, in Tel Aviv, and but I was told, I don't know if it's true, I was told that one missile was seen here nearby Tel Aviv, falling here nearby Tel Aviv.
And you were...
we have an air raid, and the radio just told us that this is true alarm, and we were asked to put the mask on and go to safe place, not to get out until further instructions will be told.
Alex, how long ago did the air raid signal begin?
Just a few minutes ago, just 5 minutes ago, maybe less.
And what can you tell us about the reaction of those people around you at JCS? What are you doing?
Well, actually, I just arrived here, and I was surprised not to see anybody. And then I heard the alarm, and as fast as I stop talking with you, I will go to the safe place too. So I didn't see nobody. I did see people from the news. Now I can hear a little bit.
Alex,
I can hear now, just while talking to you, explosions.
Alex, I'm sorry. You can hear explosions?
Yes, I can hear explosions outside.
In what direction from where you're located in Tel Aviv?
No, I don't know. The place is closed from each side, the room I'm talking from. So I can't hear, but I can hear far explosions.
As you entered the building at JCS, was traffic, was life normal within the city as you entered the building?
There were a few cars which were driving like crazy, but a few of them only. On my way, when I was listening to the radio in the car, the transmission was interrupted for the military, and they said two words. I suppose it was some code.
Alex, can you hear me? This is Lou Dobbs again in New York.
Excuse me?
Yes, Alex, this is Lou Dobbs again in New York. CNN has just confirmed, and I've just been told by my producer, that the Israeli government has confirmed that the citizens are advised to put on their gas masks, and for your own safety, I think we have to pass that on to you. It is a confirmed report. Is there anything that you can share with us here?
Well, listen, we were ready for this. We were ready for this for 2 months or so. So this is no surprise. But people are. This is the first time this happened to us. You know, the gas, and so people are a little bit shaky here.
Alex, you apparently are now living through a moment that we had all been led to believe, and certainly to hope, based on the initial success of the operation, probably would not happen. That is, the elimination of the Scud missiles. Was it your expectation that this possibility still remained?
Well, first of all, I didn't hear your question.
Alex, I guess I'm asking you basically, are you surprised that you're facing the situation tonight based on the initial reports of success that we'd heard?
The thinking people here did expect that something happened tonight.
Okay.
Because
Alex Claude, I'm going to interrupt you if I may. I thank you for that report. We hope you move to safety now and follow the procedures. We thank you for bringing us up to date. We're going to go now to the U.S. State Department, where Ralph Begleiter is standing by with a report. Ralph?
Lou, I've just spoken with Israeli diplomats here in Washington who, on the one hand, are officially confirming an explosion in Tel Aviv, but also saying that air raid sirens have gone off not only in Tel Aviv, but also in Jerusalem. At the moment, apparently, there have been no explosions in Jerusalem, but the Israelis appear to fear such explosions, having warned people in both of Israel's major cities, or two of Israel's major cities, to take cover, to don their gas masks and go into sealed rooms. I also just got off the phone with a friend who is in Tel Aviv at the moment, and while we were talking about the explosion he said he heard a little while ago, and he was about to follow his instructions to put on his gas mask, he told me that there were additional explosions very close by to him, and he had to leave the phone at the moment. So I can contribute only that we know there are explosions in Tel Aviv, that the Israeli government believes there may be a threat of some in Jerusalem. The Israeli government is not certain at this point whether the explosions are occurring as a result of something on the ground or whether this was as a result of some incoming missile. So unless you've had other reports to the contrary that I'm not aware of, Lou, I'd have to leave it at that and say we appear to have confirmed explosions, but don't know what the source of them is at this point.
Well, that is precisely what I was about to ask you, because we do have both the reports, the independent reports, Israeli radio, JCS, with the explosions, talking with Alex Claude. The air raid sirens suggested at first missiles, and the first and most worrisome thought, of course, are Scud missiles, but there's just no information as whether they might have been in place or sent in by Scuds.
Well, we really don't know what caused the explosions at this point. There are a lot of possibilities, obviously, and there's not much point in speculating until we find out exactly what's happened. Obviously, if there has been some kind of an attack against Israel, either by missile from Iraq or even a terrorist attack that could be attributed in some way to Iraq, it would almost certainly prompt an Israeli response. And the United States has repeatedly said that it would come to Israel's assistance if Israel requires that assistance and requests it. At the moment, there has been no request that we know of for U.S. assistance in any way. The Israelis are quite capable militarily of handling their own defense. Lou?
Well, thank you. Ralph Begleiter reporting live from the U.S. State Department. We are going to turn now to our bureau chief in Jerusalem, Larry Register, who perhaps can bring us up to date with more information. Are you there, Larry?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you know, Larry?
What I know, all I know right now is there have been 2 explosions reported in Tel Aviv, nothing in Jerusalem. We heard 3 air raid sirens this morning in Jerusalem. I heard what I thought were 2 small explosions, but they were very, very far away. I had just got a report from one of my sources here that 2 missiles have fallen in Tel Aviv. A third one is in the air. The civil defense here is telling everyone to put their gas mask on and go into a sealed room. At the moment, I'm ignoring that order. Some people here at the Bureau are putting their gas mask on, and I may do the same very soon. I'm getting mic'd right now by our sound man, Trey Haney. Okay.
Larry, you said, if I understand you correctly, a third is on the way?
This is what a source told me. I cannot confirm that report. This is what one of my sources told me. A third is on the way. He is in a sealed room. Do we have IFB for the ear? Do you have IFB for the ear? Okay, hang on. There's an explosion. You hear that? I hear something.
Could be just jets.
Could be jets. Could be jets flying over our head.
Larry, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Larry, is there any possibility that that camera could be turned out toward the city through the window?
Well, I don't really want to open the window. We're looking out over the Knesset in Jerusalem. Andre.
Yes.
If we take the mask off the window, what would that do?
Not much.
Would they be able to see any better? We have to open the window for them to see outside?
Larry, this is Lou Dobbs. Larry, I would not recommend at all that you do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Lou. I have to agree with you on that one.
Could you perhaps look out to tell us, you said you thought you heard explosions.
Yes, Lou, this morning when the sirens went off from my house, which is about 10 minutes west from here, I thought I heard some explosions. They were very far away. Looking out over Jerusalem right now, we're right across the street from the Knesset in the city center. I don't see anything unusual. I'm looking up in the skies and I don't see anything. It's a bit of panic here right now, as you might well imagine.
Larry, I can only imagine. Okay. Larry, it's 2:30 in the morning. You said you had heard the explosions this morning. Our viewers should be reminded that from East Coast time to Jerusalem, it's a 7-hour time difference, 2:30 in the morning. I'm sorry, Larry?
2:30 in the morning, Craig. Yes. 2:30 in the morning, you're right, Lou. And I thought I heard the explosions about 20 minutes ago. I jumped right out of bed, put my clothes on, and came straight to the Bureau here in Jerusalem. We're trying to get in contact with our crew in Tel Aviv. They called once, but now we're not hearing from them. The civil defense is alerting everyone to put their gas mask on and go into a sealed room. As I said, right now, we are not obeying that order. There's a sealed room 1 floor below us, and we're going to stay with you as long as we possibly can.
Larry, I know that you have a great deal on your mind, but let me ask you at this point, as you look out on the city, I can hear sirens in the background. Is that correct?
We have a microphone out the window. We have one of our mics hanging out the window. I do not hear those sirens, but I've got an IFB in my ear and all the noise in the room in my other ear, so I do not hear those sirens.
Larry, if you would, describe to us what you do see out that window.
I'm sorry, Luke, could you repeat that, please?
Describe, can you see well enough to see? Is there traffic on the streets?
No, there was some cars on the road when I was driving in. They were not driving quickly or with any panic. I stopped by a couple at traffic lights. I looked at them, they looked at me. No panic in their eyes at all. This is in Jerusalem, though, mind you, and there have been no explosions reported in Jerusalem. Only right now, 2 explosions have been reported in Tel Aviv. I cannot confirm that independently. We can turn the camera.
Look, put your mask on, and I'm going to open the window.
I want to be able to talk, so he'll be able to hear.
Larry, I want, Larry.
Yeah.
Larry, if I may say, opening the window, should that...
I can't hear. Yes.
Larry, I'd just like to strongly urge you, and I'm passing on the instructions of Bob Fernand, our senior executive producer. Do not,
put it on first, no.
Don't open the window, if you would, please.
He's talking.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I can't hear him. I need to...
Well, I'll tell you now.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we do hear you. Just Larry has to put on his mask.
Yes, please pass along instructions from our senior producer, Bob Fernand, not to open that window, please.
Would you give me a hand tightening my straps, please?
Can you hear me? This
Yes,
is
we
Lou
do
Dobbs.
hear it right. Yes, we
We
do
very
hear
much appreciate the risk that you're putting yourselves at to bring us this report, but please do not open the window and further expose yourself to...
Okay, I understand you. We not
Thank
open
you.
the window. We are requested not to open the windows and appreciate the effort. Here, Larry, back to you.
We are now watching Larry register, our Jerusalem Bureau Chief, returning an IFB to his ear. What you were watching, you just heard him talking about an IFB, which is simply an earpiece that connects him by by line to me talking here in New York and to our headquarters in Atlanta.
Larry's going to put your mask
And as
on
you can see,
properly.
they're putting on their gas masks at the instruction of the...
Yeah, just 1 second, please. Pick up the phone, please. Pick up the phone.
yeah. And I...
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do hear you right.
Okay. Is there any... Have you... Larry had just said that he thought he had heard an explosion. Did you hear one?
I would not be able to confirm, but here is Larry back to, he's going to talk to you.
A call for Palestinians in Qalqilia who have heard 4 to 5 missiles.
Say again, Larry.
Okay. Okay.
Look.
Which part do I have to go to?
Okay.
910 our time? 910 our...
We are watching Larry Register, our Jerusalem bureau chief, who has been, along with the other citizens of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, been told to put on their gas masks. There have been explosions confirmed. No one knows the sources of those, but it is feared that they are indeed Scud missiles launched from Iraq. We are now going to return to Wolf Blitzer, who has an update for us from the Pentagon. Wolf.
Yes, over here at the Pentagon, officials have just told CNN that Scud missiles from Iraq have landed in Israel. Unclear at this point the extent of damage. Unclear at this point whether those Scud missiles had chemical warheads or conventional warheads. Certainly unclear at this point what, if any, Israeli reaction can be expected. Although Pentagon officials do tell CNN that they anticipate an Israeli retaliation. In fact, an Israeli retaliation, if in fact this has occurred, and we have confirmed that it has occurred, Pentagon officials say the Iraqis can anticipate a massive Israeli reaction from the Air Force, from Israel's Air Force, which has been bracing all day for this type of an attack. The sense one gets here at the Pentagon from brief discussions within the past few minutes is that these missiles were from some of the mobile Scud ground-to-ground ballistic missile sites that were not knocked out in the initial U.S. and Allied bombing attacks. The fixed sites were supposedly destroyed. There has been concern throughout the day here at the Pentagon, certainly in Israel, that some of those mobile missiles, perhaps concealed from some of the high-flying U.S. reconnaissance photography, could manage to get a missile or two off. The exact number of missiles that landed in Israel is believed under 5. It's either 3 or 5. And we do know, we have confirmed that there were at least 2 loud explosions in the Tel Aviv area. The other 3 presumably have landed elsewhere in Israel. And as we know at this point, U.S. does not know the extent of damage, if any, with these missiles that just landed in Israel. Yes, Lou?
Well, thank you. We have an Israeli spokesman on the telephone, and we're going to go to him to see if we can get some further information, and Wolf will get back to you. Yes, are you there? Okay, are you there? We apparently don't have a clear line at this point. We will try to go back for that update. Zbigniew Brzezinski is in our Washington, D.C. studios. Mr. Brzezinski, can you hear me? This is Lou Dobbs in New York. Mr. Brzezinski? Mr. Brzezinski, this is Lou Dobbs in New York. Did you just hear the report from Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon suggesting that as many as 5, that's an unconfirmed number, but that as many as 5 Scud missiles may have been launched against Israel?
Yes, I have, and it's clearly part of the Iraqi strategy to engage Israel in hostilities so as to fracture that coalition which exists with the Arab countries against Iraq.
We also heard Wolf Blitzer suggest in his report that it would not be unexpected that Israel respond against Iraq. What would be, in your judgment, the impact? And as I'm asking you this question, we're watching, again, our Jerusalem Bureau, that is Larry Register on the right, and I cannot identify the person on the left, who are affixing their gas mask. Okay, and Mr. Brzezinski, in the midst of that long-winded question, I've just been told we now do have on the telephone the IDF spokesman in Tel Aviv. Please go ahead. What is the situation there in Tel Aviv?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, this is Lou Dobbs in New York. Can you tell us what your situation is? Are the missile attacks
very
confirmed?
Bad for some reason. I cannot hear you. I'll only say we've just initiated an announcement saying that due to a missile attack on the center of Israel, there's an alert, and all the people of Israel are asked to wear immediately their masks and to get into closed, sealed rooms. We do not know exactly what is happening, and I suggest you call us later on when we'll have some more information, okay?
Thank you very much. And obviously we're having communication problems, understandably so, but he is confirming that a missile attack has occurred again, that combining with the confirmation by Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Zbigniew Brzezinski, we're trying to come back to you as we are watching these pictures from our Jerusalem Bureau. Are you still with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
I just had begun, and I apologize for a long-winded question, but what will be the impact as a result of these missile launches against Israel in your judgment?
Well, I believe, and I would certainly hope so, that there must have been consultations on such a contingency between the U.S. and Israeli governments, and I hope that there is an understanding that unless the American response is ineffective, the Israelis will be restrained and will not react immediately, because that would play into Saddam Hussein's hands. He obviously is doing this to precipitate Israeli entry into the war in order to break
so you do expect
the coalition.
Restraint. Mr. Brzezinski, we're going to go back to our Jerusalem Bureau. Those pictures that you see, Larry Register, our bureau chief in Jerusalem, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, Lou, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay.
And I am sitting here trying to watch this monitor through the glares of these studio lights. Could you describe to us what you can see?
Alec, Lou Dobbs is talking to me. Please stop talking to me. I'm trying to listen to Lou, Alec. Please stop talking to me. Go ahead, Lou.
Again, we can see the pictures. I am somewhat limited here because there's so much glare on my monitor. Could you please describe what we are seeing as you've turned your cameras toward the streets of Jerusalem?
Yes, he's looking down. The camera's looking down to the streets of Jerusalem. This is Jaffa Road that you're looking at, Jaffa Road. Our address here is 206 Jaffa Road. We are about 1 or 2 blocks from the main bus station. We're looking down at Jaffa Road. We've seen 2 or 3 cars go by. What I can tell you is this so far. There have been at least, I don't have confirmed reports of this personally, but this is what I'm hearing from my informed sources, at least 2 explosions in Tel Aviv. Palestinian sources are telling us there were 5 explosions between Qalqilia and Tel Aviv. The first one happened at 2:10 our time, which would have been at about 7:10 Eastern time, I believe. I hope I'm doing right with my mathematics here.
You're doing fine.
So that's what we hear. The first explosion happened at 2:10 our time in Tel Aviv, which would have been 7:10 Eastern time. So far in Jerusalem, I have heard 3 air raid sirens, and as I was getting out of bed to the sirens, I thought I detected a small explosion from far away. I did not feel the ground shake or anything like that, but I could hear it with my ears. I immediately put my clothes on, went down and got in my car to drive to the Bureau to meet up with my fellow CNN workers here. I have with me now Trey Haney. Andre Brown is taking these pictures. Izzy Lindbergh is helping us gather information. The pictures you're looking at, I'm going to look at the monitor here. As I said, our Jaffa Road, you do see there goes a car going by. The people hear the sirens. They have been advised by the Civil Defense, or Haga here, to put your gas mask on, go into a sealed room until further notice. At this moment, we have our mask on, but we're not going to the sealed room. It's 1 floor below us. We can get there in probably 20 seconds or 30 seconds if need be. We have chemical suits. We have atropine. We can take care of ourselves. Here comes one of our colleagues into our building. The building we are in houses journalists. It's Jerusalem Capitol Studios, ABC, CBS, CNN. The Canadians are here, and the French, and the Europeans. Many European networks are here. It's not as busy as it is on a normal day. I guess many people took the advice of Haga, or the Civil Defense, and stayed home and stayed in a sealed room. But right now in Jerusalem, I have heard no explosions in Jerusalem. I did hear something go over our head, which we thought may have been a jet. I don't know. I could not see through these windows. I'm going to pull this. This is not a seal I'm taking off. This is just a filter for a live shot, which you can't see, so I can see better out these windows. Okay. Looking down, I see the lit live shot location downstairs. And again, the road, Jaffa Road, is very empty. If you look straight out across, if Andre can hear me, Andre, can you hear me? You can see the Knesset looking straight out across, a shot of the Knesset.
Larry,
That's where the Israeli parliament meets. Yes, Lou?
if I may interrupt your reporting for just a moment, we're going to turn now to Tel Aviv, also under a civil defense alert for missile attack. And there we're going to try to talk with the security chief at the Hilton Hotel in Tel Aviv. Are you there? Yes. Are you there? This is...
What's happening? They don't put their mask?
Yep. This is Lou Dimes in New York. Can you hear me? Is this the Hilton Hotel? Excuse me, the Sheraton Hotel? Okay. As you might expect, we're going to be bouncing around on these communications. That we have them at all, to my mind, is a tremendous credit to our engineering and production staff around the world. Sure. We're going back to Larry Register in Jerusalem. Larry, are you still able to hear me?
Yes, Lou, I can still hear you fine.
There have been no further, what you would say were explosions in the past 20 minutes?
No, Lou. Not since I last talked to you. Nothing has changed. Yes, now. There's a phone call. Maybe I can get that. I might have some more information.
Okay, the pictures you're watching are of our being shot out of the windows of our Jerusalem bureau. It's CNN bureau, and we're going to stay with those, with that video and audio contact. But first, we're going to return now to Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, who has a further update for us. Wolf?
Yes, Lou, we're getting word here at the Pentagon that at least 2 of those Iraqi Scud missiles, believed to be Iraqi Scud missiles, have landed south of Tel Aviv in populated suburban areas. One along the Mediterranean coast in a town south of Tel Aviv called Hulon, and we're told it's in an area where there's a well-known hospital in that suburban area called the Wolfson Hospital south of Tel Aviv. No knowledge of any damage, no word yet whether it had a chemical warhead or a conventional warhead. The second missile is reported to have landed southeast of Tel Aviv in a area called Kiryat Shalem. And again, these are populated areas, suburban areas where commuters who live in the suburbs and work in Tel Aviv go, and certainly the indications from these 2 loud explosions that were heard throughout Tel Aviv but not in Jerusalem would indicate that these 2 missiles, Scud missiles, believed to have been Iraqi Scud missiles, landed in these areas near Tel Aviv. Indeed, Saddam Hussein has been promising for weeks that if there was a war, his first targets would be Israel, and these reports indicate that he has lived up to that threat. The question now is, what are the Israelis going to do? Yes, Lou?
Wolf, we're going to try to find that out. I just want to explain for our viewers who are watching pictures from our Jerusalem bureau, listening to Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon talk about what is happening in Tel Aviv. We have heard reports of as many as 5 missiles fired. We have confirmed now, as I understand it, Wolf, 2 of those missiles have landed south of Tel Aviv. Our correspondent in Tel Aviv, Richard Roth, is on the telephone. Richard, can you tell us, do you have any knowledge of injuries in those missile attacks?
I'm not going to be able to provide much information except what people are going through here. Right now I'm in the Hilton Hotel in a sealed room on the 6th floor with dozens of other hotel guests and journalists. We have heard several, at least I would say 10, 11 explosions. It's unclear what kind or where they might be coming from that are reverberating throughout the city. Sometime around 2:15 in the morning local time, the air raid siren went off, and this city, which had been bracing for weeks for potential trouble, raced into sealed rooms, donned gas masks. I'm sitting next to dozens of people who are wearing their black gas masks. People have been told to stay put, no smoking, and we are just listening to explosions. The rooms are sealed up. We are not able to look outside. We just keep hearing very loud explosions and booms going off. The city yesterday was deserted as everyone was inside their homes, and it appeared that some people thought that maybe the worst was over and that Saddam Hussein would not be able to fulfill his threat. Apparently that might have been wishful thinking. Lou?
Richard, thank you. We have just been informed that guests at the International Hotel in Dhahran have been informed to take several defense, Saudi Arabia, to move to the bomb shelter, and we're not exactly certain of what those initial warnings mean, but we're going to turn again to Wolf Blitzer, and Wolf, hopefully you can add to this story that is breaking very quickly.
Well, clearly, Lou, missiles have landed in Israel, Scud missiles. The presumption here at the Pentagon is that these missiles were from the mobile surface-to-surface missiles, the Scud missiles that the Iraqis had claimed would go after targets in Israel, as well as in eastern Saudi Arabia. And if this alert that has now been reported in Dhahran in eastern Saudi Arabia is true, there could be a missile alert, at least, going after some of the targets in the eastern part of Saudi Arabia. Throughout the day, officials here at the Pentagon had been telling journalists that, yes, the fixed sites were believed to have been knocked out. The fixed Scud ballistic missile sites, especially those in the western part of Iraq, dubbed by the U.S. intelligence community as H2 and H3, those were believed to have been destroyed in the initial U.S. airstrikes. But there was concern, indeed mounting concern, throughout the day here at the Pentagon that the Iraqis in the past 24 or 48 hours had managed to conceal some of the mobile missiles, and these are the ones that presumably have landed in Israel. We have confirmed here at CNN that 2 of those missiles have landed south of Tel Aviv in suburban areas, one in a suburban town along the Mediterranean called Hulon, another one southeast of Tel Aviv called Kiryat Shalem. No word on the extent of injuries, no word whether this was a chemical warhead or a conventional warhead. Details are still sketchy, but what is clearly obvious here at the Pentagon at this hour is that U.S. officials are bracing for some sort of Israeli response. Lou?
Well, thank you. We're going to turn quickly to Larry Register in Jerusalem. Larry?
Okay, Lou, what I have right now is Nachman Shai, Brigadier General Nachman Shai, who's the chief spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces, said on Israel radio that 2 missiles have landed in Tel Aviv. I have another source on the phone with me now who says military sources are confirming that 5 missiles, I repeat, 5 missiles have fallen in the Tel Aviv area. They believe they were chemical warheads. He doesn't know how, I don't know how he knows that. This is what military sources are telling him. Do you have any other information you can pass on to me?
Larry, all I can pass on to you is what Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, who I assume you've just heard, he, like you, has just confirmed 2 missiles landing south of Tel Aviv. Richard Roth, our correspondent, who is now in a shelter in Tel Aviv, saying that there are far more than 2 explosions. In addition, we have been told that...
Lou,
yes.
Excuse me, Lou.
Yes.
Palestinians in Kalkilia and Kfar Saba have reported between 2 to 5 missiles. These are Palestinian sources who are saying they heard 5 explosions. Is that correct, Yoni?
Larry Register is talking with his staff, looking for confirmation of that. Okay. Larry, again, we have that confirmation of the 2 missiles from the Pentagon.
Starting at 2:10, they heard the explosions very clearly. Okay. Any other information you have? That's it. Okay. Call me back when you can.
Larry Register talking to one of his sources in Jerusalem. Larry, thank you. We are, I'm going to recap, if I may quickly confirm, 2 Scud missiles have landed in Tel Aviv. There is no report of injuries. The extent of damage, no information as to whether it is a chemical or conventional warhead on either of the 2 confirmed missile strikes against Tel Aviv. We again have been told that the guests at the hotel in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, that the International Hotel are to report to their bomb shelters. We cannot at this point tell you precisely what that means. But to bring us up to date throughout the rest of the evening here on CNN, David French in Washington. David.
Where's the Tel Aviv Hilton numbers?
Lou, we're still looking at the sites there in Jerusalem. This is David French in Washington. I'm sitting with James Blackwell of the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. It's very important for us now to get Larry Register back on the phone with us because Mr. Blackwell has some advice. Is Larry Register, can you hear me in Jerusalem?
2222.
Guess they're making some phone calls.
352.
We have this report in the Israeli ministry is in a state of war alert now. Repeating, the Israeli ministry is in a state of war alert. Israeli radio is broadcasting no information about the raid beyond ordering its citizens to put on their gas masks. CNN is the only outside source of information in Israel at the present time, we are told. Another attack incoming now. CNN source in the Israeli Defense Ministry is telling CNN that there is another attack incoming now. This is what I have to say important to our people in Jerusalem who may be able to hear us. And I'd like to put on James Blackwell briefly to do that. This is important.
David, I've been out of the Army for a while, but let me be a major once again. It's extremely important that all the people there do exactly as the Israeli government has instructed them to do. They must put their masks on now. I'm looking at this monitor. I see windows open. They must be closed. The people must put their gas masks on. If these missiles have nerve agents, by the time they realize that they are being gassed, it's too late. The nerve agents work in a matter of seconds, and it's extremely important, as I've observed all the networks here this evening in this 1 hour of this gas attack, that they follow instructions to the letter.
Right, we're going now to the Pentagon and Wolf Blitzer. Thank you very much, Mr. Blackwell. Wolf, come in from the Pentagon. We're seeing pictures from Jerusalem.
Yes, David. Just seconds ago, Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, came into this room and told journalists that the U.S. has confirmed that Scud missiles have landed in Israel. He didn't have a precise number, but CNN has now learned that 8 Scud missiles, 8 ballistic missiles, have landed in Israel, 2 in the Tel Aviv area, 1 in Haifa, the major port of Israel on the Mediterranean, 3 in unpopulated, largely unpopulated areas of Israel, and the final 8th missile in an unknown area of Israel. But they have detected 8 ballistic missiles from Iraq. This has now been confirmed, and obviously this rewrites all of the equation as far as this war is concerned. Pentagon officials are clearly bracing, as I reported earlier, for some sort of Israeli response, and that probably could take place at any second if it hasn't already. David?
Wolf, was there any further confirmation of your earlier report that one of the missiles landed near Hulon, a suburban area where there's a large hospital?
Yes, the 2 that landed in the Tel Aviv area, south of Tel Aviv, landed, one in Hulon along the Mediterranean and one elsewhere, Kiryat Shalem, near Tel Aviv, both suburban areas, part of the greater Tel Aviv area. And let's just recap. 1 is known to have landed in the Haifa area, 3 in unpopulated, largely unpopulated parts of Israel, and the 8th in an unknown area, although it was detected by intelligence. Clearly, as I said, this is something that will cause the Israelis almost certainly to respond. The U.S. had asked Israel in the days leading up to the war that if there were an Iraqi missile attack, not to respond, to let the United States continue to take action, not bring Israel into this war. The U.S. has been concerned that an Israeli involvement could upset some of the Arab coalition partners. But the Israelis, I am told authoritatively, told the United States, including the Deputy Secretary of State who was in Israel last week, Lawrence Eagleberger, that if the Iraqis launched an initial strike, a first strike at the Israelis would absorb it, but then they would retaliate in their own national interest, and that's what everyone is certainly bracing for now. No word again, David, on the extent of casualties in Israel. We'll have to await some on-the-scene reports from our correspondents there if they can get out of their hotels or their offices.
All right, needless to say, Wolf Blitzer, this is very serious business. As we just heard from James Blackwell of CSIS, anyone who is threatened by an incoming missile with a possible poison gas warhead has no time, virtually no time to react. So be in gas masks, take all precautions, follow what the officials are saying. You don't have time to be brave and later react. If you're told to seal your windows, seal your windows. If you're told to get in protective gear, get in it and stay in it. We have a fresh report from Dahran, where we reported earlier that the international hotel there had been, the people inside had been told to go to the bomb shelters. They have now been asked to allowed to return from the bomb shelters. The international hotel in Dahran, Saudi Arabia, now assuming a safer status. Now back here in the studio with James Blackwell for... Right, we have on the telephone spokesman Nathan Diamond. I believe he's with IDF, and he is a spokesman for IDF, the Israeli Defensive Force. Please come in, sir. Nathan Diamond with the IDF, can you hear me? The IDF? Mr. Diamond? I'm calling Nathan Diamond of the Israeli Defense Force. Well, we don't have Nathan Diamond up on that line, but Larry Register in our Jerusalem bureau is there in his gas masks. Larry, what's the latest?
Yeah. Well, we're looking now at Israel Television, which has a slide up. We're showing you a picture of Israel Television, which has a slide up. We're still trying to gather information here. What we have so far is that Nachman Shai, Brigadier General Nachman Shai, who is the chief spokesman for the IDF, says on Israel radio that 2 missiles have landed. Palestinian sources have said they heard 5 missiles land. I repeat, 5 missiles land.
Our report from the Pentagon has the number perhaps up as high as 8, Larry. Izzy Lindbergh, our camera person, is there with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about all of the people there and whether they're safe right now or not?
I'm sorry, I could not hear the question. Please repeat.
Larry, just give me an idea of who is there with you and that they're okay now.
Okay, I'll give, yes, we're all okay. And we've heard from our correspondent in Tel Aviv, Richard Roth. He's okay. Let me do a quick pan. Our cameraman is Andre Brown. He is okay. Trey Haney is the sound man. He's okay. Correspondent Linda Scherzer.
Hi,
She's
Linda.
fine. Linda Lou says hi.
Are your windows...
Izzy Lindbergh, he's okay over there. Let me talk to Linda. If you could, we'll talk to Linda. Linda, how did you arrive to the Bureau?
I was called by someone to tell me that I should not leave my sealed room, that I should not go down to the bomb shelter, but that I should immediately put on my gas mask and get into the room. Shortly after that, I heard a police car come by with a loudspeaker advising the same thing and advising us to listen to the radio. I did just that and then made a decision to come into the office. Overhead, I've been hearing lots of airplanes flying above, and beyond that, I'm here, and we're all here with our gas masks, and we're fine for the moment, and we hope to stay that way.
Linda, how did you arrive at the Bureau? How did you get to the Bureau?
Our CNN driver came.
The CNN driver came and got you. What did you see on the streets? You came in about 15 minutes after I did. What did you see on the streets of Jerusalem?
The streets were deserted. Whatever cars were on the road were racing to get to their homes and to their sealed rooms.
Okay. Okay, that's the situation we can give you right now, a little update from the streets. Let me show you again what Israel Television is showing. They have a slide up. They had their countdown on a second ago. I thought that indicated they might have a special program, but at the moment they have a slide up. I'm trying to see if I can hear any audio. They're playing music. Very slow, somber music. So this is what Israel Television is showing for anyone who might have their television in their sealed room. This is what they would be seeing at this moment in the houses around Israel. That's the situation I can tell you right now here in Jerusalem. We'll update you as we hear more. Do you have any questions for me?
Larry Register, Linda Scherzer, and the group, thank you very much. We'll be right back to you in Jerusalem. I understand there have been many hits there. I want you all to continue to take those precautions. We're going to Tel Aviv on the telephone with Richard Roth. He was on with us earlier reporting that there had been some explosions in that area. What's the latest, Richard Roth, in Tel Aviv?
The latest is we're all sitting here in gas masks. It's a little tough to breathe here. I've just removed it slightly so you can hear me. The glass is fogging up on me here. We've heard several explosions. No way of knowing how far away they are. I was a few hours ago, I was just reading an article about how a war might go after it had already started. It was calm here in Tel Aviv. I looked out, the waves were lapping on the beach, and I was laying down on bed, and you hear the sound of the siren, and you think that it must be a car, which is, there have been these frequent false alarms, and
Bob, basically a comment that suggests that once again officials are glued to their television sets to find out what's happening. I was in Marlon Fitzwater's office when all this came about. He had no information. We have not gotten any as yet, but I can see a lot of activity in Scowcroft.
Hello?
We do have reports now of perhaps nerve gas in Tel Aviv, and we're going to the White House at this moment, and Charles Bierbauer. Charles.
David, once again, U.S. officials are glued to their television sets to try and find out just what is going on in the Middle East. In fact, I was in Marlon Fitzwater's office when the first word of this attack surfaced. Mr. Fitzwater has not come out and given us any real detailed information at this point. They're trying to ascertain just what is going on, doing so, as I say, mostly by watching television. There is a lot of activity that I can see through the curtain windows of National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft's office. The whole question is, what do the Israelis do next? As we've been discussing on the air here, the question of an Israeli retaliation. One of the fears that the Bush administration had, and one of the reasons why it approached the Israelis about not retaliating and certainly not making a preemptive strike, was what that would do to the Arab members of the coalition gathered against Iraq, concerned that the Arabs might back out. Recalling a couple of interviews that were done just prior to the start of this war, Egyptian President Mubarak made the point of saying that the Israelis certainly have a right to defend themselves. The Turkish President Özal said very much the same sort of thing. So there is some consolation, some sense that the coalition will hold together. One of the key terms that we have heard associated with this is proportionate response. If the Israelis do respond in a proportionate fashion, that the Arabs who are parts of this coalition would understand and would not back out as a result. David?
That's the way to put...
Right, Charles, thank you very much. Once again, officials watching television. We're going back now to Jerusalem. I don't want to mislead that there have been missiles sighted in the area of Jerusalem. So far as we know, there have been explosions around the area of Tel Aviv, but not Jerusalem. Is that what you understand, Larry? Now they're learning how to breathe through their gas masks now, putting them on.
The door. Wait, Tal. Stop ventilation, air conditioning in a home. Stay tuned to the radio and the television.
It's possible that Israeli television is instructing
Stay tuned to the
people how to wear those masks.
outside Remco.
ואנחנו מקווים שבמשך הזמן הקרוב ביותר. זאת הייתה הודעת דובר צה"ל.
That was the IDF spokesman.
That's what it is. They're instructing people how to wear those gas masks.
They are in the studio. They are very clear in the studio. They're safe in the studio.
פאניקה הייתה התקפת טילים על מרכז הארץ. אנחנו נדווח לכם ככל שתגיע אלינו האינפורמציה המדויקת, ובינתיים נשמיע שירים.
At the meantime, songs. At the meantime, they're going to have songs for us.
They're going to play songs.
Yeah.
They're going to play songs on Israel television. They gave an instruction on how to wear your gas mask. They told everybody not to panic. Now they're going to play songs for the civilian population, military population. They're playing piano music. Try and calm the nerves of the people. I know I can use some calming for my nerves.
All right, we're going to talk now by telephone to a resident of Holon, a suburb of Tel Aviv. We have on the line Eliza Prisner. Ms. Prisner, please tell us what you have to say.
You ask me? We sit here in the room. It's a closed room. And then we hear my husband and two daughters. Okay?
Your husband and two daughters are in your room in Holon in a closed room. By closed room, are the doors and windows taped?
Yes, it's closed with masking tape.
How old are your children?
14, girls 14, and the other is 15 and a half.
How much fear is there in the room with you?
What?
How afraid are you?
Again, please?
How afraid are you tonight in that room?
I don't understand.
What do you mean?
Please repeat.
What's on what?
Hello?
Ms. Prisoner, we have to leave right now to go to Richard Roth. We have some important details that he has for us. Richard Roth, come in, please.
Yeah, hello. Israeli radio.
Richard Roth is about to tell us what he's been gleaning from Israeli radio. Let me try one more time. Do we have Richard Roth? Okay, let's discuss what we've just been through here with Mr. Blackwell from the Center for Strategic and International Studies here with me in Washington. It does appear serious.
David, first, this is a very vivid depiction of the fog of war. Facts are incomplete. People don't respond necessarily the way they should. They make assumptions. It's extremely important to follow your training and react to the situation the way that you're trained. Now, the facts are that at least 2, perhaps more, missiles have landed in Israel, and at least one media source is saying that at least some of those missiles had nerve gas. That's sufficient to take all proper precautions. It's sufficient evidence to take all proper precautions, as well as the instructions of the Israeli government. Now, these chemical agents work in ways that are probably not very familiar to people. This isn't medicine. These nerve agents work very, very quickly, within seconds. They spread fairly rapidly, and even if your room is sealed with tape, it's possible that some portions of it can seep in. That's why it's extremely important that people stay masked.
We have this in from, I believe, the Pentagon on the missiles. There were 8, according to the Pentagon and intelligence sources. 3 landed in unpopulated areas. 1 landed in Haifa. 2 landed in Tel Aviv, and 1 is location where it landed is unknown. So we have confirmations of 2 cities being hit by missiles, Haifa with 1, Tel Aviv with 2, and 3 of those missiles landing in unpopulated areas.
David, this is a very small attack in terms of numbers of missiles. Certainly the danger is very great, but it's a very small attack in terms of the quantity of ordnance that is landing in Israel.
This is going to be difficult for you to explain, but if there... We're going now to the Israeli Defense Force, and I believe Ari Cohen, who has a statement.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead with the statement from the Israeli Defense Force.
We're just releasing this statement. All the citizens of Israel are allowed to take their masks off, but are asked to remain in the sealed rooms. If there will be another sound of alarm, everybody must wear the masks again. This is the announcement.
Would you repeat it for me slowly, Mr. Cohen?
Okay.
Go ahead,
The citizens of Israel are allowed to take their masks off and are asked to remain in the sealed rooms. If there will be another alarm, everybody must wear the mask again.
Thank you very much. That's Eli Cohen from the Israeli Defense Force from our bureau in Tel Aviv, saying that Israel has announced that it's safe for citizens to take their masks off now, but stay in their rooms with the masks nearby and listen for the sounds of an alarm.
David, I can't, I hate to interrupt, but
I'm told that we have to go to Wolf Blitzer. We'll be right back.
It needs to be confirmed.
I know. Wolf Blitzer, have you any confirmations?
Well, we have confirmations, David, that Scud missiles have landed in Israel. Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, came into this room a little while ago and told reporters the U.S. has confirmed that Iraqi Scud missiles from mobile launchers, not from the fixed sites, have landed in Israel. The United States has been bracing for this. The United States is obviously deeply concerned. We also know now that Israel is going to retaliate if it already hasn't started. The indications we're receiving from Israeli sources in Washington is that the Israeli Air Force will undertake a massive retaliatory strike. This has been anticipated. The Israelis feel that they undermine their own national security by absorbing this first strike, which clearly has caused damage. We have confirmed that there have been at least 8 missiles detected in the incoming into Israel, 2 in the Tel Aviv area, southern suburbs of Tel Aviv. We now have learned that 2 of them are in the Haifa area along the Mediterranean, 3 in rural areas, largely unpopulated areas of Israel, and 1, it's unclear exactly where that 8th remaining missile landed. The press spokesman at the Israeli embassy here in Washington, Ruth Yaron, with whom I just spoke on the phone, tells CNN in a statement that she is releasing, now it's clear to everyone the great danger that Israel undertook by waiting for this first strike. It was clear the Iraqis were going to do it. No country would have absorbed that. Israel did. The implication, of course, now being that Israel will retaliate. David?
Back with you to talk about some of the issues that Israeli retaliation would do as we go now to Larry Register in the Jerusalem Bureau. He now has his mask off and is watching Israeli television.
Yes, David, they told us it's okay to take our mask off. The civil defense has told us it's okay to take our mask off. I'm trying to catch my breath. This is a very unpleasant experience.
It doesn't look too pleasant.
I have an Israeli speaking translator with me. What did they say just now in this announcement on Israel television?
They was trying to translate it to the Russian people.
The Russian people?
Yeah, and then they said everything what they said at the beginning, but in landing in Russia, in Russian language.
Everything about the mask?
Yeah, how to put the mask, how to clear the room, how to close the room, and what to do in the room.
Okay, Linda? I'm going to bring Linda Scherzer over with some anti-chemical weapons. Would you explain what we have here?
I will. First of all, I want to assure people that the reason that we've been told to take off our gas masks in Jerusalem is obviously because there are no missiles that have landed here, and the Army
careful with the information.
has considered that it is safe enough that we do this now. But I do want to tell you that as people who live in Israel, we all went through the training session on what to do in the event of a chemical gas attack. This is the atropine injection that we're told to use in case we feel the effects of a gas attack, dizziness, nausea. We're told that we're supposed to inject it into our thigh, and after that is done, to put the needle into our shirt collar, to go out into the street to let people know that we actually have injected ourselves with atropine.
That's the atropine.
This is the atropine injection.
In your shirt after you've injected yourself. This is the atropine. You pull, he wants you to come in tight to show this. If you could hold this mic, Linda. The atropine injection, you pull this little yellow handle, the needle comes out of this end. Then if you could follow me down, Andre, you pull a tourniquet around your leg and you stick it in your leg to inject yourself. It will dehydrate you, but it will take the gases out of your system. This is atropine injection. Okay, Linda? Back wide, please.
The next item in our box was the powder that we were supposed to put on our arms, any exposed area of the body, to keep it on for a few seconds and then just to flick it off with these gauze pads. That is supposed to take care of any chemical gas that gets on the skin. Beyond that, we're just been told to stay in our sealed rooms, but of course where we're standing, we've been told that it is safe enough for us to keep our gas masks off and to just prepare and to listen to Israeli radio and to make sure that we're ready for a change of status.
Larry and Linda,
yes,
how do you know when to use that material, and how do you know how long a mask will last once you put it on?
Linda, David French wants to know how and when do we know when to use this material and how long it will last once we keep it on. I'll let you answer this question.
Well, David, I'm told that we will know that we will actually be feeling the effects of the chemical gas, that we will actually be feeling the nausea and the dizziness and other symptoms of which I'm not completely aware. But when it comes time to use this injection, we will know it. The talcum powder is used, of course, when you start to feel a burning sensation on your skin. I should let you know also that because we want to be able to report this story, to go out into the street, to get pictures so that we can show you exactly what's happening here, we've all been provided by our network with chemical gas suits, which you've already seen worn by soldiers out in the desert. So in the event that a gas attack does come here, we will be prepared to go out into the streets to cover it.
They were asking about how long the canisters last on the gas mask. My understanding is 30 to 45 minutes for each canister.
Well, that's conflicting information. I've heard that you can actually keep the mask on for several hours.
With one canister, with each canister, before you have to change canisters?
Again, we are provided with one canister, and I'm told that that is good for several hours.
Okay, good. That's your answer, David, on the canister and on when to use these.
Okay, Larry.
These different. Yes.
Larry, I'd like to ask you to pass on one message from James Blackwell, my military analyst here. He said that Linda is obviously a very good soldier.
Okay, James Blackwell, I wanted to pass on that you were obviously a very good soldier.
And Larry, I'd like to ask you on behalf of CNN to, for a while, just set a wide shot there for us.
A wide shot, Andre. Can you give a wide shot, please, of our bureau?
And here we're going to talk with James Blackwell a bit more in our studio, and with Steve Emerson of our Special Assignment Unit. Steve, you haven't been on with us in this segment, so why don't we start with you, and we're also here with James Blackwell. Steve?
Okay. The Israeli government came under attack about an hour and a half ago. Basically throughout the entire coastal line of Israel. Jerusalem was not hit, however. The Israeli military intelligence officials who I spoke to said that they had been expecting some type of attack because they had been told by the United States they did not believe that all the mobile Scud missiles had been hit by the raids in the last 24 hours. Now, in the last several minutes, we know that the Israeli government has told its citizens that it can remove its gas masks. However, the Israeli government has not told its citizens the extent of casualties and or number of hits.
James Blackwell, your thoughts?
Well, this is the first time a major Western democracy has been hit with a gas attack. If last night's air attack by the United States was historic, this too was a historic moment. And while, as I said earlier, the number of missiles is really indicative of a very small attack, an act of desperation on the part of Saddam Hussein, certainly the danger is very real, and it's something that we'll have to take note of, something which threatens to widen this war unless the response is measured and appropriate.
Charles Jaco is in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. We're going to him directly now as we leave those pictures of our Jerusalem Bureau for just a moment. Charles. Charles
Good evening,
Jaco.
or good morning. Hello, good morning. Do you hear me?
Yes, Charles.
It's 4:25 here in the morning in Saudi Arabia. We just came up from the shelter downstairs where we were told first by U.S. military people that the bases surrounding us here in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, had detected some sort of launch, and this was a warning from the bases that we should get inside, clear these camera platforms, and get down to the shelter. Once we were in the shelter, we were told that there apparently had been a missile launch. We asked Saudi officials, quote, "Are there birds in the air?" They nodded at us, yes. We were led to understand that Saudi radar, pardon me, Saudi radar did detect several, and we don't know what several means, Scud missile launches in the direction of Saudi Arabia. Now, we were told when we came back up here to keep our gas masks and respirators with us that the chance of some sort of attack was still fairly high. The chance of a chemical attack was questionable, but that we should keep respirators with us and be prepared to re-evacuate to the shelter at any moment. So we are now here on the camera platform waiting to see what happens next. The lights are still on in this city all around us on both sides. There's no evidence of this area, an oil-producing area, an area with military bases being blacked out at all. But again, we were told by Saudi officials that they did detect some sort of launches in the direction of Saudi Arabia. They were as surprised as everyone else by the apparent, and I must stress apparent, attack on Israel, because they said right before this raid started, we were asking them, and they said as far as they knew, although they had not been in complete communication with them, their radars had not spotted any Scud launches in the direction of Israel. So that's the latest from here. We're waiting to see what happens next in eastern Saudi Arabia, and time will tell about that.
Charles, every time we see you, and thanks again for that fine report, every time we see you by your magnificent non-potted palm, you're alone. Are you alone?
No, I am not. I'm here with camera crews, Faray Dollar, my cameraman, Jim Miller, my producer, correspondent Rick Salinger, who looks like he just got out of bed, is standing here next to me. There is a, Jim, how many staff people do we have here?
About 35.
We have about 35 CNN staff people total in Saudi Arabia. I'm definitely not alone.
Okay,
everyone is concerned about this.
Charles, we need to go to Jerusalem now right away. We're going to switch, and we'll be back to you when we can.
Can we?
Sure. And we're back in the bureau, the CNN bureau.
And we can just feed it straight through.
Right.
You guys want to come over and talk to...
Right, that's Larry Register, our bureau chief in Jerusalem, with Linda Scherzer, correspondent.
Michael McMillan, how are you?
How are you doing?
Good, nice to see you.
Hi.
From BBC?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Michael, we're on live right now, if you can talk to us. Headley, you can come over, Headley, if you like. Michael, can you tell us what you've seen out there this morning in the streets of Jerusalem, where you're coming from?
Well, Jerusalem's pretty quiet at the moment. Obviously, there's no traffic on the road whatsoever. I remind you about, 45 minutes ago, or I suppose it's about an hour ago now, we had the air raid siren. We were in the Hilton Hotel. We got out of there very quickly. Most people have been taken downstairs into the basement. And basically, I suppose there's been a degree of confusion and panic throughout Jerusalem. I've certainly heard that something
Register?
up to 8 Scud missiles.
Larry Register, can you hear me interrupting you? Larry,
and,
this is David French in Washington. Larry, I'm sorry to interrupt you this way, but we have urgent news just in. And we have word from Charles Jaco in Dhahran that there had been explosions incoming, and then we lost our signal. Charles Jaco reporting from Dhahran that there was something incoming, meaning ordnance, and that there were explosions, and then we lost our signal. It doesn't mean anything necessarily bad has happened to those people we just saw. We're going to Dhahran now, and they're...
All the three of you?
We can maintain audio and show video.
Okay, we'd have to...
No, all we do is hit the switch and we can...
Okay, this is CNN.
Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia here. There was just the sound of an explosion in the direction of the air base. We've been advised that this area is under threat of imminent attack any second. We should be prepared to go to the base or go to the shelters immediately. We're all preparing to get out. We hear sounds of something overhead, and there was a large explosion in the direction of the air base near here. As you can imagine, we're telling our people to get ready to get out of here and get to shelter as soon as they can.
Charles, fold it and go. Charles Jaco, fold it up and go, and God bless you, and thank you for that report.
We're thinking about it right now. I think
now,
we should get it. Okay,
Blitzer.
guys, break it down. Out of here.
Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, please.
Yes, David, only moments ago, Pentagon sources told CNN that the 8 Scud missiles, the ballistic missiles that landed in Israel, appear not to have had chemical or nerve warheads, that they did have conventional warheads. The first reports reaching the Pentagon say that the missiles that landed in Israel had conventional warheads, that Israel radio and television went on the air and told people to put on gas masks strictly as a precaution, a prudent precaution, obviously, given the fact that the Iraqis do have chemical capabilities. But the indications that the Pentagon has received are that the missiles, the 8 missiles that landed in Israel, had conventional warheads. We now see that planes are clearly taking off from air base in Saudi Arabia. It's obviously the middle of the night right now, and there have been these reports that Scuds are moving towards eastern Saudi Arabia as well. We've lost our feed from Saudi Arabia, but here at the Pentagon, we can confirm that the number is 8. 8 ballistic missiles from mobile launchers from Iraq landed in Israel, 2 in the southern Tel Aviv area, 2 in Haifa, 3 in rural, unpopulated areas of Israel. 1 landed in an area unknown, but it was tracked coming in. The Israelis are expected to retaliate massively. The Israelis had warned the United States that they would accept the first strike, but if it happened, the Israelis would retaliate. And we don't know if that retaliation has started yet, but we have learned that the Israelis are certainly going to retaliate. We therefore can confirm now that the initial reports reaching the Pentagon are that the 8 Scud missiles that landed in Israel had conventional warheads, did not have nerve or gas or chemical warheads. David?
If they know all that much. We're going now to Richard Roth in Tel Aviv by telephone. Richard, come in.
Yeah, very quickly here. We were just ordered to put our gas mask back on. We've heard explosions, within the hour. I have a spokesman here for the Israeli Defense Force who is here in the sealed floor here of the hotel we're in, and he can give us the update for you and for me. Here we go. Hello.
Please go ahead, sir. Tell us your name and your title and your message.
Well, the name is Colonel Renan Gissin. I'm the deputy spokesman.
As of now, we don't yet have any full confirmed report on the number of hits inside Israel. It may be ranging between 8 to 10 missiles. Apparently, some fell in the vicinity of Haifa, and others in other places in the vicinity and the area of the Dan block that includes Tel Aviv and others further down south.
Colonel Geeson?
For obvious reasons, I cannot give you the specific places where they fell. The population of Israel is now in their sealed rooms, and there has been issued an order to go and wear back the gas masks. And right now, at least in the place where I'm located, in the Hilton Hotel, everything is under control. There's no panic. People are wearing their gas masks. They already got into the habit of taking them off and putting them back again. And the morale is quite high, and there's no panic. And everyone here follows the regulations and whatever is required to be done. And I hope that very soon we'll be able to get out of this sealed floor and get back to our rooms.
Colonel Geeson, this is David French in Washington, and you're still hearing me well? The Pentagon has, we just had a report from the Pentagon here in the United States that the Scud missiles, 8 of them at least, had conventional warheads, and we have no intelligence or reports that any of them contained any toxic materials. Can you amplify or add anything to that? Deny?
At this stage,
confirm?
I cannot confirm or deny the report because I clearly do not yet have the full information about the contents or the nature of the warheads of those missiles that hit Israel. Nevertheless, we pointed out in the past, and I reiterate it now, that we take all the necessary precautions regardless of what warhead the missile would carry, and sometimes it is not possible to determine what warhead the missile carries before impact. And therefore, we took the necessary precautions and ordered the population to put on their gas masks, to enter the sealed room, and therefore to minimize as much as possible any damage or casualties.
Colonel Geeson, thank you very much for that report. I'd like to ask you to give the microphone back now to Richard Roth. Larry Register in Jerusalem has a question for Richard Roth there with you, as we thank you from the IDF for that report. We know you're well prepared. The world is wishing you well tonight. Larry Register, your question for Richard Roth.
Yes,
okay, thank you.
First, David, I just wanted to tell you what the IDF spokesman's office has told us. Colonel Moshe Fogel wanted me to pass on through him that the civilian population is well protected in their sealed room, and the situation is under control.
But you understand that when they put it, when they show a picture of our bureau,
I would like to talk to Richard Roth. Richard, can you hear me?
Richard, are you with us?
Yes, I'm back here. In our last call, I think about 20 minutes ago, I was cut off by a man who said he was a censor with the government, and that is why the line fell. But we're back here, everybody wearing their gas masks in the room.
Richard, I have on the line with us Larry Register from Jerusalem. Richard, stand by for Larry's question. Larry, go ahead.
I know, I understand. Richard, Richard, could you please tell me if everyone is okay there?
Yes, on our staff, everyone is okay. There is a woman in the on the floor here receiving oxygen, I believe, but CNN crew and other journalists that are here with me seem to be okay. We were ordered to put our gas masks on, and then after an hour, there was an all clear, but now we were told to put them back on. Haven't been able to hear any explosions in the last few minutes, but those earlier booms were quite terrifying as the city was shaken after 2 a.m. our time.
Okay, Richard, I just wanted to verify with you that everyone is okay with our staff. Everyone here in Jerusalem is okay. They've told us it's okay to take our mask off here in Jerusalem.
Telling us that...
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. A little bit of communication there within Israel. We're going now to Jim Miller, our producer in Saudi Arabia. Come in, Jim.
Yes, hello.
Jim, are you under attack there?
I'm sorry?
Are you, will you describe what's going on there, please?
Right now, the national air raid signals are sounding here. Civil defense signals are sounding throughout this area near the air base here in Dhahran. We had a alert a moment ago where we were told to report to the air raid shelter here in our hotel, which we did. We were given the all clear. However, the hotel security staff had told us that there was still a threat of a possible chemical attack. And we came back up, then we were told to go back. I am the only one here on the CNN platform at the moment before I leave and go down to the air raid shelter.
Jim, describe who's there with you and as much as you can about how everyone is.
Everyone is fine from the CNN staff at the moment. We're all together, and this is, needless to say, quite a harrowing experience when these sirens go off.
But there have been no...
The lights of the city are still in view. They have not blackened them out. Earlier tonight, we had been told that there had been a possible report, or there was a report of a possible Scud missile launched towards Saudi Arabia that was not confirmed. However, the military said they were keeping their eyes out for such an alert.
Jim, from where you are talking to us, how long does it take you to get to an air raid shelter?
About 15 seconds.
15 seconds. I believe your brother. Continue a bit more. All right, Jim, thank you for that report. We're going back to Richard Roth right now. Richard, you're on again.
Yes, I was just checking with our staff members here if everybody was okay. It's very hard to hear people talk inside these gas masks, and you're not sure who you're talking to sometimes. It's still very difficult to hear what's going on outside. These rooms are sealed up. We're unable to see outside.
Well, we were talking here in the studio about the scale of this attack, at least from what we can tell. It is a few missiles. I'd like to put James Blackwell on with you just briefly. He has a comment to make.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any more we could hear about the attacks in Dhahran. It seems to me that if we have one explosion in Dhahran, 8 missiles landing on Israel, that this is a desperation attempt by Saddam Hussein to terrorize the citizens, the people in the rear bases, with what is likely to be the last of the missiles that he has remaining after last night's attack, and in the process trying to capture headlines. I'm not sure if that's an accurate interpretation. It's far too early to make that kind of assessment, but if it were something more than that, we'd see a lot more missiles landing than we have so far.
Richard, you have an immediate reaction to any of that?
Well, I don't know if it's a final act of desperation. No one knows how many launchers or mobile missiles he's got ready, and certainly everyone here is not ready to say it's a final act of desperation. This city was breathing a big sigh of relief earlier yesterday, even though the streets were empty. And I don't know what to tell you, except that Israel, no doubt, is going to retaliate, and they have promised to do it swiftly and very completely. The Israeli Air Force has been on 24-hour alert. Pilots have been in their cockpits all the time.
All right, Richard, thank you very much for that report. Stay near those shelters and obey everyone there. We're going now once again to the Pentagon for the latest developments in Wolf Blitzer.
David, let me just recap what has taken place here at the Pentagon this evening. Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, came back into this room a few minutes ago. First, the Pentagon has put out a formal statement, and let me read that to you. The Pentagon says, "We can confirm that Iraq launched Scud missiles that impacted in Israel. We do not have any numbers nor missile warhead type. We have been concerned about this all along. That is why Scuds are high-priority targets." After that statement was released, Pentagon spokesman Pete Williams added that he did not have any idea exactly how many missiles did land in Israel. He also did not know whether they had a conventional warhead or some sort of chemical or gas warhead. He suggested that it was still premature to make any final conclusions. We have been told earlier that the initial indications are that the 8 missiles that landed in Israel did have conventional warheads based on initial reports reaching here. David?
We have a report just in to us. Wolf, thank you for that. We'll be back. We have a report just in from the Israeli Defense Ministry that up to and possibly more than a dozen missiles have been launched from those mobile platforms to Israel. Let's go back to Jerusalem now, and Linda Scherzer there. Linda, what's the latest at your bureau?
Well, I want to point out, first of all, that Israeli television, within the past hour, started running the ad that they've been showing for the past week or so, explaining to people how to put on their gas masks, trying to calm the population, of course, to let them know that they're prepared and know what to do, because the Army and Civil Defense have been advising people what to do ever since there was this threat of a chemical attack. I'd like to pick up on something that my colleague Richard Roth said in Tel Aviv about the fact that the mood here is very different than it was just a few hours ago. Of course, we were in the streets of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem earlier today, actually about 8 hours ago. People were venturing out into the streets, carrying their gas masks with them, but they really thought that the worst was over. Of course, as the Army has already said, we don't know exactly what kind of warheads these missiles have, whether they're conventional or chemical. That remains to be seen. We are under strict instructions not to give any locations, not to tell anybody where we are, where those missiles may have landed. But we, as well as everybody else, are just waiting for information about what happened and where those missiles arrived.
Linda Scherzer at the Jerusalem Bureau with all of our other fine workers there. Thank you. We'll be back. I'm here with James Blackwell, and I can't help but remembering hearing King Hussein of Jordan when he was speaking the other day on television, and he was asked if Israel were to attack Iraq, having to go through his airspace, would he do something about it? And he said at the time, in very resolute tones, as that king can, that he would make an effort to protect the sanctity of his airspace. So Israel is retaliating. How probably can it with Jordan in the way?
Well, Israel, no doubt, can penetrate Jordanian airspace with some impunity. It'll take some work, but it's not something the Israeli Air Force is incapable of doing. They don't have to go through Jordanian airspace. They can find some rather circuitous routes to strike targets in Iraq if they so choose, and no doubt they've got extensive planning that's been completed in order to achieve that.
What is it that you think is going on if there are just a few missiles? And if there are no, well, for one thing, let's clear up this confusion. We are in a state of confusion about whether there are toxic chemicals on those warheads. We don't know. And so that leaves the populace in a very, very confused state. Well, let's go back to the Pentagon. We have to at the moment for Wolf Blitzer. He has some more for us. Wolf.
David, we've learned that U.S. and Allied fighter bombers at this moment are going after some of the remaining Iraqi Scud missile sites. We have learned that from a senior administration official that the U.S. believes that it took out most of the hard fixed site Iraqi missile sites, but not necessarily all of them. That is, of course, the #1 target right now, to try to knock out, to try to destroy all of the remaining, not only fixed sites, but as well as the mobile sites. The initial indications were that the 8 ballistic missiles confirmed, that we have confirmed, that have landed in Israel came from the mobile ballistic missile sites scattered throughout Iraq, hidden. But we now learn, despite some of the earlier reports, that all of the fixed sites were taken out. It now appears, according to the senior administration official, that only a majority of the hard sites were in fact taken out. And as we speak right now, U.S. Fighter bombers, other attack planes are going after those Scuds. The Scuds have become priority #1 for the U.S. and the Allied fighter bombers. Certainly everyone is bracing also for some sort of Israeli retaliation. David?
Wolf, the Israeli Defense Ministry, in a report we're just getting, has asked the United States has asked Israel not to retaliate. Again, IDF asking Israel not to retaliate. Have you anything on that from the U.S. perspective?
What, do you mean, David, that the United States is asking Israel not to retaliate?
Right. That's what I mean.
The IDF is the Israel Defense Forces, the military of Israel. The United States previously had asked Israel to absorb a first strike. And when the Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleberger was in Israel last week, he went one step further and said that even if missiles do land in Israel, he asked the Israelis not to go ahead and retaliate, but to let the United States go after those missile sites. Once those missiles were launched, they emit a clear signal. They have a very clear signature to satellite reconnaissance photography. Radar can hone in, and the United States has a lot of sophisticated capabilities right now. So once those missiles are fired, they can be destroyed because it takes at least 4 or 5 hours to relaunch them. We now see planes taking off from an air base in eastern Saudi Arabia. This is a feed that we're getting. Clearly, more and more U.S. bombers are going on missions against all sorts of strategic targets. Earlier today, we were told by a senior Pentagon official that the United States was going to go after targets that were thought to have been destroyed on day one of this war, just to make sure, but clearly not everything that could cause damage was destroyed in those initial hours, the first day of Operation Desert Storm. It's obviously very dark at this air base in eastern Saudi Arabia, and it's unclear exactly how many planes have taken off, but we can assume, of course, that those planes are heading in the direction of Iraq. We have confirmed that the Scud sites, the remaining hardened sites, as well as the mobile sites, are now priority number one because they not only endanger Israel, but of course they endanger U.S. forces scattered throughout Saudi Arabia, especially in the eastern provinces where most of the oil fields are located as well. David?
Well, if the U.S. were to, and I'm not certain that it has, re-ask that question of Israel not to retaliate, if they were to ask that tonight, is it your estimate, and we emphasize that it would be your estimate, that they wouldn't have much success, that Israel probably would retaliate?
What I was told, David, in the past 48 hours was that this was the conclusion of the mission by Lawrence Eagleburger, the Deputy Secretary of State, when he went to Israel, he was accompanied by Paul Wolfowitz, who's a senior Pentagon official. The Israeli government made it clear to the United States in those days leading up to this war that if the Iraqis launched the first strike, Israel would absorb it, but it would then retaliate, and Israel rejected the U.S. appeal not to retaliate. So my assumption is that that is still the working agenda for the Israeli government, and that Israel will indeed retaliate. Indeed, I would think that it would. The United States is bracing now, is anticipating a massive Israeli retaliation. Israeli Air Force has been on alert. Israeli pilots have been in their cockpits, and I'm sure they have, like the United States and the other allies, marked all sorts of targets that they want to go after. I'm also told by sources here in Washington that there is heightened concern in Israel over Iraq's nuclear facilities. I'm told that the Iraqis were working in 4 underground areas, deep underground, where they were trying to develop some sort of nuclear weapons capability, and airstrikes alone might not be able to destroy those underground Iraqi nuclear facilities, and some sort of commando or other type of operation presumably would have to take place. This has become a growing source of concern in Israel, and obviously this war has taken on a new twist with this latest development this evening. David?
All right, thank you very much, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Once again tonight, there have been some missiles incoming to Israel, Scud missiles from Iraq, and Allied forces are responding to that happenstance tonight. And also, they're preparing Israelis to stand by their shelters, and our people, as you could see in the Jerusalem Bureau, have their gas masks handy, off and on when ordered. So James Blackwell, again from the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Would Saddam Hussein, if he had only 8 candles left, light them off? Wouldn't it be committing suicide?
If he had only 8 candles left, then the only utility they have, so few missiles, would be to strike terror in the hearts of someone else and try to widen the war. The really relevant military targets for Saddam Hussein are Dhahran and King Khalid City and the other concentrations that he would have some utility for. Instead, it looks, at least right now, as if this attack was launched at Israel. That seems to indicate to me an act of desperation. And what we saw in Israel tonight so far as I said when we began this, this broadcast, was the fog of war in action. I think you've captured it probably for the first time in history. When the situation's confused and people are seeking to find out what to do, there's really no time to try to assess the situation and figure it out on your own. You fall back on your training. We saw the Israeli people and the Israeli government react in accordance with their drills and their instructions. They're quite accustomed to doing that. At the same time, we saw the airplanes scrambling and getting aloft. And just as Wolf pointed out, the fact that Saddam launched those missiles reveals their locations. I'll guarantee you that with the sensors that are aloft, it is known now exactly where they are, and it's likely that very soon, if not already, they've been destroyed.
Since some of them are mobile, is there a possibility, you know, the U.S. forces, the Allied forces, have assiduously tried to avoid religious sites of supreme significance to the Arab culture. As we had live reporting last night and early this morning and into the morning from our three correspondents, they could report that shrines and other things were being left alone. Could that be where they're coming from?
It's not very likely. A Scud launching site is not a very small thing. It's several hundred square meters by the time you put all the things you've got to put together to launch a Scud missile: fuel, electrical generating equipment, the truck itself, and the missiles. Now, it can be moved rapidly. It's not easy to hide it inside something like a mosque. Now, let's remember what's going on the Allied side here. Airplanes are conducting their sorties into Iraq. It's extremely likely that once these launches were detected, some of those raids were diverted, particularly the manned penetrating bomber and fighter bomber aircraft that are capable of quickly changing their mission, being vectored to a new target and dropping their ordnance with very great precision. I would imagine that F-15Es, F-117A stealth fighters, which have this capability, that if they were aloft, were likely vectored over to these mobile launcher sites. And even if they've moved since they made their launches, those kinds of aircraft have some capability to find those relocatable targets and perhaps to destroy them.
Once again, we've had reports. The best report we've had was that no more than 12 missiles had been launched from Iraq into the area of Israel. And we still don't have confirmation that any of them had any toxic materials aboard, but it's a very, very tense night in this world as Operation Desert Storm continues with all its thunder. For now, I'm David French in Washington, going back to Atlanta and my colleague Catherine Cryer.
Thank you, David. The Turkish cabinet tonight ordered the general staff to allow foreign forces to utilize Turkish air bases in the southern portion of that country. Our stringer in Turkey is now standing by. Can you tell us anything about the use of U.S. planes and military there in the southern portion of the nation?
This morning in Ankara, solid, officially confirmed information is still very hard to come by. According to our information, at least an hour ago, planes did fly a mission out of Incirlik Air Base in southern Turkey. Those were all American planes, nothing Turkish so far. The semi-official agency, Anatolia News Agency, says that some 25 to 28 planes flew out. I understand that Wolf Blitzer heard from the Pentagon that those planes included B-52 bombers. I can't confirm that here. Their target is unknown. They are said to have flown in an indirect path over the Turkish city of Batman to avoid entering Syrian airspace. A well-placed journalistic source here in Ankara tells me that last night's authorization included the right to use, besides air attacks, to electronic warfare, which means jamming and other activities he wouldn't or couldn't get into. I don't know what that means. Now, he told me that he's been calling around Ankara all night trying to get in touch with various military or official sources, and he can't get an answer in anybody's homes or anywhere. He doesn't know if that means that they're all in a meeting somewhere or if they're just taking their phones off the hook. The Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Akbulut's office, will not comment as yet, except to say that Turkish forces are not yet involved. And the Prime Minister himself is expected to make an announcement later this morning.
Apparently there has been some debate about Turkey opening a second front in the war against Iraq. and the use of multinational forces out of Turkey might be described as doing that. Is that debate ongoing?
Basically, this whole time, Turkey's president, Turgut Özal, seems to have been walking a fine line. Initially he said we would only allow logistical support. Then they allowed yesterday essentially full activity out of those American bases. They have said that we will not attack unless we are attacked.
Since the Pan Am 103 episode, with new procedures being put in place, more hold baggage being x-rayed, positive checks to assure that if a suitcase gets on a plane, a passenger gets on a plane to go with it, and if the passenger doesn't get on, the suitcase comes off. Modified interviews of passengers, at least to subject them to an initial screening process. So things have improved. Does that mean that, that now our commercial aviation is impregnable to terrorist attack? Certainly not.
Okay, Brian Jenkins, thank you very much for coming and making that contribution. A reminder that Pan Am 103, I beg your pardon? That's what I thought it was. Pan Am 103, just before Christmas in 1988. I was about to say 1989. Now, Tony Cordesman in Washington, I think, has some news. Tony Cordesman.
I don't have news, Peter. I have more speculation, and it's what Israel is probably doing at this moment. I think that if I were an Israeli, I would have and be arming and planning for strikes somewhere here in Israel, considering whether I was going to move down through the Gulf of Aqaba and around Jordan or through Jordan. I would be planning to strike at any possible mobile missile site in this area. And my logic would be approximately this. These were conventional. They probably missed. Our intelligence indicates they do not have sophisticated chemical warheads. They probably don't have biological warheads or even a crude radiological weapon. But these have been fired at Israel, at urban areas, and you will never again know what the warhead is on those missiles. And the only way I can put it in perspective would be if at the height of the Cold War, a Soviet ICBM landed between Washington and Baltimore, and it only had a conventional warhead.
Take your point. Let's go back to the map for a second and ask you a very sensitive political question. Perhaps we could go back to the sand map.
Many of the men and women who are fighting in the desert area are from Georgia.
Part of our mission here, and that is to keep track of the Georgia part of the story. Stay with us. We will be coming to you with updates from the state. That will be our challenge in the days ahead.
You're gonna see the difference. On board, make sure that they would not respond too quickly and not overreact to any sort of attack from the Iraqis. And I'm sure they're going over in fine detail exactly what Eagleberger was told. They've got a map in there, and they're tracing all of this. And I'm sure President Bush, although he's not in there now, we're not quite sure where he is. He was in the residential part of the White House a little bit earlier. We went back to try to find out exactly what President Bush has said on the record as to what would happen if the Israelis were attacked by the Iraqis. He was asked this on December 18th, almost exactly 1 month ago. The president said at that time, he said, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about this, but I have talked to our coalition partners. By that, of course, he meant the Arab partners. He said the coalition will not fall apart if indeed Saddam Hussein attacks Israel. And Israel, what he didn't say, of course, would Israel respond? And of course, that's what we're all waiting to hear, Tom.
All right, John Cochran, we want to go back to Israel now, to NBC's Martin Fletcher, who has been able to remove his gas mask. It's been on again, off again, and then on again, now off again. I think I got the sequence right there. At any rate, he has talked to his family. And Martin, what happened at your home tonight? Martin Fletcher, are you there? Well, maybe we've lost the telephone connection. We'll go back to that as swiftly as we can. We have NBC's Gary Sick. He doesn't actually belong to us, but he's been working with us this week, and we think of him as a member of this family. He's an expert on the Middle East, and he is an expert on the very complicated relationship.
Missiles were shot from a mobile launcher. 2 missiles landed in southern Tel Aviv, as we say. One of them apparently hit a hospital. 2 landed in Haifa. That's on the Mediterranean. 3 landed in rural, unpopulated areas, and it's not clear where the 8th missile landed. A CNN source says there are scores of casualties. Wolf Blitzer is monitoring events from the Pentagon.
The Pentagon has put out a formal statement, and let me read that to you. The Pentagon says, "We can confirm that Iraq..."
To keep them in the coalition, to prove, in effect, that this is not a battle between the United States and Iraq, or even between the West and Iraq, but a battle which some Arab nations have definitely joined. If they can keep Syria on board, and this was why the effort was launched to prevent an Israeli retaliation, then that would be a major point of benefit for Secretary of State Baker and for President Bush. If Syria falls out, it would be the first major crack that would benefit Iraq.
All right, Ralph, we're going now to Catherine Cryer in Atlanta. Something else has just been happening. She has that for us. Catherine.
Yes, we have this just in. The Saudi Arabian city of Dhahran has apparently reportedly been hit by at least one Iraqi missile. The report comes from the Civil Defense Agency in Bahrain. At this time, we're going to go to the CNN bureau in Jerusalem, where CNN correspondent Linda Scherzer is standing by. Linda?
Catherine,
yes.
The pictures that you were seeing right now are some of the first pictures out of Israel. I can't tell you the location of these pictures. What you are seeing now is some folks from a BBC crew putting on their chemical weapon suits. There you see, I believe it's Peter Henderson, cameraman with the BBC, putting on his protective suit, which of course you've already seen being worn by soldiers preparing for such an attack in Saudi Arabia. The crew is getting prepared now to leave, I believe, the hotel to make their way to their office.
Now in the studio, where all the personnel in the studio have Hadley True. They had to put all on. At this stage, everyone's been told to put on their masks. People in the studio that we're in have been told to put on suits. If we had our suits available, so we put them on. As you can see here, people are coordinating with other networks around the world. Quite frantic at this stage because when we were filming this, nobody was exactly sure about what was going on.
Again, Catherine, we are all doing this for the very first time, of course. We all knew that in order to cover this very important news event, that we ourselves would have to be protected. There again, you see the people in one of the office buildings, one of the other networks putting on her gas mask, getting prepared, of course, to go out. Again, we can't tell you where this is happening. But we are all getting ourselves protected. Very soon, I believe, you'll start to see some street scenes. Is that correct, Hadley?
Yeah, when we left the studio that we're working in, we thought that it was best to roll vision as we drove along. When we were driving along, it was extremely deserted, not a soul around. And it's quite an eerie feeling. I mean, Jerusalem's never like this. This is a city that's been habitated for such a long time, and then it's as if a vapor's gone through here and there's not a soul about.
But behind the person who's talking into the telephone, you can see the windows, of course, that are taped. We were all advised to seal off one room in our house to make sure that it was completely safe against chemical gas. There you see the crew now heading out of the office building, making their way to the parking lot on their way to cover this story.
Hadley, I'd like to ask you, this is Larry Register, the bureau chief. Yeah. What was that like in that room as you were heading out that door? How did you feel at that moment walking out? Did you feel uncertainty?
Well, actually, it was when we actually decided to make the decision to put our suits on. Then we figured, well, we've got the best suits available to us, them being British Army issue suits, and we thought, will we take the chance, will we not? And we figure that, to have pictures like this and let people see them, we believe we had the best available equipment to us, so we thought, well, we'll go and do it. And it was a team decision. The three of us, the crew, we thought we'll stick together and do it.
For our viewers' information, this is Hadley Trigg. He's an editor, a sound man with the BBC. Yes, Linda?
These pictures, I believe, were taken just a little over an hour and a half ago, Hadley.
Yeah,
you can see the streets of Jerusalem are very, very quiet. Of course, it is the early morning hours, and people were in their homes. At this point, people were being advised to put their gas masks on, to go to their sealed rooms. It is normally a quiet hour in this country, as it is anywhere else in the world, but it is particularly quiet, of course, because the air raid siren had sounded just a little before, and there were people coming around neighborhoods with loudspeakers telling everybody to stay off the streets, to stay in their homes, to put their gas masks on, and to be prepared for a possible chemical gas attack, which, of course, people had been preparing for several days.
Linda, if I can interrupt, this is material that I shot, and as Peter was driving along, it was an amazing feeling. There were red lights, traffic lights, and we just thought, what's the point in stopping at a traffic light? We'll be sitting here like sitting ducks. So we just cruised through as if, and not a soul about. And it's like a ghost town at the moment.
Yes.
Can we stand by to cut back to Linda, because we're going to lose picture. So if we can cut back to Linda.
Yes, again, the pictures that you were just seeing, of course, are some of the very first pictures out of Israel. Pictures of BBC crew that was making its way from their office into the streets, preparing to cover this very important news event. This, of course, is what Israel was preparing for, a worst-case scenario, the possibility that Israel might come under attack, and we are now waiting to see what the Israeli army's response will be. Catherine?
Thank you, Linda. At this time, let me recap for you something we reported just a few moments ago, and that is an explosion was heard Friday near the huge airbase at the Saudi city of Bahrain. Apparently there has been at least a single missile attack upon the city of Bahrain. Of course, reporters informed of the imminent attack in the city. We have no further details at this time, and people have been, of course, warned to go to their shelters. Again, a missile attack on Tehran. Apparently one missile has in fact landed in that Saudi Arabian city. Now we're going to Larry King in Washington, who's standing by with a guest. Larry?
Thank you, Catherine. On this historic night, with us in our studios in Washington is General Edward Shai Meyer. He's the former Army Chief of Staff during the Carter and Reagan administrations. General Meyer did all of the Army's contingency planning for the Gulf region. Also joining us is Colonel Sam Dickens, Air Force. He commanded a fighter squadron in the Vietnam War and was director of operations of the 401st Fighter Wing in Spain, and that is a unit that is now in the Gulf. Your overall reactions to the events tonight, General Meyer?
Well, one of the things that we had to be concerned about as we started trying to contain the war in Iraq and Kuwait was that it didn't spread horizontally. The attack on Israel makes it possible now that the war will expand horizontally, and that means this could be a lot longer war than people anticipated to start.
Did it surprise you, Colonel?
No, not at all. In fact, from August 2nd on, anyone looking at it would think that the first target that Saddam Hussein would hit would be Israel.
And he
trying
said
to disrupt. Yes, and he said that he would, but I mean, it's logical. It's disappointing that we weren't able to get those Scud missiles. I would have thought that with satellites that they launched a few weeks ago that they might have been able to pick them up, but this is one of those things that's happened, makes it more dicey.
Okay.
But think about this. Think about the Scud missiles. The Scud missiles are mobile. They can be moved around. Of all the targets we hit last night, they're the hardest to find and the hardest to hit.
Was there too much optimism today?
Well,
General, I saw reports on some networks that some felt home free.
Well, of course, there was too much optimism. Just think that Secretary Cheney and also General Colin Powell warned against that optimism, and I think correctly they did so.
Okay, they send out the missiles. Why couldn't they be intercepted?
They fly very low. They are very difficult to hit, and they're not like normal air defense. A missile, remember, a missile.
Protesters gathered in London's Trafalgar Square. They chanted anti-war slogans and burned U.S. and British flags. About 1,000 protesters marched from the Whitehall Government District to the Houses of Parliament. A rally of about 3,000 anti-war protesters turned violent in San Francisco. Police broke up a human chain around the federal building by swinging batons at protesters' hands. Demonstrators apparently succeeded in shutting the building down as frustrated employees returned home rather than face angry protesters. Few governments are openly condemning the decision to attack Iraq. Soviet President Gorbachev reportedly made a last-minute appeal to postpone the attack to allow for a final diplomatic effort. But today he told the Soviet people the assault was provoked by Iraq's steadfast refusal to leave Kuwait. British Prime Minister John Major says the British people should have no illusions of an easy victory. But Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi says the bombing of Baghdad must stop immediately because the weapons involved could lead to a third world war. Up next in CNN Headline Consumer News, a report on how the financial and commodities markets are responding to events in the Persian Gulf.
Is on it. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Dhahran is tucked right up against the Persian Gulf on fairly close to the Kuwaiti border. It's the large air base. It is where we have been going when we go to our reports from Mike Betcher and Arthur Kent. It is, in fact, where most of the F-15s have been based from the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing out of Langley, Virginia. It's where all of the troops were offloaded when they first arrived, a big distribution point. So there has been confirmation tonight that a Scud missile launched by Iraq, we don't know what kind of a warhead, whether it was chemical or not, but it was intercepted by the Patriot missile. They worked. No one knew for sure whether they would or not. All the training exercises seemed to indicate that they would, in fact. Now, the belief was that if they were able to intercept and hit a Scud missile that did have a chemical warhead, that the chemical capacity then would be dissipated at a high enough elevation that it would have no effect on the ground. That, too, was theoretical. I talked to the commander of one of those Scud, or one of those Patriot units, when they first were setting up in the desert there just this past fall. And at that time, he was confident about the accuracy, and he could only hope that it would be able to dissipate the chemical capacity. So an attack now has been launched officially by Iraq on Saudi Arabia, specifically on one of the forward American bases where there are a lot of civilians, including most of the foreign journalists who are based in Saudi Arabia. But the attack was unsuccessful. It was unsuccessful. We had an earlier report that an explosion was heard. We knew that F-15s had been mustered, and Mike Betcher, in fact, said it may have been the launching of a Patriot missile. It turns out that was probably the case. There were air raids warnings that went off. So that's the situation at this hour. Iraq now slowly beginning to strike back, first at Israel, then an attempt that proves to be unsuccessful against Saudi Arabia, the air base at Dhahran intercepted by a Patriot missile. This war is now not going as well as it was, say, 12 hours ago or so. But then, of course, we were forewarned by Defense Secretary Cheney and Colin Powell to expect this. NBC's Jan.17 is at the State Department tonight. John, what are they saying there? What are they anticipating there?
Tom, one of the things that the State Department has to do in this, of course, is to try to keep the Arab partners in the coalition. And one of the ways that they hope to do that, of course, is to keep Israel from responding in kind to this attack. I have been in touch with...
Here at the core of the regime. They would go to palaces where Saddam Hussein lives. They would go someplace close to the core of where he lives.
Until very recently, General Dugan, you sat in the room when strategy and strategic missions were discussed in detail. The U.S. goal has been to hit hard, hit relentlessly, and get this war over as quickly as possible. Looking at everything that's happened tonight, Saddam Hussein being able to hit Israel with these Scud missiles, would this be likely in the very top councils of strategy to increase, speed up the schedule for a ground war offensive to try to retake Kuwait?
Not specifically, Dan. I think that we would look at the mix of possibilities and the mix of opportunities that ground war presented us and the risks associated with those. And if those made sense in and of themselves, we would pursue that. But I don't know that there would be additional leverage for speeding up the timetable for a ground attack because of this event this evening.
General Dugan, during the campaign in Panama, the initial reports, all official reports indicated that civilian casualties were very low. Then later, much later, we found out that civilian casualties had been rather high. Based on what you've seen and heard, is that likely to be the case with this air war against Iraq?
Well, initial reports, again, as I mentioned last night, initial reports are always wrong. Of course, then, as it turned out this morning, initial reports were pretty close today. On the other hand, one needs to be skeptical about initial reports. I think that with respect to civilian casualties, they're harder to collect data on civilian casualties than they are on military casualties, certainly friendly military casualties. They come to our hospitals. We know where they're at. We know that they're missing from their units. And so one finds the story on civilian casualties later on in the flow of story. than one does on military casualties.
Thank you, General Dugan. Keeping with our policy of trying to update you on this story every 15 minutes, these are the storylines of this quarter-hour period, with the story changing minute by minute. Iraqi missiles hit Israel, at least 6, probably 7, possibly as many as 8. Israel reportedly in the process of retaliating by air against Iraq. That has not been confirmed. A missile scare in Saudi Arabia. Turns out so far it is only a scare. Israel strikes back after Iraq has hit Saddam Hussein lobbing those missiles into Israel. The early indication is that the casualty figures may be very low in Israel. Reuters says that Israeli radio is reporting now that there are no casualties in Israel. We're continuing to check on that. Now, joining us to talk about all of this.
And Sprint has better overall savings than AT&T.
Saudi Arabia tonight. There have been, as you know, launches into Israel. The first time that the reports came in of the missiles being launched into Israel, the sirens sounded, the alarm sounded, and we were all rushed here to the basement, to the bomb shelter, for fear that there might also be missiles launched into Saudi Arabia at that time. There were not. We returned to our post. C.D. Jaco was about to go live, and we got a scare when we heard the explosions. Some people speculated that there had been a missile launch. Indeed, that was not the case. And as soon as they release us from the bomb shelter where we're at, we'll be able to go up, and C.D. Jaco should be able to continue live reports.
Well, thank you, Terry. We'll certainly get back to you then. At this time, we have Richard Roth on the phone with us from Tel Aviv. Richard?
Yes, everyone is still okay here in Tel Aviv on the sealed room in a hotel by the water that we're in. The Israeli military is still apparently trying to determine what kind of missiles, what kind of warheads were used in this attack on the Jewish state. An announcer came on television about 15 minutes ago to say that everyone should still stay indoors. Several cities are still urged to have everyone wear their gas masks. People have sealed up rooms and put soaking rags under doors and things like that. You never know who you'll run into in a bomb shelter. With me, one of the people here among the journalists, Zubin Mehta, music director of the New York Philharmonic and the Israeli Philharmonic, who a few days ago, instead of returning to New York for rehearsal and concerts, decided to fly here to a country which he has many close ties with. I'm going to put him on and maybe describe the atmosphere he's found here in this sort of sealed room bomb shelter we're in. Zubin?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Mehta. Thanks for joining us.
Well, the spirit is very high and very quiet, no panic. The entire staff and clientele of the Hilton Hotel is in one corridor on the 6th floor, and there have been exercises of putting on and off the masks as the Israeli radio sort of advises us, and the entire country is sort of on one discipline. And as usual in Israel, in a state of conflict, discipline is optimum.
Let me ask you, when you returned to Israel after reports of the day's bombing, were you surprised at the events this evening?
They're asking if you were surprised at the events today.
There was some conjecture that the Iraqis might let off a one or two in desperation. And in Israel, we find that whatever rumor flies around during the day usually comes to pass at night.
At this point in time, Mr. Mehta, what would you like to see the Israeli government do in response?
Well, they're in such close contact with the Americans, I think they better be, at this moment, under the American umbrella. I don't think maverick action would be too beneficial.
Thank you very much again for joining us, Zubin Mehta, Richard Roth. At this time, let's go to Linda Scherzer, who's standing by in Jerusalem. Linda?
Catherine, I just wanted to update the situation. We have just heard on Israel radio that the Army has said that the entire country can take off its gas masks. That is according to Israel radio. We are told that the Chief of Staff of the Army, Jan.17, and Defense Minister Aarons, as well as a number of other defense officials, are right now conferring in a situation room somewhere in Israel, obviously deciding what will be the response of the Israeli Defense Forces. That is what I can tell you at this point, except that the Army wants us to tell you that the situation is under control. Catherine?
Linda, do you have any idea what is dictating that kind of message to the Israeli people when the decision is made it's all right to take off gas masks, when they're obviously not concerned that there's an incoming attack at this point in time?
Well, it's difficult to say from where I'm standing. I will tell you, though, that in the past number of days, there has been certainly a call-up of civil defense workers, people whose job it is to go out into the streets to be able to identify what may be in the air, what chemicals, and to let the people know what it is that they may have to fear. So they certainly have the situation under control, know exactly what they're looking for, and if Israel Radio is reporting that the situation is under control, then I feel confident in telling you that it is.
Thank you, Linda Scherzer in Jerusalem. We will, of course, be checking back with you during the evening, and our live coverage of the war in the Gulf continues after this.
He's going to suicide, I believe.
There has been talk that if he uses chemical weapons, he might face a nuclear counter-response.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what he should think about.
But what you're saying is that Israel would do whatever it took at that point. All bets would be on.
Israel must defend itself. Israel must...
Use to elaborate, Walter.
One wonders who called that meeting. Did the Saudi Arabians and the Egyptians ask for that meeting with the State Department? That would be a very important point as to who summoned who got the meeting going. If the Egyptians, if Mubarak has asked his ambassador and the Saudi Arabians asked their ambassador to talk this thing over because this is not what they had hoped for, and they'd been promised by us virtually that Israel would come into the war, where do they go from here?
That's the question. Where do they go from here? Where does the war go from here now that Saddam Hussein has been able to hit Israel with Scud missiles? Our CBS News coverage of the changing Persian Gulf War situation continues.
Saudi Arabia, and in fact, a Patriot missile from the United States did intercept a Scud missile that was launched at the U.S. base at Dhahran. It is now effectively a U.S. base there, and it was a successful intercept. We have heard nothing from Baghdad itself for the past 12 hours or so. It is coming up on 5:30 in the morning there, and the bombing raids do continue against military targets both in Kuwait and in Baghdad. So that's the situation at this hour. We do know that Israel has been attacked. The magnitude of the attack we cannot confirm for you at this hour. Whether it contained chemical weapons, that too cannot be confirmed, although the most reliable information that we were able to get through Martin Fletcher was that, in fact, there was no chemical attack. So that makes us all breathe a little easier, not only here, but, of course, in Israel and throughout the Middle East tonight as well. A Scud missile launched at Dhahran, intercepted by an American Patriot missile. It was an unsuccessful attack on Dhahran. Fred, if there were, in fact, no chemicals in the warhead, this turns out to be a fairly feeble Iraqi effort. One missile launched at Dhahran, only 5 or 6 at Tel Aviv, no chemicals involved.
Well, first of all, we have never confirmed, U.S. intelligence has never confirmed, in fact, the Israeli intelligence has never confirmed that the Iraqis developed the ability to deliver a chemical warhead on those Scud missiles. It was assumed that in the last 6 months there was a major hurry-up program in Iraq to have that chemical capability. But no U.S. intelligence agency nor any foreign intelligence agency ever confirmed that. However, once a man has that many missiles and such a large chemical industry, for defensive purposes, it makes good sense to protect yourself against them. The mobile missile, that is what the Pentagon is still going after. We heard it from Defense Secretary Cheney today. We heard it from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Colin Powell, that they did not get all the mobile missiles. There are approximately 75 mobile missile launchers scattered all the way from southwestern Iraq, all the way across the border, down into Dhahran. Now, if this report is correct, and we certainly believe it to be correct, that a Scud missile was fired at Dhahran, we have just been told now by our bureau in Dhahran that in the shelters, some of the American military personnel are putting on their gas suits based on that report. So if all of that is true, then slowly but surely the United States will be able to get these mobile missiles. It's not so much the missile, Tom, it's a launcher. And each
launcher may have 5, 10, 15 missiles attached to that launcher. But once it is fired, U.S. has satellite imagery that fixes its location. And sorties can be launched from those air bases to strike those missiles, to strike those launchers. So if they fired 5 from launchers in the western desert towards Tel Aviv, and they fired 1 south into Dhahran, we know at least where 6 of those launchers are. And where there is 1 launcher, there are others, because the Iraqi government has a limited number of control vans for each launcher. They have perhaps 1 control van for 5 separate launchers. So they cannot be scattered entirely all over the western desert, and they can't be scattered, Tom, all over the southern desert. They have to be in collected locations. And we just heard from a senior Pentagon official that the tempo of the attacks against Iraq tonight have not increased because of this, except in one situation where they're going after these mobile missile launchers. Tom?
Fred, have the Defense Department officials there been in touch with their counterparts in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, about whether or not it contained any chemical warheads?
I do not know that, Tom. Since this war is being fought from Riyadh and fought from Dhahran, there's not a great deal of activity at the Pentagon. They're getting reports in here, and that is something that's handled on a political level, because it is a political decision, not just for this country on how it pressures or talks to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, but it's handled on a political level on what Jerusalem decides to do to get into this fray. I will say that it is the opinion of experts that we have talked to here at the Pentagon that if it is just an explosive warhead, it makes a great deal of difference than a gas warhead. Right. And it's very significant for Israel.
Absolutely. We do not even have to spell out the term Holocaust to remind you of why that has such grave meanings for the Israelis. Well, we've been through some pretty wild swings here so far this evening. It's hard to believe that I could be saying to you that it's looking a little better, because it turns out that there was just a missile attack on Tel Aviv. That's the kind of world in which we live. We had been led to believe earlier by everyone in Tel Aviv that maybe they had been the target of a nerve gas attack. We do now believe that, in fact, no nerve gas was involved, no chemical weapons whatsoever. 5 or 6 missiles, however, did hit that city tonight. 1 building was collapsed. How many casualties, we cannot say. NBC's Martin Fletcher is still on the telephone with us. He's been in and out of his gas mask all night long based on warnings from Israeli officials. He is now out of it again. And Martin, what do you have for us?
Well, Tom, we're getting to the heart of the matter in terms of Israel's retaliation, as you suggested, and Fred Francis too. In fact, all of your consultants, I think the extent of the damage here could well determine the extent of whether indeed Israel retaliates at all. So now I think we're getting to the bottom of it. We've been in touch with 2 of the hospitals. There are a few what they call slightly wounded in one of the hospitals. They're all wounded slightly from glass concussion, nothing serious. But the emergency room is crowded, and the hospital says they're all psychosomatic cases, people who, because of the government warnings about gas war, because the government told them to put on gas masks, complained of gas symptoms. That's why the original scare began, I guess, because the hospital then answered questioners by saying, yes, we have victims of nerve gas in our hospital.
But in fact, it's only psychosomatic in their minds only at this point.
That's what the hospital told us right now, yes.
Okay, NBC's Martin Fletcher, that is reassuring indeed to know here tonight. We just want to keep everyone posted. There has been a missile attack on Tel Aviv, maybe even some missiles in the north of Israel as well. Nothing on Jerusalem, probably launched from mobile launchers in the western desert of Iraq. 1 missile went after Dhahran. That's the big air base there. It was intercepted by a Patriot missile, and the Patriot missile was able to shoot it down before it landed or did any damage. So far, for all of his bluster, Saddam Hussein is a man without a lot of military resources.
I think the only thing that came as a surprise about the missile attack was that it came tonight instead of last night. I think most of us anticipated that as soon as an attack was launched, that would be the very first thing that Saddam would do, is fire off missiles toward Israel. And it was quite reassuring after the first 12, 24 hours went by that he hadn't done that. And I think we all began to breathe a sigh of relief, a little bit prematurely, as it turns out. If these missiles launchers that he's now used get knocked out, and he can't repeat it, and he can't do another round, this was a minor event overall. No nerve gas, relatively small number, no real damage, no casualties, poor performance by the missiles, and if those get knocked out, it is a small blip in the radar screen.
And as the President of the United States, you may be able to persuade Yitzhak Shamir just to hold tight here for a while.
At least for the moment.
Let us take care of it, and if we're not successful, or if you take another attack, then it's a different proposition altogether. Would Shamir listen to that?
I should think he would. Actually, you know, Shamir has been very good thus far, and the Israelis have been extremely disciplined about this. This is a war that's very close to them. It's something that concerns them. It's a deadly enemy of theirs. And they have stayed out of it. They've laid low. They've kept a low profile. It's very tough to imagine that they would do nothing. Obviously, they have their own population to think about and their own public opinion.
Well, they also have some long-term impact to think about. I mean, once this war is over, then the whole attention is going to focus on the Palestinian question. That will not go away, even if the United States is absolutely successful within a matter of a few days.
That's going to be the next round. The next big...
But when you think that this attack has been going on for more than a day, and there really hasn't been the response, either they're not prepared to respond, or else our planning, our work, our coordination that's been done so skillfully that we've cratered the runways that they can't take off, we've destroyed their capability to get their forces airborne. There was a report about a number of aircraft going north, whatever that meant, because of course if we're cratering runways, we'd be cratering runways in the northern part of the country. It's very, very strange, but at the same time, I don't think there should be any sense of euphoria about all of this. Let's be patient.
This might have been, though, General Meyer, a weak pop gun then tonight, right?
Yes. This is
sort of
this is the use exactly. This is Saddam Hussein said, "I'm going to fire on the Israelis." He will carry out his word. I mean, he's done that consistently.
So he
fired on the Israelis. He did not lie to his people. So I mean, this is very important to him in his relationship with his country. But it is a very, very weak pop gun.
How long does the bombing go on, Colonel? How long do we keep this up?
Oh, I think when we talk about that, we have to look at their response and our ability to knock out all their offensive capabilities, which what's happened today, at least it shows that we haven't done that. So there shouldn't be a hurry. The time is not a military time problem as far as I can see. It's a political problem of how long we can go. You know, how long we can keep on the bombing and whether we can hold the coalition together. What is the reaction of people is how long all this is taking. But it seems to me with the sorties that are being generated, we should be able to go ahead and knock out as much of their capability as possible from the air.
Can bombing win a war?
Well, it's never done it in the past. But there are some other decisions that could be made. We don't know about Saddam Hussein. We don't know that his forces might decide, his military leaders may say, this is crazy. We can't win. They may decide to get rid of him. He's gotten rid of enough of his military leaders. That's something that the military can't count on, of course. So that can't be part of the equation. That's just one of those nice things that you hope would happen.
The folks on the ground, all those people on the ground, first, are they hearing all about this now?
Yes, they are. They're listening to the radios over there, and they're hearing all about it. And they're being kept up to speed.
Which is a good idea, right?
Which is a good idea, because they're encouraged by what they hear with the success of the Air Force. They're encouraged to hear that a lot of the reinforcing forces that they might have had to fight are being attacked. They're encouraged to know that the Scud missiles and the things that they're going to have to worry about are being attacked in high priority. So that's...
But how itchy are they?
Well, they're very itchy. They're like any of the rest of us who are sort of leaning forward in the foxhole, and you can only stay leaning forward in the foxhole so long. But I will say this, all of the commanders over there are going to focus on firepower before manpower. So there's going to be a tremendous tendency on the part of every commander over there to make sure that the whole area where the entrenched enemy has been completely obliterated with carpet bombing by B-52s with heavy bombs before they send Americans in there. And if they do, it's going to be around them or over them in a vertical envelopment and cut them off and try to hold them in those positions that they've dug and let them stay there.
As a commander of ground forces, what do you do to keep them okay during the lean forward period?
What you're doing during that period of time is you're running through a whole lot of what ifs. You're going through a whole lot of drills, sort of like you do around here, with them, so that they're thinking about all the things that they have to think about. You're checking up on ammo. You're doing all the kinds of things that they need to do for that period of time. And the other thing that's very important, and we can't over stress it, and that is people need rest. And you're trying to get them to get as much sleep as they can and rest as much as they can in advance, because the adrenaline they use during that first 10 minutes or 15 minutes when they're shot at is, you know, when bullets are going over their head, is going to be enough to
You know, I think that when the troops heard President Bush's speech last night, and when he said, we're not going to go into this with one arm tied behind our backs, there must have been people just standing up and cheering. That's the best word that the military could ever have.
And one other thing. Does the guy in the plane know he's done his job well when he's bombing at night, or does he have to wait till the next day to know?
Well, I think with the modern precision bombing, most of them know right away how accurate they have been.
Thank you both very much. Sure. Thanks for spending this time, and thanks for your patience. General Edward Meyer, former Army Chief of Staff, Colonel Sam Dickens, former Commander Fighter Squadron in Vietnam. This is Larry King in Washington. War in the Gulf. More after this.
Well, this doesn't look very interesting. I mean, I thought you'd have me try something a little fancier, maybe with nuts and fruit cocktail. These are nothing but flakes. It isn't at all what I expected. I like it. Oh, I get it. It's a whole new kind of cereal. Simple and back to basics, right? I like it.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Corn Flakes?
Taste them again for the first time.
Freedent's the one. Only one gum passes the test when you've got dental work, and that's Freedent. Freedent won't stick to your dental work, so you can be confident chewing it. And because it also moistens your mouth and freshens your breath, Freedent's in a class by itself.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and Freedent moistens your mouth. Yeah, moistens your mouth and freshens your breath while you chew.
Non-stick Freedent moistens your mouth and freshens your breath.
This is the sound of Unisom, the sound of sleep. With Unisom, you hit your pillow and fall asleep fast. Tonight, you can sleep more soundly with Unisom, America's #1 sleep aid.
Bengay welcomes back all the people who tried one of those other pain relievers, but found that for them, nothing works better than Bengay. It warms away pain with 2 pain relievers, not just 1. Welcome back to Bengay, America's best-selling pain relief rub.
Now at TCBY, you can enjoy the Ultra Slim Fast plan with delicious TCBY non-fat frozen yogurt. What a great tasting way to help you lose weight.
Country's best yogurt, TCBY.
As the war in the Gulf continues, CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
CNN's military affairs correspondent Wolf Blitzer has just exited a military briefing at the Pentagon. Wolf, what can you tell us?
Catherine, a Pentagon official told reporters here only a few moments ago that the best information the U.S. now has is that 7 Scud missiles were tracked coming toward Israel. Earlier we reported that there may have been 8. Pentagon now says that the U.S. has information that 7 Scud missiles were tracked toward Israel. This official told reporters that the United States cannot confirm the initial indications that there could have been any gas or chemical warheads. We had reported some time back that the initial reports reaching the Pentagon were that these were conventional warheads, not gas or chemical warheads. The Pentagon official said that the United States is obviously closely following all of this. There is no word that the Israelis have started any sort of retaliatory strike. Indeed, within the past few minutes, as I checked, I was told that no Israeli retaliatory strike has yet started. But clearly, this is a source of great concern here. We are told that there is extensive, very high-level consultations going on right now between U.S. and Israeli officials. Catherine?
Yes, Wolf, earlier in the evening there was reported that the U.S. and allied forces might be looking for those Scud missiles. Wolf, at this time, let me interrupt. We're going to go to Charles Bierbauer, who's standing by at the White House. Charles.
Catherine, the White House has just issued a statement from Press Secretary Fitzwater's office. It's very short. I'll read it to you. The Department of Defense has confirmed the firing of missiles from Iraq into Israel and Saudi Arabia. Damage assessments are now being made. President Bush was informed of this action by National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft earlier this evening. The president has also discussed the matter with Secretary of State Baker and with Secretary of Defense Cheney. The president, and this is a quote, "The president is outraged at and condemns this further aggression by Iraq. Coalition forces in the Gulf are attacking missile sites and other targets in Iraq." Two important things here that go beyond the outrage. One is the confirmation that there were missiles fired both at Israel and Saudi Arabia, and the second, the assertion that coalition forces are attacking missile sites. It makes no mention of any Israeli action. Catherine?
Yes, you just reported that there was confirmation that missiles had in fact been fired on Dhahran.
It does not specify Dhahran. What the statement says is Israel and Saudi Arabia, missiles fired from Iraq. There's no specificity as to the exact targets, but I do believe this is the first confirmation we've gotten from the government here that there were firings towards Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Charles Bierbauer, for that report. Let's go back to Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, before I ask you my initial question, is there then any further word about missile attack on Saudi Arabia?
We have no confirmation here at the Pentagon that any of these Scud missiles were fired at Saudi Arabia. That is obviously coming out of the White House. What is also apparent here, though, Catherine, at the Pentagon, is that one or two of the missiles that were fired at Israel may have landed, gone beyond Israel, and may have landed in the Mediterranean. Not all of them landed in Israel. Two are believed to have landed south of Tel Aviv, the largest city in Israel. Two are believed to have landed in Haifa, Israel's major port on the Mediterranean. One in a rural, unpopulated area, and one or two may have landed in the Mediterranean. These missiles are not known as being all that accurate, but clearly the Pentagon is carefully following what's going on. Officials who spent the night here last night, all of the night, were planning on going home. Many of them have returned now with a change of clothes. They're planning on spending yet another long night here at the Pentagon.
Wolf, my question before going to Charles, did the U.S. seem to have pinpointed at all the location of the firings of these Scud missiles, or do they anticipate they were all mobile Scuds that were being moved and hidden throughout Iraq?
Well, yesterday we were led to believe that all of the fixed-site Scud ballistic missiles in Iraq had been taken out. Tonight we're told that perhaps most of them were taken out, but not all of them. The initial indications, though, were that these missiles that were fired at Israel were from some of the mobile Scuds. In the past 24 hours or so, the Israelis had been alarmed, very concerned throughout the day, and indeed here at the Pentagon, officials had been telling us all day that they were bracing for some sort of Iraqi use of these mobile missiles. Clearly it happened a lot sooner than many people had anticipated. Catherine?
Thank you. Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. People across the United States are reacting to these events that have occurred in Israel and across the Middle East. And Dan Blackburn has been talking with some of them in a delicatessen in Los Angeles. Let's see what they're saying. Dan?
Well, Catherine, more than 500,000 Jews live in this area of Los Angeles, and it's safe to say that most of them have either friends or relatives or both currently in Israel. So, the developments of the last few hours have struck a very responsive chord here. People have kept track of what's been happening by watching television, as have people all across this country and across the world. They have gone to pray, they have talked on street corners, they have gathered wherever they could, not only to talk to each other, but also voice to us some of their views.
Israel has to respond. Israel must react immediately. And Saddam Hussein's a madman. He's, if you ask me, he's a second Hitler.
I'm very upset. I was so upset, very worried about what's going on there. I feel pretty bad. And I hope, you know, it's going to be bad retaliation. Now it's going to be, the Israelis going to retaliate against him, and it's going to be a awful, madly thing.
Hopefully, Israel will have patience and overcome this initial reaction, and hopefully they will not be dragged into the war. I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
As you heard, one of the interesting things is that there is somewhat of a division of opinion on whether or not Israel ought to retaliate for the attack upon it. I would say that at this point in this community, a slight majority probably feels that it should, but everyone is aware that that would further complicate the situation, and so the view is by no means unanimous. What is unanimous is a feeling of deep concern, serious anxiety, and worry about not only what will happen to friends and relatives, but generally what will happen next. In that regard, of course, their views reflect those of all the people, not only in this country but elsewhere as well, as they watch and wait to see what further developments will take place. It is clear here that there is a large degree of anger as well directed at Saddam Hussein. This is a man whom these people feel they have long had some acquaintance with, and they have very little tolerance or patience for him. The question in many minds now here is whether or not Israel itself will respond. At this point, there seems to be some feeling of relief that Israel has not as yet done so, but everyone, like everyone else, here in this large and very active Jewish community is simply very much taking a wait-and-see and fingers-crossed attitude. Dan Blackburn, CNN Live in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Dan. And the nation they're concerned about, Israel. Let's go back to Richard Roth, who's standing by on the phone in Tel Aviv. Richard?
An Israeli defense spokesman, Ahmed Shai, is now talking on nationwide television, answering questions. He is saying that the state of emergency has been raised one step higher here. Naturally, everyone ordered to stay indoors. Israel confirming the Pentagon report that at this moment they're saying that the explosions were of a conventional nature, and that so far they have not been able to detect that there were chemical weapons used. Everyone is urged to stay at home and listen to the radio. The Defense Ministry spokesman saying this shows that the preparations that we participated in, that we did for the last few weeks, were worthwhile, that the population was ready to handle this emergency this morning. The Israeli military spokesman saying that he believes that the missiles fired were those mobile ground-to-ground Scud missile variety. He has said that as best as he can tell right now, and best as he is allowed to say, that the explosions, he said, were from small bombs, but he said he was not able to go into further detail at the moment. He will later in the day. Israeli officials have been bracing for something for the last 2 days. At last night's briefing, the ministry spokesman said that they thought there would be something from Iraq because Saddam had, quote, a bad day yesterday. And right now we're still in this sealed-up room. We have our gas masks off. Everyone in Israel has been urged now to take them off, at least for the moment. And the military spokesman is still briefing the nation on what happened here.
Thank you, Richard. We will be back with you for continuing updates throughout the evening. And when we return, we'll return to David French in Washington, who has some guests standing by when our live coverage of the war in the Gulf continues.
Of whether they were close to or far away from the target they had in mind. Dean Reynolds in Jerusalem with news. Yes, Dean.
Peter, I think in view of all of the official word that we're getting from the Israeli army that we should discount our earlier report about nerve gas. I apologize personally for any alarm that I may have caused by putting that report out. The Israeli army spokesman is categorically denying that chemical weapons were used. He says that in fact what has hit the Tel Aviv and Haifa and coastal area, each one amounted to equal to a small bomb, and there's no mention of unconventional weaponry.
And can you tell us something about casualties, Dean? Can you tell us something about casualties or injuries? I had heard, I thought, from the official military spokesman on the radio a short while ago that 7 people had been injured.
Injuries? That's right, Peter. 7 people total.
Okay, Dean Reynolds in Jerusalem. We are all the product in some respect of our sources at this point, and Dean Reynolds has sources very high in the Israeli government who were speaking to him. Must also tell you that at the same time, some Israeli officials were talking to officials in the Pentagon on the same subject, according to ABC's Bob Zelnick there. Nonetheless, in a highly emotional, highly uncontrolled, very tense situation throughout the Middle East and in Washington tonight. John McWethy's sources at the State Department have from the beginning been warning us a little bit off these reports of nerve gas. So for a moment, should I say not for a moment, just period, we are going to stand down on the basis of Dean Reynolds' reporting from the earlier high government source reporting that at least 20 people went to hospital as the results of nerve gas, which will come as an enormous, overwhelming relief to people everywhere for every imaginable reason. John McCarthy at the State Department, you want to talk for a moment about what you think is going on out in the Middle East at the moment?
I think the U.S. government is trying to figure out what is going on, Peter. There's obviously all of these interlocking relationships that the United States has tried to stitch together in terms of the coalition. The U.S. is sending signals back out to all of those governments to try and remain calm, while all of the governments try and figure out what's going on.
Cokie Roberts up on Capitol Hill. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Cokie, to try to get some sense from you up there tonight what the political ramifications you think will result from an attack on Israel.
Well, they'll work both ways. On the one hand, I think that the main effect will be to shore up public opinion. To the degree that there has been a division in this country about going to war, and there has not been a huge division in public opinion polls, but we have seen a division in the Congress, and we've seen an immediate springing up of a peace movement, which is something that is heard by members of Congress who have to decide about the policy ultimately. I think that an attack on Israel makes this war far more popular, and if nerve gas was used, then it becomes very serious indeed. And even if it was not used, the mere fact that we have talked about it all night will make a difference in the views of people, because it makes our troops seem more vulnerable, and it makes a friendly nation seem extremely vulnerable.
It is interesting, isn't it, that there is traditionally just that much more sympathy for Israel on Capitol Hill and in the country at large than there is for the two nations, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, for which this coalition has gone to war.
Well, that's for very understandable reasons, though. It not only has to do with American voters and constituency groups, but it also has to do with a whole history of Judeo-Christian ethic in this country, and it's not only Jewish Americans. One of the strongest pro-Israel groups in this country is fundamentalist Christians, and for the same reasons. It's everybody sitting down and reading the same Bible. But on the other side of this coin, in terms of congressional support, the big fear that's been there all along has been that an attack on Israel will create a retaliation and a dissolution of the coalition. There's some people to whom that would be a very nice course, because they have not liked the fact that Syria has had such a nice role in U.S. relationships of late. They haven't particularly even liked the role that the Saudis have played. So that to have Israel be the focus of attention, and for us to be defending Israel, getting rid of Saddam Hussein for the sake of Israel, is not the worst thing from the opinion of some people on Capitol Hill.
Now, before this attack on Israel tonight, the U.S. Senate passed a resolution in support of the president earlier this evening.
Well, sort of in support of the president. You could read into the wording that it was equivocal support of the president, because it took them a while to come up with the language. At first, they didn't want to have any support of the president. The Democrats didn't. So finally, they worked out this, going back to the Bible, King Solomon-like language, which says that they commend the president for his leadership as commander-in-chief, and they unequivocally commend the troops in the field. So it leaves open the question of whether they unequivocally support the president.
But it does raise this very ambiguous proposition for politicians and other Americans as well, supporting the people in the Gulf while not always supporting the president's policy.
Well, that has been true all along, and I think one of the things that happened here today was that, first of all, you did have the announcement of war and the desire to rally around the country and the troops. Secondly, you did have that atmosphere that everyone has talked about all over Washington today, of this tremendous euphoria, which on the part of many members of Congress involved tremendous relief, because after all, they are the ones who voted the authorization of force, and many of them voted it in the great hope that it would bring about peace, that it would face Saddam Hussein down, that he would say, the Americans are united, and so I will leave Kuwait. Obviously, that didn't happen. They felt some responsibility for the war. The notion this morning that it might be over quickly and we had won was a great notion to them, and now all of the foreboding, all of the concerns they have are revisited.
You know, in times of a crisis, I don't want to get too maudlin about this, but that great symbol of national unity behind you, the Capitol building,
No question.
always seems to many Americans like something of a magnet. And I'm always wonder whether or not politicians aren't drawn there in the late hours of the night to commune with one another about the national situation.
There's no question about it. It's a little chilly to be standing outside looking at it longingly tonight, but politicians who have been here a very long time talk about that a lot. They talk about how during World War II, the lights of the dome went out for blackout purposes, and that was one of the most upsetting and demoralizing single aspects of that war, was to see that symbol, that beacon of democracy. All of the things we say sound corny, but they're absolutely true, and they certainly are true to the people who work here and who serve here.
Are politicians, in fact, sitting around up there tonight?
There's some here. It is late, and I think that probably an awful lot of people are tuned in just trying to get the news, but a lot of them are probably doing that in their offices.
Okay, now let's put you on the spot just a little, because I hear you in my ear that it's a bit chilly and perhaps time for you to go inside. But try to give us a portrait of what you think tomorrow morning is going to look like up there.
It's going to look very different from this morning, and very much more like yesterday morning. Yesterday morning we had, after that debate where everyone was wrung out but at least felt good about the Congress, felt a sense that this institution had behaved the way it was supposed to behave. Then after that vote, there was this tremendous foreboding, and by yesterday, terrible depression on the part of anyone who was here. Everyone described knots in their stomachs. And then this morning, when they woke up and thought that perhaps this really would be fast, and that all these weapons that they had appropriated billions of dollars for were working, and that there was only one casualty, it was really a tremendous sense of relief and euphoria. Now, all of the things that they worried about seem to be maybe happening. The questions of attack on Israel, the questions of the falling apart of the coalition, questions of unknown kinds of attacks on our own troops being possible. That will be extremely worrisome, and I think that you will find people gathering here tomorrow morning with
well, Koki,
terrible
Sorry, thank you very much for that contribution. A reminder from Koki of the all too obvious, which perhaps on numerous occasions all sorts of people, ourselves included today, have ignored. And it came, mind you, from the President very early today, and from the Secretary of Defense, and from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that this was only the first phase of an operation. We've tried to remind you of that from time to time. I keep reminding you, not out of any, not only particularly complaining reasons, but it is 12 hours ago exactly. Beg your pardon, it's 13 hours ago exactly, since we had an official briefing from the Pentagon. They were only briefing on a period of the first 14 hours, and the campaign against Iraq and occupied Kuwait has been going on for 27 hours. They pointed out that at that time there'd been a very limited engagement on the ground between U.S. forces and Iraqi forces. In those early hours, you may recall, we were talking about the fact that there was going to be a mass surrender by Iraqi tank crewmen to the Egyptian forces who are in the front line. Not too very long ago, the Saudi Arabian commander of all the forces in Saudi Arabia said that was not true. We went back and forth on that all morning. But I don't think anybody this evening has put it more cogently than Koki Roberts has, that this is a real roller coaster for political and human emotions in general. First you're up and first you're down. So we remind ourselves, as we have been reminded so many times, this may well be a long campaign. Saddam Hussein, who we've seen in public, or we believe we've seen in public a couple of times today, has a very large army. The question of its effectiveness is very much in question at the moment. You've heard reports about massive attacks on the Republican National Guard, the most elite soldiers, allegedly, in the Iraqi army, in order to break the morale and to sap the strength psychologically from the center of the Iraqi military machine. But so much of this is based on very sparse reporting about targets, about what targets have been hit throughout the day. It is now 10 o'clock Eastern Time, And for those of you who have joined us from around the country, we want to try to update you before we continue with our continuing coverage as to what we know over the last several hours. 10 o'clock in the eastern United States, 7 o'clock.
For Israel of 8 to 10, 3 to 5 of the missiles hit in the Tel Aviv area. Here's the crater caused by the conventional warhead on this particular Scud. The Scuds can be equipped with a lot of different warheads. General George Chris just pointing out to us here in the studio that from the look of this damage, part of Saddam Hussein's message may be that he has a somewhat larger conventional warhead on these Scud missiles than was otherwise widely believed. And if the Iraqis go after Saudi Arabia, in Saudi Arabia, the Saudis have a Chinese ballistic missile with a megaton warhead to fire back. Now, all of that we were told by Leslie Stahl at the White House not long ago, as we continue to look at this damage in Tel Aviv caused by the Scuds, that some Scud missiles had been fired at Saudi Arabia. The U.S. Defense Department had confirmed that. Where they were fired and where they hit and what damage they did in Saudi Arabia remains unclear at this hour. Now, as we continue to look at these photographs, first pictures in from Israel of the damage there tonight.
Here we go. These are pictures that the BBC crew took on their way from a hotel to the office. They are scenes of street scenes, of course, very quiet street scenes. They were taken about 2 hours ago. At the time,
figure when you look at how much damage was wrought by this one single Scud hit in this particular Tel Aviv's neighborhood. In other late Gulf War headlines tonight, a confirmed 7 Iraqi Scud missiles hit Israel, possibly as many as 10. Israel denies that retaliation is actually in progress at the moment. They may have scrambled in the direction of Iraq intending to retaliate, but as of the moment, the Israelis say they are not retaliating. President Bush is described as, quote, outraged. Allied warplanes continue to hit Iraqi positions inside Kuwait and inside Iraq. That includes B-52 strikes. A late announcement from the Pentagon confirming that Iraqi Scud missiles have been fired into both Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, practically nothing is known about the Scud missiles fired into Saudi Arabia. General Chris was just noting for us that the Saudis have some Chinese missiles with which they could retaliate if they chose to do so. The White House says now that President Bush is, quote, outraged. President Bush is known to have met tonight, I shouldn't say no, reported to have met tonight with Secretary of State Baker and has been in touch with the Israeli representatives in Washington and also representatives of some of the Arab allies, including the Egyptians. No confirmation that the missile or missiles fired into Saudi Arabia even hit anything. We're continuing to check. All the Defense Department has said is that, yes, some Scuds were fired at Saudi Arabia tonight. This is in addition and separate apart from the Scuds that hit Israel. We do know what happened to the missiles aimed at Israel. At least we know a few things. Israeli radio says 7 people were what it describes as slightly hurt in tonight's missile attacks, which dramatically alter the boundaries of this Gulf War. Saddam Hussein had threatened to hit Israel, said he would hit Israel immediately if the United States attacked him. He made good on that threat tonight. It is not absolutely confirmed if any of the warheads on the Scuds that hit Israel were chemical or biological or nerve gas. This particular strike in this particular Tel Aviv neighborhood clearly, and according to the Tel Aviv mayor, had a conventional weapons charge on it, but one larger than most military experts would have expected on a Scud. At the United Nations, Israel's ambassador is quoted as denying that there's been any retaliation or will be any. He says Israel was left vulnerable to such an attack.
About 8 to 10 Scud missiles were launched from Iraq against Israel. Some of them hit the areas of Tel Aviv and Haifa. It just shows what kind of risk Israel took upon itself when it refrained from preemptive strike.
In the air war over Iraq and Kuwait, the British report the loss of a second Tornado warplane in the offensive. That would raise to the confirmed total of 4 Allied warplanes lost so far. Those are officially acknowledged as lost. That includes 1 U.S. warplane, an F-18 Hornet. U.S. warplanes were busy all through the night and day launching more attacks from Saudi Arabia. One American aviator talked of his experiences over Baghdad and of his encounter with Iraqi warplanes?
We didn't, obviously we couldn't see if they were coming close. So discretion being the better part of valor, we decided that we would leave the target area before we took one up the tail. Let's go be there tomorrow.
Iraq now claims that 60 Allied planes total have been destroyed. The Allies say that it's 4 planes total lost so far. There are suggestions from the Allied side that the Iraqis are trying to count in some Tomahawk missiles that they may have brought down. Those are guided missiles that do not contain any pilots. Let's go back now to Tom Fenton in Tel Aviv for an update on what's happening in the wake of the Iraqi Scud missile attacks on Israel. Tom?
Well, we've got some more reports, Dan, from one report from one of our own cameramen who visited 2 of the sites in Tel Aviv. The first one in Holon, he said that was an industrial area. It set off a fairly large fire, and that was clearly a conventional warhead. The second one, that was the ones you've seen in those video pictures with a large crater, that was in the Hatikva area. It landed on a house. There was a lot of blast damage in the area. That also was clearly a conventional warhead. People there was some panic. People there were complaining that the police were afraid to go into the area. I mean, I suppose it's natural if there's a suspicion that it was a chemical attack. And one of the first persons to arrive was Mayor Shlomo Lahat, commonly called Tish, a very popular man, a man who has been reelected time and time again as mayor of Tel Aviv. Now, the one area up in the north where there was some question about nerve gas, that north, I mean 5 miles north of here on the highway at the Tel Baruch intersection, apparently that area has been hosed down and decontaminated. Once again, I have no firm report about whether or not that was a non-conventional chemical warhead. So far, we have no firm reports of chemical warheads, and only reports of people either lightly injured or mildly injured. No reports yet of deaths, but as usual in cases like this, it's a long time before all the information filters in. It's in the middle of the night. There's some confusion, of course, and we probably won't know for several hours the full extent of what has happened.
Thanks, Tom Fenton. Let's check in with Bill Plant of the State Department for an update on Secretary Baker's conversations with some of the Arab allies, and I believe, is it true, Bill, also with the Israeli ambassador?
That's right, Dan. We know that the Secretary was at the White House, as Leslie Stahl described earlier, and he did talk to the Israeli ambassador, the Syrian ambassador, and the Saudi ambassador once they had learned of these Scud attacks on Israel. Now, it's safe to say, I think, that the Secretary probably repeated the American position that we wish that the Israelis would not retaliate against Iraq for firing the Scud missiles. However, I don't know that. It is, however, what the United States asked Israel to do last week. And last week, Israel said no. Now, the U.S. would have offered to defend Israel again, and we'll see where that goes. It's too early to say. In the meantime,
a brief statement that we've not been able to get any information on here is whether or not there's been direct contact with the Israeli government, whether President Bush, as is his frequent custom, has picked up the phone and called either Prime Minister Shamir or his government, and secondly, whether there is any Israeli retaliation going on at this time. As we well know, there was concern within the Bush administration about Israeli retaliation and what effect that would have upon the coalition. It may be significant, it may be just reading something in here, but the point is that the coalition forces, according to this statement, are attacking again in Iraq. David?
Charles, we have some information that, contrary to a report elsewhere, that the Israeli ambassador to the UN didn't say anything one way or the other on that point. Let's go now to World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter for the latest. Ralph, a couple of things come to mind: the attack on Israel and its effect on the politics of the Gulf. And you know, Saddam Hussein, I forget the Arabic word for machismo, but he certainly has it. How about the effects there?
Well, first of all, David, let me fill in one of the blanks that Charles was alluding to a moment ago. Secretary of State James Baker telephoned Israel's ambassador to the United States, Salman Shoval, tonight after Baker met at the White House with President Bush. According to diplomatic sources, Baker conveyed President Bush's sympathy following the attack on Israel. According to the sources, President Bush was described as devastated when he heard of the attack. Sources say Baker asked Chauvel to convey to the Israeli government the U.S. desire that Israel refrain from becoming involved in the fighting against Iraq to prevent the Gulf crisis from becoming an Arab-Israeli conflict with wider consequences. Israeli diplomatic sources say the ambassador promised to convey the message, but responded that Israel reserves the right to defend itself. Secretary of State Baker also spoke tonight from the White House with Arab ambassadors from Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt about the attack on Israel. Aides to Baker declined to comment on details of the conversations with the Arab ambassadors, but Baker is concerned about the possibility that Israeli intervention against Iraq could threaten the political strength of the coalition. Key Baker aides who supervise Middle East issues have been called back to the State Department tonight in the wake of the attack on Israel because of the complications it could create in the politics of the Gulf crisis. And now, to answer your question about Saddam Hussein, I think what American officials are worried about is not so much necessarily that the politicians, that the leaders of Syria or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or even Egypt might defect from the coalition, but they are worried a bit about whether Saddam will be able to publicly claim now that he has withstood almost 2 days of hard pounding from the American-led coalition in the Gulf and still managed to fire off missiles against Israel, which no Arab country has done in a long time, and might be able to whip up Arab public opinion, and that the Arab in the street, so to speak, might be in a position of being able to force their governments to enter a war against Israel. It seems as though it's Iraq's card, it's Saddam Hussein's card in an effort to try to complicate the politics of the crisis, to bring in Israel and create questions in the Arab population's mind about whether they ought to be fighting Israel or ought to be fighting an Arab brother, Saddam Hussein.
Ralph, the Israelis are running out of dark in that part of the world. It's about 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes past 6 now, maybe an hour of darkness. I know you're not at the Pentagon, but the Israelis might have to wait before doing anything, or do you think the daylight would suit them?
Well, I don't know enough about the military strategy that Israel might have to answer that question accurately. Obviously, nighttime is a good time to engage in surprise military action. The Israelis, however, are known for prompt retaliation in cases like this. At the same time, there is the complicating factor of there being an awful lot of planes and ships in the area, and there has to be some coordination if Israel is going to retaliate. They're going to have to coordinate with the others who are already attacking. And David, I might point out, a moment ago we heard Charles Bierbauer mention the statement from the White House, which points out very carefully, loudly and clearly, after dealing with the Israeli attack, the White House says coalition forces are already attacking Iraq. The message to Israel is, you don't need to, we're taking care of it.
All right, thank you very much, Ralph Begleiter, World Affairs correspondent. We return now to Atlanta. Catherine.
Thanks, David. And there's another part of the Gulf region that has been concerned about attacks this evening, and that is Saudi Arabia. Let's go back now to Charles Jacob, who's standing by. Charles?
Well, good evening to you, or good morning, since it's a little after 6 in the morning and the sun's coming up here in Saudi Arabia. Well, what happened is this. About an hour and a half ago, we were speaking to you from this camera platform here in eastern Saudi Arabia, when suddenly there was a loud bang. We had previously had a drill, an air raid. Well, it wasn't a drill, it was an alert. Everyone went into the basement, donned their gas masks. The all clear was given. We came back up. The man who's in charge of security for this hotel, where all the journalists are staying, came up and said, listen again, I would advise you to get ready to leave. We heard a large bang at a nearby airbase and a whoosh flying overhead. We couldn't tell at that point if it was incoming or outgoing. We were all told to get out of here and get down to the shelter. We did. We were told while we were going down there that the Saudi military believed there were incoming missiles, plural, missiles headed this way. Since then, we have gotten conflicting information, I understand, from Washington. They are saying that there was one Scud missile launched towards somewhere in Saudi Arabia. Some of our information from U.S. military sources here is that there were no missile intercepts. What we can tell you is that in the hour and a half while we were in the basement with gas masks on, some of us who had them in full chemical protection suits at the urging of the staff downstairs, I counted over 30, maybe 35, maybe more, bangs up here. Those apparently were not incoming fire of any kind. Those were the sound of anti-missile missiles, perhaps the Patriot missiles, being launched and going skyward. We're back up here now. Apparently there was no attack. There's no sign of damage. Everything looks pretty much the same as it did when we went down. But we were told to be extremely careful, to carry our respirators with us, which we have, and to be prepared to heed the warning and go back down to the shelter on a moment's notice.
Charles, what about events throughout the evening in regards any bombing raids by U.S. and allied fighters? What has transpired throughout the evening?
We're not really sure, since we literally just emerged from the shelter a few minutes ago. From what we were able to hear on shortwave radios in the shelter and what we've been able to hear on CNN while we were waiting, we're assuming that raids continued throughout the evening, especially in light of the apparent Scud missile attack against Israel. We have no hard information on that here. We certainly didn't have any chance to see or hear any jets taking off while we were downstairs. But again, we did hear those repeated bangs, which were, we're told, possibly those Patriot missiles being expelled from their launch tubes before they roared skyward.
Thank you. Charles Jaco reporting from Saudi Arabia. Back to David French in Washington.
And Catherine, that's some of what Charles Blackwell was telling us in his conjecture not long ago, apparently being sort of confirmed by Charles Jaco for us. Our coverage of war in the Gulf continues after this.
To get rid of her gray, my wife can spend 40 minutes. But I discovered the 5-minute hair coloring.
The revolutionary discovery called Just for Men from the leader in men's hair coloring. Simply apply Just for Men and in 5 minutes shampoo out.
Gray is blended away. The look of my natural color is back in 5 minutes. That was me, and it won't fade or wash out.
My hair takes forever, but you look great in just 5 minutes.
The look of your natural color in just 5 minutes with Just for Men.
You can saw logs at any hotel, but at Residence Inn, you can burn them too. People who travel for a living live here. At Residence Inn, we've made room service available 24 hours a day. People who travel for a living live here.
Two kitties and 4 kitties. Oh boy.
When it's cold and rough out. But the city just lit up exactly as shown in that film. There was no airplane shot down, but the people got quite excited about the whole thing. And it is an awesome display. And I think the lesson from this is that even though high-altitude missiles and intermediate-altitude missiles can be taken out by our sophisticated weapons and electronic devices, because most of those types of weapons are indeed controlled by radar and other electronics. But I think what we've seen in that film is the illustration of the inventory of garden variety anti-aircraft weapons that the Iraqis have that are effective at below say the 10,000 foot level, that the forces who will be facing the Iraqis on the ground with their close support aircraft and helicopters are going to have to contend with if we go into a ground battle in Kuwait and southern Iraq, because there is no way in the world that our aircraft and fire are going to be able to get all of those, as I say, garden variety type anti-aircraft weapons.
General Trainer, thanks very much. I'll come back to you on the question of Scud and the chemical weapons. I apologize for jumping on you there. I wanted to stay in the point for a second, but to remind people at home, there is now a stand down from our earlier reporting, us and others, that there had been a chemical attack on the Israelis tonight. There was an Iraqi attack on the Mediterranean coast of Israel between Tel Aviv and Haifa, a volley of 8 to 10 Scud missiles, but we are standing down from the reports that there was a chemical component to that. Now let me come to Tony Cordesman and ask you to comment, Tony Cordesman, on what you take out of that video, and we can run it again. This is useful. I'm sorry, Tony, stand by for a second. I haven't got your microphone open. Go ahead.
Okay. I have a somewhat different impression from my predecessors. I think General Trainor's points about their total force was perfectly accurate, but that didn't look like a curtain of lead to me. It looked sort of like fireworks and tissue paper. There were really very few weapons. They weren't firing in any kind of orderly way. There were some air-to-surface missile and surface-to-air missiles going off. They might have been effective, but in a practical sense, if you look at those photos, a few guns come up. They probably came long after the aircraft were gone. I wouldn't like to be a pilot watching that behind me, but by and large, that is not the density of fire which is going to have anything like a high attrition rate.
Can you tell by looking at this video whether there's a surface-to-air missile have gone off anywhere here?
Well, whenever you see a sustained pulse flying in one group,
that is not it. That's tracers, isn't it?
Those are tracers.
Right.
Virtually everything we've seen so far is tracers. And if you look at it, there's no curtain. There's just one stream of tracers. And he had no chance at all other than sheer luck. Now, that is a radar, probably a radar-guided anti-aircraft gun, ZSU-23 Quad 4 or something similar.
Let's remind people what tracers are. They're bullets interspersed with other bullets which give off light to let you know whether you're getting close to the target?
That's exactly it. But while I thought originally I saw some individual flashes, all we've seen are streams of tracers, and look at them. They're going off in different directions. The aircraft could only have flown through one of those streams at maximum. We can't disregard it, but that is not a good performance. That's almost fire for effect.
Now, Tony Cortesman, tell us a little bit about what happens when a cruise missile, because cruise missiles, we are told, were used on targets around Baghdad. A cruise missile is approaching Baghdad from the Persian Gulf. How is it flying? How does it respond to this so-called curtain of lead which is put up into the sky? Does it evade it? Does it keep plowing right on through?
Let's go again back to the term of the curtain. It's a very low-flying missile, terrain following. There's no radar warning, so the radar-guided guns can't hit it. There's no radar detection capability in their surface-to-air missiles that allows them to hit it. At night, there's no optical capability to acquire it. The only way that missile could be intercepted by these guns would be sheer luck, if somehow somebody was firing at random and the missile just happened to fly in it.
Now, a cruise missile, which costs, what, about $1.3 million?
To get the gas mask on them and to cover the baby with the chemical weapons precautionary material in the cradle. And now these pictures of the bombs bursting in air and the rocket's red glare over Baghdad last night as a U.S.-led air armada poured it on Baghdad.
Of lethal force. It was terrifying to watch an attack on this scale and so close. Iraqi anti-aircraft gunners probed the sky with trails of tracer bullets, but no attacking aircraft were visible to the naked eye.
This gives you some idea. It's one thing to talk about what the scene was. It's another to see it. It gives you some idea of the kind of courage it takes to fly into this kind of defense
Planes and missiles
and what
sent their payloads
it must be like on the ground when this kind of air battle, so far as we can see, mostly ground to air and way of defense, erupts over a large city such as Baghdad.
But at the time of this report, I do not know.
People run for cover in the darkness.
The bombs and missiles
And the sky lit up like, apparently for hours this way last night over Baghdad.
They were destroyed by high-tech weapons.
These pictures were taken from high above a hotel. I can tell where the location is here roughly. One of the three major hotels, probably the Rashid. You can see glimpses of the river, the presidential palace in the distance there, and up the road a bit. I don't think we see it, the Iraqi Defense Ministry.
Iron Fist, its Air Force, and much boasted defense plan. To all intents and purposes.
Much of this so-called AAA fire, anti-aircraft artillery, and then the scenes of the Iraqis taking cover. Baghdad last night under air attack. David Martin is at the Pentagon with an update about the Scud missiles launched at Saudi Arabia. David?
Dan, the Pentagon now confirms that a Patriot anti-aircraft missile based in Saudi Arabia shot down one Iraqi Scud missile fired from Iraq into Saudi Arabia. I think we actually saw that happen on a videotape that was running when Bob Simon was talking to us from Dhahran. We saw a missile go up in the air and then explode. At the time, we didn't have an explanation for exactly what had happened. I think that's what we were witnessing. More on the Scud launchers. We believe that these launchers, that the launches both against Saudi Arabia and in Israel came from mobile Scud missile launchers that escaped the first
studios down there tonight. Donald Radicek, if this all works out the way that we all hope that it will, and the price of oil stays down around $20 a barrel, what does that do to the American recession?
Well, it's certainly going to sharply limit the length of the recession and take off some of the depth of the recession. In fact, when you calculate the amount of oil that we have in supply and the current
is mine, lies a war of deceit.
Due to the Gulf conflict, officials at the Pentagon want shipments to increase to 4,000 pints a week instead of the usual 1,000. Red Cross officials say they can meet that request. The military hopes to return to normal levels next week. Many students consider history a really boring subject, but that attitude can change.
The war in the Gulf. CNN is the network with the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, turn to the world's news leader, CNN.
Our coverage in the war in the Gulf continues. I'm David French in Washington. There have been Iraqi Scud missile attacks on Israel tonight. We have reports of only 7 slight injuries as they were described, but this night isn't over yet either. We're also told that we have some video from about 27 hours ago. We'll be getting to that a little bit later. Now we'll go to the Pentagon and this update from Wolf Blitzer.
David, here at the Pentagon, we now have confirmation that 1 Iraqi Scud missile was fired at Saudi Arabia outside of Dhahran, which is a huge U.S. air base in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. An American Patriot anti-missile missile was fired at that incoming Scud missile, intercepted the missile and destroyed the missile. There was no damage outside of Dhahran. This is from Pentagon officials. This is from Pentagon officials who say that that 1 Iraqi Scud missile went into the Dhahran area where many of the American and other news people are based. Right now we're seeing some video coming in from Tel Aviv. It looks like it's obviously still dark over there. There may be some flames. We may be hearing something. We may be hearing some fire engines or some police vehicles approaching. It's hard to tell from this angle over here, but it was Tel Aviv earlier this evening. Now, the Pentagon is also confirming that 7 Scud missiles were launched towards Israel. Pentagon officials are saying that those Scud missiles had conventional high explosive warheads. Pentagon officials are saying the Scuds that landed in Israel did not have the chemical or nerve or gas warheads that had been feared earlier this evening. They had the conventional high explosive warheads. U.S. warplanes, Pentagon officials say, are now going after those missile launchers. The missiles that were fired at Israel as well as Saudi Arabia are now the main targets of U.S. fighter aircraft, bombers. Once those missiles were launched, U.S. intelligence satellites, other detectors could, of course, immediately learn the location of those mobile missile sites. And the mission right now, we are told, for the U.S. and allied air forces is to go after those 8 missile launchers that, of course, landed, that caused all of this commotion this evening. No word yet whether those missile launchers have been destroyed. Certainly, Pentagon officials are relieved that the reports coming out of Israel indicate that there were only minor casualties, that there was only minor damage. Wolf Blitzer, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
Thank you very much, Wolf. And we also had that report just moments ago from Steve Emerson, Special Assignments, quoting Israeli intelligence. There may be even more Scud missiles left in Iraq to work than that. Catherine?
Thanks, David. And more coverage of these dramatic events from the war in the Gulf in just a moment.
But basically, my answer is Syria is not involved in the operation. It is there for
some time. Now, stick here with us. Our continuous coverage will roll on. We're going to bring in General George Christ to talk about when David Martin said there's no thought of a frontal ground assault to retake Kuwait. We'll talk with General Christ about what some of the possibilities are. But in the second
storm, can you help? Call 524-HOPE.
To completion. So.
Honey, get it yourself.
Kroger Fast Lanes. 10 items or less in no time at all.
As you can see, the house is completely renovated with the very best heating and cooling system.
Must be a Lennox. So we put in this new furnace, and our bills are really
down.
Exactly.
Must be a Lennox.
Now Hobson Heating and Air Conditioning has 2 locations to serve you. With 17 years of experience in Marietta, we're now expanding to serve you better in Lithonia. If it must be a Lennox, it must be Hobson. In Marietta, call 422-9284, or in Lithonia, call 482-9567.
Attaboy, Dave.
This is CNN.
Updating the latest developments in the Persian Gulf, Saddam Hussein has made good on his threat to attack Israel if he were attacked. A CNN source in the Israeli Defense Ministry says there are scores of casualties in Israel now, victims of as many as 8 Iraqi Scud missiles fired from mobile launchers. Israeli radio says Israel is in the process of retaliating. 2 suburban areas of southern Tel Aviv reportedly have been hit, as well as Haifa. There are conflicting reports about whether the Scuds have chemical or conventional warheads.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We haven't checked on the financial markets in a long time. They've been volatile today, too. We go to New York and Bill Hartley.
Volatile indeed, David. The winds of war are buffeting financial markets tonight. Earlier Thursday's morning after optimism rallied stocks and bonds, but collapsed the oil, dollar, and metal prices in New York. Then Iraq's move on Israel in late evening took traders in Asia by surprise, turning most markets on their heads. Tokyo stock prices did a near 900-point flip-flop, opening up almost 400 points, reversing to a 100-point loss, then rebounding to a 200-point gain, all by mid-session. At the morning close, the Nikkei average up 229.58. It's at a level of 23,676 and a third. Trading volume is moderate. Oil prices are moving back up after falling sharply in New York. Britain's Brent North Sea crude trading on a cash basis in Asia. It is up $2.28 a barrel from its last trade in New York. It's at $21.35 a barrel. U.S. dollar gaining some strength at this hour. That's the latest reaction in world financial markets. From the CNN Business News Desk in New York, I'm Bill Hartley.
Thank you very much. We have Ambassador Zolman Shoval, the U.S., the ambassador from Israel to the United States now. He is speaking. Let's listen.
I have to make the announcement that tonight, Washington time, during the night in Israel, there has been an unprovoked attack by Iraq, launching Scud missiles, or perhaps improved Scud missiles, at purely civilian targets in Israel, jeopardizing the lives of both Jews and Arabs, Israelis and Palestinians, who live next to each other, are often intermingled, and in a situation where Israel has time and time again declared that it is not part of the conflict with Iraq, it is not part of the coalition, and as a matter of fact, it has remained with a low profile, if you remember that term, for all these months since the beginning of the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. We don't have exact details as of yet. We understand that there's a possibility that more than 10 missiles were actually launched at Israel. Probably 2 hit the Tel Aviv area, and another one hit the Haifa area. There may have been another hit, but that is not clear as of yet. The missiles in the Tel Aviv area hit a neighborhood in the southern part of the city, inhabited mostly by elderly people and laborers, people who toil for their livelihood. We have so far, and we hope this is a final count, received information that there have been 6 or 7 injured, fortunately not seriously injured, but I don't know the exact details. And there has been considerable damage in property, among other things, because that area where the missiles hit, it does not usually contain the best of housing, and therefore these houses were probably damaged more than perhaps other houses would have been. Immediately after the information about the missile strike became known, I was in contact with the Secretary of State and the Deputy Secretary of State and with the White House, all of whom conveyed their sympathy in the strongest possible feeling, in the strongest possible language. The word mentioned was devastated, and I must say, listening to their voices, they were indeed. And I was asked to convey this message, as well as others, to my government, to my Prime Minister, which, of course, I promptly did. I know that the two governments, or their representatives, have been in contact and are in contact since then. I would like to add only 2 further comments. Number one, that the government of Israel, and let me add, fully supported by the opposition in Israel, has declared that, of course, Israel reserves the right to respond in any way it would deem fit, without going at the present time into particulars what the decision of the Israeli government in that respect will be. My final comment is, took a very tough decision, knowingly to risk a first strike on it. We knew that we might be hit. I myself was often asked on TV, do we take these threats seriously? I did say, we all did. We take these threats very, very seriously. There's no reason whatsoever to doubt these threats. Nevertheless, the Israeli government, supporting America's political aims and complying with the United States government requests, decided to refrain from a preemptive attack on those launching pads, on those missile launchers from which we were threatened. We knew that this was a calculated risk. We have now, unfortunately, been forced to give the proof that this actually happened. So far, the state of Israel and the people of Israel, and thank God the casualties were not more numerous. But so far, the state of Israel has paid the dearest price of any of the countries in the Middle East which have faced Iraqi aggression, except Kuwait itself. And Israel, as I said in the beginning, was not a party to this conflict at all. This is all I have to say. Thank you very much, and good night.
Mr. Ambassador, has Israel decided to retaliate?
Thank you very much.
Well, there will be no answer to that question tonight. Salman Shoval, the ambassador from Israel to the United States, making a concerned statement on the attack tonight. The good news in what he had to say is that there were few injuries. He said 6 or 7 injured, and he also said not seriously. But that's the end of not seriously from the Israeli ambassador. He is clearly provoked, clearly chafing at what he called the low profile Israel has willingly taken throughout this crisis. He did say that there is a chance that a decision will be taken to retaliate. He of course did not say if there would, and he did not say when. Catherine.
And a live update from our correspondents in Israel when our coverage of the crisis, the war in the Gulf, continues.
I get this awful sinus pain.
These sinus pain formulas all made news in the 80s. They all have the same medicine. Today's news is Dristan Sinus, the only sinus medicine with ibuprofen.
It relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes.
New Dristan Sinus.
Poor thing. You've got a real miserable cold, huh? Well, you could take Sudafed for your stuffy nose, plus chlortrimeton for your sneezing, plus, yep, there's more, plus regular Tylenol for your aches and pains, plus... Why are you looking at me like that? Plus, Benylin DM for your cough. You don't want to take all these? Well, you can relieve all those symptoms with multi-symptom Comtrex. It's that simple. Just take Comtrex and you'll feel better.
Comtrex, all alone, it does it all.
If you think Architectural Digest is only for architects, take another look. Architectural Digest covers the entire spectrum of fine design. Take inspiration from our pages, then put it to work with our exclusive insider's advice on where to shop and how to buy. If you think Architectural Digest is an investment to be saved and savored again and again, then you are right. Each spectacular issue brings you the very best in interior design, art, antiques, and travel. Call now. And you'll find the investment is smarter than ever with 12 fabulous issues for just $29.95. As part of this offer, you'll receive this special bonus, Celebrity Homes Revisited, your free gift as a new subscriber. Call toll-free 800-257-1257 for Architectural Digest. That's 800-257-1257.
We have pictures of Baghdad this morning in the dark when the early on, well, right after the attacks of the dark, when the damage was first, if going to be available and visible, was in the morning of Baghdad, a foggy morning. All night long, our Bernard Shaw and his team there were reporting until the plug was pulled on them this morning by Iraqi officials. And James Blackwell's here with me. We don't see too many signs of damage in the city of Baghdad around the hotel, which was our headquarters, the Al Rashid Hotel. It's in the center of town, and the center of town was pretty much avoided on purpose by the Allied coalition.
And in fact, we're seeing people walk around. We see traffic. This particular piece is a little is a little bit dark, but I don't see any rubbling or cratering that would be indicative of damage, or what the military would call collateral damage.
You see those tall buildings barely make them out? Not a crack in the wall unless it's a poor mason. I mean, look at those buildings.
Now, in the distance, we see some taller buildings. This may be one of the directions that the reporters were looking at last night, and it's clear that if the bombers hit targets in the midst of all of that, they were quite good indeed.
It was apparently a surgical mission that struck all over the country, but spared significant cultural sites.
Including a photograph of what appears to be Saddam Hussein in the middle of town.
I guess so. There are a few mustaches in the world I recognize, but that's one. Dawn, just after dawn this morning in Baghdad, pool videotape from our vantage point. Our vantage point there in the Al Rashid Hotel. We're going now to some words and pictures put together by our Brent Sadler. Let's watch.
Baghdad's lights were still blazing when the strike planes from Desert Storm found their first targets. It was a crystal clear night, making the pilot's task a little easier. The attack planes were at high altitude. I only heard the engines of one. Seen through a night sight lens, the scale of attack and defense can be seen much more clearly. The illuminated sky was filled with a star-spangled display of lethal force. It was terrifying to watch an attack on this scale and so close. Iraqi anti-aircraft gunners probed the sky with trails of tracer bullets, but no attacking aircraft were visible to the naked eye. Behind this curtain of light, the electronic guidance systems of planes and missiles sent their payloads to Saddam Hussein's front door. Those who were caught out in it ran for cover, but at the time of this report, I do not know the extent of Iraqi casualties. The bombs and missiles targeted Saddam Hussein's palace, his communications centers, his warfare production plants, and his missile bases. They were destroyed by high-tech weapons in a theater of war hitherto unwitnessed. It was impossible to pick out all the weaponry, but I saw cruise missiles skidding across the skyline to their pre-programmed targets. The Iraqi defenses were spectacular in their intensity. But where was Iraq's iron fist, its air force, and much boasted defense plan? To all intents and purposes, it was non-existent in this crucial phase of the war. Minutes after Baghdad erupted into battle, the Iraqi authorities ordered all the journalists they could find to stay in a deep bomb shelter. It was safe from the falling explosives, but pitched foreigners and Iraqis side by side. The Iraqis responded with a song of defiance. There was no hostility on these faces. There was disbelief that a real war had broken out and misplaced confidence. By first light over Baghdad, the mayhem had silenced. The attack formations and incoming missiles had stopped. There was an eerie calm. This was a city stunned by the gravity and speed of action.
And that report from Brent Sadler?
That report, as the gentleman was saying, was from ITN's Brent Sadler, to whom we're grateful for the words and the pictures. A lot of outgoing from the Iraqis at that time, but couldn't see much incoming at that time. We have an expert here, one of the foremost experts in the country on the Scud missile. His name is W. Seth Karras. He is an Iraqi weapons expert in general, and he works for the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Tell me, Seth, your first impressions of what you've heard tonight about the damage caused by these Scud missiles, if we have 7 minor injuries and, as the ambassador said, a lot of property damage.
Well, my initial impression is that the Israelis got off extraordinarily lightly. The warheads on these missiles aren't very big, but when you have that much metal landing on top of something, there's always a serious prospect that a lot of people could get hurt. Certainly in the Iran-Iraq War, that was the case.
What's the first indication that it's a Scud?
Well, it depends upon what kind of sensor systems you have. If you're at the receiving end, the first indication you have is something landing on top of you, and then you'll see the remains of a fuselage and perhaps even a warhead. If you've got good intelligence systems, you might have radars that will give you several minutes warning.
Were they probable mobily launched?
It's almost certain they were mobily launched. By the time they were fired, I would guess that we've had a good chance of taking out the static launchers that the Iraqis are known to have had in western Iraq.
Are the mobile launchers accessible to our air power of the coalition forces?
Potentially so. They're difficult targets. We do have a lot of assets for trying to take them out. To a certain extent, it's a crapshoot. We might get them, we might not.
No toxic tips on those missiles. We can say thank God, but why do you think that was, and what would it have been if there were?
Well, it's been a serious debate whether or not they had the chemical warheads.
Might not have had them at all.
That's right. And if they didn't use them now, I would guess that they don't have them at all.
W. Seth Karras, thank you very much for joining us for this segment. And we go back to Catherine.
And more of CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf when we return.
Mike Battaglia is a soldier of the streets. Brutal. Respected.
You find Mike Battaglia before they lay a hit on him, and when you find him, you treat him as a man of respect.
In his world, power is the final reward.
Tell me you don't want it.
I don't know what you're asking. Mikey? Charlie, I don't know. I did it.
Between a man and his woman.
What is it with me? I can't stop shaking.
It's done.
They got him crowned already.
Between a man and his army.
There's a war going on here! Battaglia is mine.
Lies a war of deceit.
No! I'm gonna make them regret the day they were born! Your luck's run out, Mikey.
John Turturro, Catherine Borowitz, Dennis Farina, Peter Boyle, and also starring Rod Steiger. Men of Respect, a William Wiley film rated R. Starts Friday at select theaters.
Out of it. Do I look like dinner for a guy like you? I'm a one-course meal. You want the whole kit and caboodle. It's a real dining experience. Come here. Look at all these shapes and 5 yummy flavors plus stuffing. You see any stuffing here?
Kit and Caboodle brand cat food. So many shapes and flavors it makes other meals seem downright mousy.
Huh, cats.
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire, plus the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call Call 1-800-257-1257.
And many people in the United States have strong thoughts and feelings about the night's events. CNN's Dan Blackbird continues his conversation with some people standing by in a delicatessen in Los Angeles. Dan?
We're told now that telephones have begun to ring, both here and across the country in Jewish communities, in what amounts to a sort of telephonic chain letter. Callers are asking those who pick up the phones to light 3 candles and call 3 friends, asking them to do the same, all as a sign of solidarity with their friends and relatives in Israel. News of the Scud missile attacks in Israel struck this large Jewish community not so much by surprise, but more as a confirmation of what they had feared. And what that was, of course, of the attack. As a result, people flocked to television sets, turned on their radios, and sought more and more information. A few were able to complete telephone calls to relatives. One person who talked with a relative in Haifa said that his sister lived near where a missile had struck, but that she had survived and her family was not hurt. This is the kind of news they wanted to get. We are told the communications with Israel are very, very poor, and that most people here are relying simply on the news media to find out what the prospects are that their friends and relatives have survived or escaped with relatively little harm. All of this, of course, having a widening impact. People have been going not only to churches and synagogues, but also, of course, to community centers and to delicatessens like this, because this is a place where people gather. But one thing is reoccurring in many, many conversations, and that is that it seems to be a growing sentiment, a hope that Israel does not retaliate immediately. The concerns expressed by many people here is that if Israel now gets into the act, it might create confusion in the air and thus hamper all of the parties involved in their efforts to strike back at the Scud missile sites. People here waiting for more word, but at the moment glad that no more strikes are reported in Israel and waiting to see now what will happen next. Dan Blackburn, CNN Live in Los Angeles.
Thank you, Dan. Back to you, David.
Catherine, it's been a wild night in Israel and in Jerusalem, where it's starting to become dawn. Linda Scherzer has had her masks on and off quite a few times. Linda, how are you doing now?
Well, David, it is now just about a few minutes before 6 o'clock in the morning. The state of alert is still in effect in Israel. The Army is still telling people to stay in their homes until the Army has issued a clear notice. We know that in Tel Aviv, civil defense and emergency workers are on the scene trying to deal with the aftermath of the damage of those missile attacks. It is still nighttime in Israel, so it is difficult to assess exactly what the damage is. But we were in touch with somebody who was listening to a police scanner, who was listening to where emergency workers were being sent. We understand that a movie house may have been hit, that there have been several buildings that have been damaged. We do have the locations of the neighborhoods, but we are being told at this point not to give the locations of those places. David?
Linda Scherzer reporting from Jerusalem, where it has been quite a night indeed. We're glad to hear that in the country there were only 6 or 7 minor injuries. That concludes my segment. I'm David French in Washington, sitting in for Bernard Shaw, who's in Baghdad with the boys.
Good night, David, and I'm Catherine Cryer in Atlanta, and our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's Robert's incredible 4-day spectacular, and that means super savings for you. Save 40% on furniture and accessories for 4 days only. Save on the area's largest selection of name brand appliances. Take advantage of guaranteed low prices on TVs, camcorders, CDs, and stereos. Plus incredible bedding values too. Unequaled service, name brand quality, guaranteed low prices. Robert's, America's name brand headquarters.
Important information for you regarding government refunds.
Did you know that there are millions of mortgages that have been guaranteed by the government? Did you also know that if you had one of these mortgages, you may be eligible for a substantial refund? By calling 1-900-468-7338, you'll receive information to help you determine if you're qualified and how to proceed with your claim. The government has millions of dollars that remain unclaimed. Some of it may very well belong to you.
Call 1-900-468-7338.
I have been having a very bad day. Already I have been shot at. I was on the bus and flipped over 17 times. Somebody blew up my Porsche. This man, Jack Case, is going to help me straighten out the rest of my day.
I don't think you've got the guts to use it.
Anybody else want to live?
Eddie Murphy, Nick Nolte, another 48 hours.
Sometimes, even the best ideas don't stand out. That's why you need a Hewlett-Packard LaserJet printer.
Come into Avnet Computer today and see how Hewlett-Packard's family of versatile LaserJet printers can make all your documents and presentations look more professional than ever.
So make sure your next idea gets noticed. Hewlett-Packard LaserJet printers.
See the full line now at Avnet Computer.
It's not physical sacrifice, but you never figure you have to go through the loss of 7 teeth to play.
Is CNN.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Patrick Greenlaw. We'd like to just tell you that we still are trying to reestablish our contact with our crew in Baghdad, Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holloman. That was cut off by the Iraqi government some 11 hours ago, but we are attempting to reestablish that phone link.
And I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta. Some 28 hours ago, our reporters described the bombing of Baghdad for us as it took place. We now have pictures of what they saw. More from Brent Sadler.
Baghdad's lights were still blazing when the strike planes from Desert Storm found their first targets. It was a crystal clear night, making the pilot's task a little easier. The attack planes were at high altitude. I only heard the engines of one. Seen through a night sight lens, the scale of attack and defense can be seen much more clearly. The illuminated sky was filled with a star-spangled display of lethal force. It was terrifying to watch an attack on this scale and so close. Iraqi anti-aircraft gunners probed the sky with trails of tracer bullets, but no attacking aircraft were visible to the naked eye. Behind this curtain of light, the electronic guidance systems of planes and missiles sent their payloads to Saddam Hussein's front door. Those who were caught out in it ran for cover, but at the time of this report, I do not know the extent of Iraqi casualties. The bombs and missiles targeted Saddam Hussein's palace, his communications centers, his warfare production plants, and his missile bases. They were destroyed by high-tech weapons in a theater of war hitherto unwitnessed. It was impossible to pick out all the weaponry, but I saw cruise missiles skidding across the skyline to their pre-programmed targets. The Iraqi defenses were spectacular in their intensity. But where was Iraq's iron fist, its air force, and much boasted defense plan? To all intents and purposes, it was non-existent in this crucial phase of the war. Minutes after Baghdad erupted into battle, the Iraqi authorities ordered all the journalists they could find to stay in a deep bomb shelter. It was safe from the falling explosives, but pitched foreigners and Iraqis side by side. The Iraqis responded with a song of defiance. There was no hostility on these faces. There was disbelief that a real war had broken out and misplaced confidence. By first light over Baghdad, the mayhem had silenced. The attack formations and incoming missiles had stopped. There was an eerie calm. This was a city stunned by the gravity and speed of action.
It is now 7 o'clock in the morning in Baghdad, and the Iraqi capital is reported still overnight. There were reports from CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon that the bombing raids had resumed on the Iraqi capital of Baghdad.
Okay. That was a scene in Baghdad this morning. Now, the war has widened. Iraqi Scud missiles have been fired at Israel and Saudi Arabia. But CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports the missiles did not carry chemical weapons, but conventional high-explosive warheads. CNN's Mark Leff has the details.
It took 24 hours for Iraq to deliver its promised retaliation against Israel. People there got the word around 2 a.m. Friday to put on their gas masks and seek shelter. Israel television broadcast instructions in Hebrew and Russian for the benefit of thousands of recent Soviet immigrants. Israel Radio's Arabic service told people who don't have masks to soak pieces of cloth with sodium salts and water and breathe through them. A British Broadcasting Corporation crew wearing chemical protection clothing drove through the streets of Jerusalem and found them deserted. There have been conflicting reports whether the missiles had conventional or chemical warheads.
We have the information that between 8 to 10 Scud missiles were launched against Israel, and some of them hit the areas of Tel Aviv and Haifa. It is now clear what risk Israel took upon itself when it refrained from a preemptive strike, a risk that no other country would have taken.
Israeli authorities eventually told people they could take their masks off, but to keep them nearby. There were reports of 7 people slightly hurt, but no clear word initially on whether or when the Israeli Air Force would retaliate. U.S. and other jets took off from bases in eastern Saudi Arabia overnight, reportedly to seek out and destroy Iraq's remaining missiles. There was an air raid alert in Dhahran.
Break it down. Out of here. Move.
Some people reported hearing an explosion near one of the air bases, but officials later denied any Iraqi missiles had hit the area. U.S. Defense Department officials backed away from earlier claims that Allied airstrikes had virtually wiped out the Iraqi Scud missiles, which can operate from both fixed and mobile positions. Baghdad Radio says raids on Iraq have killed 23 people and injured 66, and claims Iraq shot down 44 Allied planes. Allied officials indicate they've lost only 3. The new Soviet Foreign Minister, Alexander Bezmyetnik, told Soviet leaders that Allied attackers hit at least 75 sites on Iraqi territory, and, he said, completely destroyed Saddam Hussein's presidential palace. His report has not been confirmed. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
And CNN's Richard Roth is standing by in Tel Aviv. Richard, what's the latest there?
Yes, we're standing here on top of a rooftop in the heart of Tel Aviv. Not exactly the best spot I'd recommend for anyone to be. Everyone is advised to stay in their rooms and their homes in Tel Aviv. Just a few moments ago, authorities said that people throughout the Jewish state could leave their sealed rooms. Earlier, 4 hours ago about now, sirens blared throughout the country, and missiles came hurtling toward Israel from Iraq. We know that there were at least 7 missiles reported into the Jewish state. At least 2 fell around here. You're looking behind me north toward Haifa, where several fell, and some neighborhoods this way and south of here also were hit. On Israeli radio, they reported that one of the communities that was struck by a missile included the residents which are elderly and laborers. I looked at some other videotape of some of the damage. You could see smoke and fire, rescue vehicles, some buildings that were blackened by the explosions. Authorities saying that they were not chemical in nature, that these were conventional weapons that were used by Iraq. I have been inside a sealed room at a hotel about 15 minutes from here, and you were unable to look out and see anything. On a quick drive here to the studios, the streets are completely empty. There's just nothing moving except a lone police vehicle or 1 or 2 other courageous folks or perhaps journalists. And the police emergency vehicles are moving through the streets. You can perhaps hear sirens behind me. It's certainly a very eerie, tense calm right now here in Tel Aviv. We spent several hours in a shelter. Everyone had to wear gas masks. Once we were allowed to take them off, then we put them back on. Very scary to be here. Israel did expect some retaliation from Iraq. One official last night, several hours before the attack, said he expected something because Saddam Hussein had had a bad day. The injuries reported to be less than serious, perhaps 7 people injured in these missile attacks. Authorities are still trying to determine how many and how many people exactly might have been injured. Authorities have imposed a higher state of alert, a state of emergency, civil defense emergency. People are still told to stay indoors. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Thank you, Richard. Patrick.
Right now, we're going to check in with CNN Pentagon correspondent Wolf Blitzer for the very latest. And Wolf, I guess the big question is there a U.S. allied strike going on, or is there any retaliation from the Israelis?
Patrick, we're told here by Pentagon officials that the United States has already started a massive retaliatory strike at the missile launchers that sent the 7 missiles towards Israel. They apparently did not cause a whole lot of damage, very minor injuries. Israeli officials say they were lucky. They're still bracing for other potential missiles. No word of any others. Pentagon officials say that one Iraqi Scud missile with a conventional high-explosive warhead also was fired towards eastern Saudi Arabia, the Dhahran area where most of the U.S. And other journalists are based. The U.S. Air Base is located there as well. Officials say that a Patriot anti-aircraft missile was sent up against that incoming Scud, intercepted the Scud, destroyed it. There was no damage on the outskirts of Dhahran. We're also told here at the Pentagon that the Defense Secretary, Dick Cheney, is here in the building still at this moment, as well as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell. U.S. Aircraft are trying to go after those missiles. They've honed in with the radar, looking for those missiles. Once those missiles were launched, the U.S. could have a very good idea of their location and go after them, although they caution that the Iraqis probably have other mobile missiles that they managed to hide, and they are still bracing for potentially some other acts of desperation by the Iraqis. Those are the words of Pentagon officials. There could be some more Scud attacks. Finally, we have been told by Pentagon officials the name of the American pilot whose FA-18 Hornet went down in the initial U.S.-led airstrikes over Saudi Arabia. He is formally listed as missing in action, although earlier today, Pentagon officials described him as the first casualty of Operation Desert Storm. He is Lieutenant Commander Michael Spiker, 33 years old, from the USS Saratoga, an aircraft carrier right now in the Red Sea. The Saratoga is home-ported in Mayport, Florida, outside of Jacksonville. Wolf Blitzer, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
Well, Blitzer, thank you very much, and we'll check in with you a little bit later. Susan?
Gary Tuckman is standing by in New York City. Gary, you're at an Arab radio station. What is the mood there?
Well, right now we are at Fordham University in New York at WFUV Radio, and the show on the air right now is called Arabesque. It's a talk show geared to the Arab community in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Now, a few callers have said they favor U.S. presence in the Persian Gulf. Most of the callers say they do not favor the presence. All of the callers are very scared. Let's give a listen to some of the callers who are calling up this talk show right now.
30-year veteran, and
yes.
My comment was this, that there's a lot of people that are not aware of what this is all about. I guess they're confused more or less.
And what is your, how do you summarize the situation?
Well, my comment is like this. In as much as I hate war, you have to be a realistic person. I'm a realistic person. And somewhere you have to draw a line, and you have to say who is doing what to who. Now, I live in the biggest and the greatest country, which is America.
Well, where do you draw the line, Jay?
Well, I look at it this way. What the president did, I agree with.
You do?
Right. I agree with it because of the fact that the man went through every extreme to have these people move away from a place they've been held hostage now for the past 6 or 7 months.
Do you think he struck too fast?
No, I don't think so, because now you're talking to a seasoned veteran. And the longer you wait and the longer you prolong this thing, then the more agony is going to impose.
What about sanctions?
The sanctions, all I can say is if this Saddam Hussein was to take his
The viewpoint you're hearing right now is definitely in the minority. Most of the people who have been against the U.S. being in the Persian Gulf, but the station is geared to the Arab American community, but they do have lots of other listeners. One common feeling we've seen here today and heard here today is a feeling of helplessness among many in the Arab American community, and that has a lot to do with the fact that a lot of them have family in the Persian Gulf. This is Gary Tuckman, CNN Live in New York.
Thank you, Gary. And again, CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports from the Pentagon that the Scud missiles that were fired at Israel reportedly contain no chemical weapons. They were reportedly conventional weapons. We will talk next to a chemical weapons expert about the dangers and the possibilities involved with chemical weapons. That's right after this break. Stay tuned.
Creating the new G20 midsize luxury sedan from Infiniti, these were just a few of the amenities we kept in mind. Seating surfaces that are fitted with leather, a cabin that heightens the level of comfort and stretches the limits of space. Of course, with 16 valves and 140 horsepower, that mind also has an alter ego.
Prodigy makes your PC a powerful tool.
You wouldn't believe the number of uses that it has.
I do my shopping at home. I do my banking at home.
I don't have to wait in the line.
I like that part.
Now, how can you beat that? The kids are having fun and they're learning.
My son sent me flowers through Prodigy.
So I can be my own travel agent.
I can use Prodigy for my investments as well.
Prodigy is the online service that connects your computer to news, shopping, sports, and now an encyclopedia. All for only $12.95 per month.
You gotta get this thing.
You gotta get this thing.
Prodigy.
It's in stores everywhere.
Here's an opportunity to receive a free copy of William F. Buckley's historic Agenda for the 90s.
When you get National Review, you'll have news and opinions you don't find anywhere else.
But I think you know that National Review is my favorite magazine. It's my favorite because it's splendidly written, brilliantly edited, and a pleasure to read.
It's informative, probing, persuasive, and challenging. It's serious and it's entertaining. I think it's terrific.
I like it because it cuts through the nonsense that normally surrounds most political issues with simple, common sense. And of course, I love the humor. It's a very funny magazine.
Yep, no other magazine gives you what we give you, guaranteed.
Call this toll-free number now, and we'll send you absolutely free and with no obligation this copy of Agenda for the 90s. For a trial subscription to National Review for only $24.95, call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257.
Just to reiterate what CNN Pentagon correspondent Wolf Blitzer told us, that there were no, I repeat, no chemical weapons were used tonight in the Iraqi attack, apparently, against Israel. And to talk more about chemical weapons joining us live is Elisa Harris. She is a chemical weapons expert at the Brookings Institution, a research analyst, and also has worked for the House Foreign Affairs Committee and has written 7 books on the subject. Ms. Harris, first of all, welcome to you. Are you somewhat surprised then that if these reports are corroborated and hold up throughout the night, that there were no chemical weapons used by Saddam Hussein against Israel, as the great fear was?
Well, people were certainly worried about chemical weapons being used against the Israelis, but I'm not too surprised. For one thing, the Iraqis have got to recognize if they were to use chemical agents against targets in Israel, this would bring Israel into the war and could lead to massive retaliation against targets in Iraq itself, possibly even with Israel's nuclear capability. So I think that the fact that chemical weapons were not used against the Israelis is not necessarily an indication that Iraq doesn't have this capability on its Scud missiles.
As you well know, President Bush, in his speech to the American people last night, said that the chemical weapons capabilities were wiped out by the Allied forces' attack earlier in the evening. Do you think that that is true, and do you think that Saddam Hussein still has in his possession chemical weapons that he can deliver into Israel or anywhere else?
I can only speculate, but I suspect that what was being referred to last evening were the actual chemical weapons production plants. We know where those are located, and they should have been relatively easy to take out. I would be very surprised if we knew where all of Iraq's stockpiles of the actual chemical weapons were located and were in a position to destroy all of those weapons.
Give us a little education, since you're the expert here, on exactly what type of chemical weapons, and not getting too technical, but how easy are they to deliver? Certainly we've all remembered the terrible pictures from Kurd and during the Iran-Iraqi war, seeing the citizens lying dead in the streets, children. How easy are those to put into a missile and to deliver them into Israel or anywhere else?
Well, the two types of chemical agents the Iraqis have are, of course, mustard gas, which is a World War I blistering agent, and they have nerve agents. We know they've got these in bombs that can be delivered from aircraft, in artillery shells and shorter range rockets. What there's always been some uncertainty about, however, is whether the Iraqis have actually succeeded in marrying up chemical warheads to ballistic missiles. This is rather challenging technically, and there's always been this question mark as to whether the Iraqis have mastered this.
As you probably saw tonight, a number of people in the Middle East, including our correspondents in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem. We saw Richard Roth a little bit earlier with a gas mask in hand. Now, apparently the strikes went from Haifa in the north all the way down to Tel Aviv. Assuming that chemical weapons had been used, and again, we want to emphasize that there's no evidence that that has been. The reports from the Pentagon that there were not chemical weapons used. But how long of a range would those chemical weapons been able to be dispersed and have killed people on the ground?
I wouldn't have expected massive casualties, or even for that matter significant casualties in Israel, if there had been chemical warheads on these missiles. The Israelis were all alerted before the missiles landed. They were enclosed in buildings. They, in fact, were in rooms that had been sealed against chemical agents. They were also wearing their masks. And so I would have expected really very few chemical casualties in Israel, and a fairly limited area which would have been affected by this rather limited number of missiles.
Okay, Elisa Harris, the research analyst at the Brookings Institution in Washington and a chemical weapons expert, thank you very much for your expertise.
My pleasure.
Susan?
CNN's Linda Schertzer is standing by live in Jerusalem. She apparently has the Israeli health minister with her. Linda, what is the latest from your end?
Well, Susan, I'm just about to ask the Israeli health minister about the current state of affairs here. Ehud Olmert, Minister of Health in the Israeli government. Mr. Olmert, tonight the Iraqi leader made good on his threats. He did what he had been threatening to do for several weeks now. Can you tell us what the state of affairs is in Israel? Can you assess the level of damage, what neighborhoods, what areas of Israel were hit, the number of casualties, and tell us, please, what you know about the type of missiles that landed in Israel?
Well, we know that there were 7 missiles landed in different parts of the state of Israel at about 2 a.m. this morning. Right now, we only have 7 people that were hospitalized, light injuries. There was damages, not severe damages, in different parts of the country, in the north part, in residential areas near Tel Aviv, and in southern parts. And at about 2 o'clock, there was a siren wakening up all of the people of Israel. And people were advised to immediately wear the gas masks, as we all did, and to wait in the sealed rooms. So that's what we did. We are not panicking. We are all relaxed. We know that we were waiting for this. In fact, yesterday, when some of our good American friends advised us that it's all over, we said, be patient. It may not be over for us, and we are still expecting an attack on Israel. And even now I say, it's not yet over. We may expect to have more shooting and more landings of missiles in Israel.
Mr. Olmert, the question on everyone's minds now, of course, is will Israel retaliate? Just a little while ago on Israeli radio, a former Air Force commander said that Israel is capable of taking out the missiles and launch sites that the United States was not able to take out, the United States and its allies were not able to take out yesterday. Do you expect that Israel will now retaliate?
Well, first of all, I want to say that we have a great deal of admiration for the American operation. And I think that the Americans did everything possible in order to destroy the missile sites. But at the same time, we were aware yesterday that it may be that not all the mobile launchers were destroyed, and therefore we expected to have an attack. Now, one thing about the mood and the feelings of many people. It's not a simple experience, particularly for Jews living in Israel, to be exposed to the possibility of attacks of chemicals. And when the sirens sounded tonight, I'm sure that many people in Israel didn't feel very well, and this is not an easy experience. We are the only citizens in the world which might be involved in this war. It's war between armies, but the only citizens in the world which are directly threatened are the Israelis. And the obligation of the Israeli government is obviously to defend the Israeli people. If you know, all over the years, we always say to our American friends that we don't want you to fight for us. And today, we don't want you to fight for us. We will protect ourselves.
Mr. Olmert, thank you very much for coming to our CNN studio in Jerusalem. This is Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem. We'll, of course, keep you updated as the night and the day goes on.
And CNN has just received videotape of the missile attack on Tel Aviv. If you will look at your upper right-hand corner of the screen, you will be able to see the missile hit. Again, that was videotape that CNN just received of the missile attack, the Iraqi Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. You have heard the Israeli health minister telling CNN's Linda Scherzer in Jerusalem that 7 people have been lightly injured during that attack. They are reportedly hospitalized. The minister also said that Israel is still expecting another attack, and he predicts that it is not over. We are, of course, monitoring things in Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv. We will keep you updated. Patrick.
Susan, we're going to check in with CNN senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer right now. Is live at the White House. Charles, the Israeli health minister also said, and paraphrasing here, that Israel can fight its own battles, but presumably there would have to be some consultation with the White House or Pentagon about what exactly the Israelis are going to do. Are those consultations going on now behind you?
It's safe to say that there have been consultations not going on behind me, but in the course of the evening, Secretary of State Baker telephoned Prime Minister Shamir from the White House. That was earlier this evening. A statement just handed out by the White House press secretary says that the U.S. has been in touch with the government of Israel to express its outrage over the missile attacks by Iraq. It says that the U.S. expects to remain in close consultation with Israel on this issue and in close contact with its coalition partners. We have heard on several occasions Israeli officials tonight expressing how Israel had taken the risk of not making a preemptive strike against Iraq, knowing the risk that it was taking, but at the same time reserving its right to retaliate. There has been no indication of Israeli retaliation at this point, and in turn there has been an indication that the U.S. and its allies are stepping up their attacks, trying to get these Iraqi missile sites. In a statement put out earlier, a very deliberate point made, saying that coalition forces in the Gulf are attacking missile sites. Yes, the U.S. is concerned about the impact on some of the coalition members, the Arab coalition members, if the Israelis get involved. We must remember that some of these Arab states are still technically at war with Israel. Hence the concern about an Israeli retaliation. But by the same token, a number of Arab states, a number of the coalition members have assured the U.S. that they respect Israel's right to retaliate if attacked. 2 cases in point from interviews that CNN did last week with Egyptian President Mubarak and Turkey's President Turgut Özal. This was their view of Israel's situation should they choose to retaliate.
Launch the attack against Israel without any Israeli participation, she will have the right to retaliate. Every country has the legitimate right to defend itself.
If Israel does not move or invade Jordan or any other Arab country, then I don't think the coalition will be disrupted.
So this was the kind of behind-the-scenes diplomatic concern. Those kinds of assurances have been given to the U.S. President Bush has remained in the residence and been kept informed of the developments throughout the evening. Patrick?
Charles Bierbauer reporting live from the White House. Thanks very much. We'll check in with you a little bit later. When our coverage of war in the Gulf continues, we'll be talking to the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. That's coming up right after this.
Mercedes-Benz automobiles are engineered to last, and at Atlanta Classic Cars, we offer the largest selection of pre-owned Mercedes in the U.S. But many people don't know about our other motor cars, like Ferrari, Porsche, and Rolls-Royce Bentley. As you can see, Atlanta Classic Cars provides its customers with a vital necessity, choice, because we believe that choice is a right, not a luxury. We're located on Church Street in Decatur.
It's almost game time. Henry's relaxed, but Jim is scrambling. Jim tries every 900 number. Plenty of losers and bills. Jim reads all the papers and gets what he pays for. Not much. Jim stays in the dark with out-of-date information from tout sheets. He needs what Henry already knows, that Danny Sheridan and Larry Norris give expert picks and analysis before every playoff game. Between the Lines, live from the Las Vegas Hilton, only on pay-per-view.
This is CNN.
We are expecting to talk with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Deputy Israeli Defense Minister, in a few moments. But right now, we are going to talk with Yoram Arador. He is the Israeli ambassador to the United States. Mr. Ambassador, what is the position of your government? Have you launched a retaliatory attack?
It is Israel's right to reserve the possibility of self-defense, but the decision what, when, and if to do remains within the authority and the discretion of the Israeli government.
Mr. Ambassador, I should also clarify, you are not the ambassador to the United States. I misspoke. You're the ambassador to the UN. Point of clarification, when is the last time you have talked with your government about your government's position?
I have talked this evening with officials of the government in Jerusalem.
How long ago?
It was about 1 hour ago.
And what did they tell you?
Well, I spoke with them and they spoke with me, but of course I cannot tell here the contents of these conversations, but I will happy to answer your questions.
Except for the crucial question, which obviously is, has Israel launched a counterattack? That is what's on everybody's mind. That is the wild card in this Middle East conflict.
The answer to the question is, of course, that we have the right for self-defense, and it was an unprovoked attack by Iraq. And they just implemented what they threatened us for long, even before the invasion of Kuwait. And this proves the situation in which Israel is in the Middle East, under threats. And these threats were implemented this evening in Tel Aviv and in Haifa by the Scud missiles. But the right to self-defense cannot be denied and is not denied, as we have seen just in your TV.
The Bush administration has, of course, asked Israel not to retaliate. The administration position is that it would understand, but it is asking for restraint to try and keep this to a minimum. Have you talked with anyone in the Bush administration? Has anyone from the White House called you?
No, the contacts with the administration here were done by my colleague, Mr. Chauvel, the ambassador to the United States. but I will not comment about the contents of these talks.
CNN's Linda Scherzer just interviewed the Israeli health minister. He said that the Israelis are still expecting an attack on Israel. He predicts that it is not over. Can you answer that question as we look at video from Tel Aviv taken earlier tonight? This is apparently at the Hilton Hotel taken earlier tonight in Tel Aviv. Mr. Ambassador?
Yes.
Mr. Ambassador, go ahead. The Israeli health minister said that Israel is still expecting further attacks. What do you have to say to that?
This is our problem, that we are not sure that the attack is over. Maybe there will be further attacks, and we see in these pictures what is the situation in Israel, which is the only country that has to prepare its own citizens against gas attacks with these gas masks, and I hope that now the security situation in Israel will be understood better.
Mr. Ambassador, how do you feel when you see pictures like this from your country?
Everyone may understand how I feel. I have 3 children in Israel.
Where are they? Are they in Tel Aviv?
They are in Tel Aviv and near Tel Aviv.
Have you been able to talk to them? Do you know? Are they safe?
Yes, they are safe, but I am sorry for those who were injured, and every civilized person in the world should be sorry for that injured persons, and of course he should understand the security problem which we are facing, and the kind of enemy that we are facing in the character of the tyrant Saddam Hussein.
Mr. Ambassador, has your family called you? What have they said to you?
I have been in touch with them, and the Israeli people are cool. They were prepared for attacks like this, and they will overcome this.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. CNN's Ralph Begleiter will be next with the diplomatic angle with this. He is our correspondent at the State Department. We're going to take a break. We'll continue right after this.
I get this awful sinus pain, crushing, pounding. It's agony.
Are you still taking any of these sinus pain formulas? They all made news in the 80s. Surprisingly, they all have the same medicine. Today's news is Dristan Sinus. Only Dristan Sinus combines the leading decongestant with the modern pain reliever ibuprofen.
I found it relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes, and no drowsiness.
So if you're taking the same medicine that made news in the 80s, get new Dristan Sinus, today's sinus medicine.
If you think Architectural Digest is only for architects, take another look. Architectural Digest covers the entire spectrum of fine design. Take inspiration from our pages, then put it to work with our exclusive insider's advice on where to shop and how to buy. If you think Architectural Digest is an investment to be saved and savored again and again, then you are right. Each spectacular issue brings you the very best in interior design, art, antiques, and travel. Call now, and you'll find the investment is smarter than ever with 12 fabulous issues for just $29.95. As part of this offer, you'll receive this special bonus, Celebrity Homes Revisited, your free gift as a new subscriber. Call toll-free 800-257-1257 for Architectural Digest. That's 800-257-1257.
There are a lot of ways to improve your overseas relationships.
Howdy. I know where I'm going. I'm glad the company sent me here to bail you fellas out.
Some work better than others.
You know, there's nothing like combining American dynamism and know-how with French, se make it abruti? Abruti. See, abruti.
But the best way is simply using the overseas shipping Federal Express.
Tomorrow we hit the beach.
Absolutely, positively, the best in the business.
A very wild day on world financial markets. For example, oil prices took their biggest daily plunge ever today. The Wall Street Dow Jones recorded its second biggest gain in history. CNN's Bill Hartley is standing by in New York with the very latest. Bill?
Well, Susan, those figures were, of course, in New York earlier today, quite a day. But Iraq's surprise volley of missiles on Israel later in the evening, sending financial markets running in all directions. Asian traders were taken by surprise yet again, just after they had opened for business Friday morning. Tokyo's stock prices did a near 500-point flip-flop, opening up almost 400 points, reversing to a 100-point loss, then finally rebounding to a 200, almost 300-point gain. In early afternoon, the Nikkei average is up 282.5 at a level of 23,729 1/3. Japanese traders seemingly reassured that no oil fields are involved as yet in today's activity. Oil prices are moving higher after falling sharply in New York Thursday. Britain's Brent North Sea crude trading on a cash basis now in Asia. It is up by 55 cents a barrel from its last American trade, stands at $19.80 a barrel. It was up more sharply earlier and has pulled back a bit since first reports of that Iraqi attack. The U.S. dollar is gaining some strength this hour, up 1.5 yen on the Japanese currency, 1 1/3 pfennigs on the German mark, picking up about 0.5 cent on the British pound. Well, that is the latest in reaction in world financial markets. From the CNN Business News Desk in New York, I'm Bill Hartley.
Bill Hartley, thank you very much. Of course, the big question tonight is, will Israel retaliate for the Iraqi attack of the Scud missiles into Israeli territory earlier tonight? CNN World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter standing by at the State Department. Ralph, correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly my impression from the Israeli officials that we've seen on our air throughout the evening, it's not a question of if they're going to retaliate, but just when. Is that your impression and the feeling at the State Department?
Well, Iraq's attack on Israel confirms the threat made only last week by Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz in Geneva, but it also fulfills one of the greatest fears of the United States and other Western members of the anti-Iraq coalition, a fear that the Gulf crisis could expand into a wider Middle East war, an Arab-Israeli conflict. President Bush is doing what he can to prevent that. The president met tonight with Secretary of State James Baker to discuss it, and afterwards, Baker telephoned Israeli Ambassador Zalman Shoval. Diplomatic sources say Baker expressed the sympathy over the attack and repeated the U.S. request that Israel stay out of the Gulf War. Israeli sources say Shoval repeated Israel's view that it has the right to defend itself. The White House issued a statement effectively reminding Israel that the coalition in the Gulf is already attacking Iraqi missile sites, implying that Israel doesn't need to do so. Later, the Israeli ambassador hinted his government might be reconsidering.
The government of Israel, and let me add, fully supported by the opposition in Israel, has declared that, of course, Israel reserves the right to respond in any way it would deem fit, without going at the present time into particulars what the decision of the Israeli government in that respect will be.
Secretary of State Baker also telephoned several key Arab coalition partners, including the ambassadors from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Syria, hoping to persuade them not to defect from the anti-Iraq coalition in order to fight an Arab-Israeli war. In fact, the Bush administration's biggest fear right now is not that the leaders of those Arab countries will abandon the coalition, but that their Arab populations might become inflamed by news of a missile attack against Israel and pressure their government to go to war with Iraq against Jerusalem. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, reporting live from the State Department.
Ralph, what can the United States do, though, other than if the Israelis decide that they do want to do a retaliatory strike against the Iraqis and the United States is opposed to it, but the Israelis go ahead with it, what can the U.S. do?
I don't think there is anything the United States can or will do if Israel chooses to retaliate. What the U.S. can do before a decision is made is to try to persuade the Israelis that it's not in their interest to retaliate right now, that the coalition can handle the task. If Israel decides to go ahead and do it, it will have to, in a mechanical way at least, coordinate with the rest of the anti-Iraq coalition, because there are a lot of planes in the air. They're going to have to coordinate any kind of retaliation they engage in. And they'll have to suffer whatever political consequences there might be if Israeli retaliation brings about an uproar of anti-Israeli sentiment among the Arab countries who are, at the moment at least, focused on Iraq and not on Israel.
Ralph, just following up on that very quickly, there are different kinds of responses that would have more of a significant political impact, obviously flying over Jordan to attack Iraq, those kinds of political considerations. So in terms of what the Israelis can do, they do have some latitude in terms of the political fallout in the Arab world.
There is some latitude, and the Israelis do have to take into account their own public opinion. They've always said they have not only the right to defend themselves, but the ability to defend themselves. They don't want to seem to be totally dependent on the United States. So that's an important factor as well. They also want to continue the reputation they've had of instilling fear in the minds of the Arab states that Israel can and will retaliate if attacked. And that's something the Israelis have to take into account.
Okay, World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter reporting from the State Department. Thank you very much. Of course, you'll keep us updated on the latest developments from there. And we'll be back with more of our coverage of the war in the Gulf coming up right after this.
I get this awful sinus pain.
These sinus pain formulas all made news in the 80s. They all have the same medicine. Today's news is Tristan Sinus, the only sinus medicine with ibuprofen.
It relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes.
New Tristan Sinus.
I was afraid to go to the doctor. I didn't want to hear that I might have an ulcer, but I just couldn't ignore my stomach. You can imagine how relieved I was when my doctor said Mylanta. He told me it wasn't an ulcer. It was indigestion. And indigestion like mine needed a strong medicine.
Mylanta is strong medicine, strongly recommended. In fact, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
I think it's only fair that this State of the Company report should have a new state-of-the-art presentation with awesome sound and dynamite graphics. Here we go.
That didn't work. Let me see.
Business is always trying to make some things better. But one thing they can't.
Mr. Barr, Federal Express delivered that London shipment early. Great, huh?
Federal Express. Absolutely, positively the best in the business.
How'd you like to make a bet? If you like living it up in places like Atlantic City and Las Vegas, I bet this Players Club card will save you big. In places like the Sands, Atlantic City, and the Riviera, Las Vegas, up to 60% less on hotel rooms, 50% less for shows, and always 25% less for meals and drinks. So call Players Club now. Players Club, it's a sure thing.
New members get 2 free nights in Las Vegas or Atlantic City when the club books their flights. Call toll-free now.
As the war in the Gulf continues, CNN is the network with the most complete coverage from the Middle East and around the world. Now, more than ever, stay with the world's news leader, CNN.
The Jewish community.
It is now coming up on 8 a.m. in Baghdad. CNN is trying at this hour to reestablish contact with our crew in Baghdad. Correspondents John Holloman, Peter Arnett, Bernard Shaw, Robert Wiener. The plug was pulled on their transmission some 12 hours ago after nearly 16 hours of covering the outbreak of hostilities there.
John, we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship. We have been told that we may no longer transmit live to our audience, and that in the future, taped reports will be subject to censorship.
So, that's, well, I don't know what to tell you, Bob Cainard and Bobby Batista and our viewers. This official, Mr. Allah, who's been a good friend to CNN for our time here, is now demanding that we do something that we desperately don't want to do.
So, John, I will make the decision to cut the communications because I'm the senior man here. So for Bob Weiner and John Holloway and John Holloman and Bernie Shaw and myself, Peter Arnett, who is signing off from Baghdad for CNN, and I hope we can resume our communication with you in the very near future.
For those of you in Atlanta and up and down the network, we'll try to get back in touch with you as soon as we can. Obviously, this is something that is just abhorrent to all of us in our journalism. We'll talk to you as soon as we can.
And once again, we are working to reestablish contact with our crew in Baghdad. We will bring you a live report from them just as soon as possible. Patrick.
You know, security measures are now at their highest level ever at airports throughout the United States. Authorities are taking the extra precautions to guard against threatened terrorist attacks. CNN's Anthony Collins has more from Washington.
Police were out in force in front of the White House, bracing for any possible violence, whether from anti-war demonstrators or terrorists. Most experts caution they see no immediate threat of any organized terror campaign in the United States, but security in the nation's capital was tightened to record levels, this amid FBI reports that known terrorists have entered the country. For the first time since the Vietnam War, White House tours were canceled for security reasons.
But I don't feel safe anywhere, to tell the truth. So every big point where a lot of people are, every tourism city, airport, train station, everything's kind of dangerous.
At the State Department, garage entrance barriers were raised against potential suicide truck bombers, and new parking restrictions went into effect. Some doors were chained shut. Police used special bomb detection devices to check delivery boxes. On Capitol Hill, police with bomb-sniffing dogs were on patrol. Across the nation, the Federal Aviation Agency put major airports on the highest level of alert. Security caused delays. Many passengers welcomed the tougher security measures.
I've had some training actually in some anti-terrorism activities and tactics and stuff, and our airports are very vulnerable. I think it's great that we're tightening down security.
It's important. I have a lot of faith in the security here, otherwise I wouldn't be going away.
Some experts think more should be done to guard against pro-Iraqi attacks at the nation's airports.
We believe that today's equipment are not good enough to detect the sophisticated weapons and explosives that the terrorists have, and therefore you need to talk to them and to analyze their personality in order to identify and detect whether they are a potential threat to the flight.
Military bases throughout the country stepped up their own security. At Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth, Texas, home of some of the nation's B-52 bombers, guards check everyone entering the main gate. In Washington, D.C., not only Americans, but even the few remaining diplomats from America's enemy, Iraq.
Video is being fed into CNN right now from Tel Aviv, the damage from the missile attack earlier. Sources tell CNN's Steve Emerson that Israel fully expects another missile attack. It takes 90 minutes, by the way, to replace the fuel in the mobile Scud missiles. Again, there was lots of concern that the Iraqis would launch an attack on Israel, specifically Tel Aviv, some 300 miles away from the mobile missile Scud sites in Iraq, and apparently the missiles did not, repeat, did not contain chemical warheads. You saw earlier in the evening when the attack happened, CNN's Richard Roth, who is in Tel Aviv, you saw him literally dive for cover, get into the sealed-off room that the Israelis have advised all of their citizens to go to and put on their gas masks. Again, this is unedited video from Tel Aviv, the Iraqi Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv. Let's listen.
Again, these were the Scud missiles, and as you probably know, or we were informed by the Pentagon, or at least last night at the briefing this morning from Secretary Cheney and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Colin Powell, that these Scud missiles were wiped out. However, it seems that at least the mobile missiles, we're not sure whether these were mobile or were from fixed sites, but nevertheless, some 8 of these missiles were fired from Iraqi territory into Israel, from Haifa in the north down to Tel Aviv in the south in Israel earlier in the evening. Again, there were some earlier reports that chemical weapons were used in these chemical warheads. However, as Susan just pointed out, and We've been hearing from Wolf Blitzer, our Pentagon correspondent, throughout the evening. The Pentagon is discounting that. No chemical weapons were launched into Israel, and certainly the casualty reports of injuries, there's been no word that anyone was suffering from any effects from chemical weaponry.
Again, there were reportedly 7 people lightly injured from that attack on Israel's Tel Aviv, and we are going now to CNN's Dan Blackburn, who is standing by in Los Angeles, in Fairfax, the heart of that city's Jewish community. Dan, if you could ask some people their reaction to the pictures that we have just seen, the damage in Tel Aviv from the Iraqi missile attack.
Well, at the moment, no one here is able to see those pictures. The television set that we did have access to is not immediately available to us, so no one here is getting a look at those pictures at the moment. But I can say this about the reaction thus far, and that is that it has been a mixture of anger and concern. On the one hand, people are expressing concern over what will happen next. Some are urging swift retaliation. Others are saying that more restraint should still continue to be used. 2 of the most prominent leaders of this community are Los Angeles City Councilman Zev Yaroslavsky and the Rabbi Marvin Heyer of the Simon Wiesenthal Center.
We have a high level of anxiety before this happened, and now there isn't an American Jew who doesn't know somebody who lives in Tel Aviv or Haifa or Jerusalem. And there isn't any American Jew who isn't going to feel some significant increase in an anxiety level because of this.
The people of Israel wanted to stay out of this war. They said to the government of Iraq openly, we don't want to become embroiled in this conflict. We will not attack you. We were asked to be low-key, the government of Israel said. But it wasn't enough for Saddam Hussein. He wanted to turn his debacle and his tyranny into the old record of the Arab-Israeli conflict.
More than 500,000 Jews live in this immediate area, and most of them have either friends or relatives in Israel. Tonight, they are very worried about them. Dan Blackburn, CNN Live in the Fairfax district of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Dan. Patrick?
And of course, there has been a lot of reaction from other Jewish Americans around the country, particularly those in New York, and here is a sample of what some of them had to say about the attack by Iraq into Israel earlier tonight.
I felt like I was personally in the war almost, and it was happening here. I have myself relatives, many relatives in Israel, and there isn't anyone I know who doesn't have relatives in Israel. So it's really like it's happening to us, even though, as Robert said, we're lucky because we're here. The other thing I think about is the thousands building to millions of emigres from the Soviet Union who are landing every day. Yesterday, 5,000 people landed in Israel. What kind of refuge do they have now for their first welcome? It's just very personal and emotional.
It's the fulfillment of the worst nightmare for the Jewish people. For us as a Jewish community, we hearken back a half a century to the days when Adolf Hitler killed Jews with gas, and the idea that in the year 1991, another tyrant with the same degree of cruelty would even consider doing that is something almost beyond words for us. The community is shattered and really overwhelmed by what has transpired.
Without knowing what the facts are, obviously, if there are people who have been injured or killed, your heart has to go out to them. I am convinced that the Israeli Defense Force will respond.
This guy is crazy. They should have taken him from the beginning and not waiting for all this commotion and all this. They should have gone there and just with the help of the Israelis and just get rid of him and nobody would got hurt. Now they're prolonging the war. Now it's a war.
And we will be back with more of our coverage, War in the Gulf, coming up right after this.
own a Mercedes, don't just think about it. Do your research. Test drive the 190e 2.3. It's fun to drive, easy to handle, and it feels safe, solid. Even the price is right. At just $28,950, you can have Mercedes quality and the luxury of Mercedes dealer care. The 190e 2.3. Take a look at one now.
Over time, many have tried to make better furnaces, more fuel-efficient furnaces, more reliable furnaces. And here they are. Comfort Maker furnaces, up to 93% fuel efficient with one of the best warranties in the industry. Comfort Maker, winter comfort you can feel good about season after season after season.
Call your EnergyWise Comfort Maker professional, Edwards Heating and Air Conditioning, at 987-0295.
Michelob Light presents David Copperfield this Saturday and Sunday at the Fox Theater. He vanished in airplane and made the Statue of Liberty disappear. Now see him live with magic that will blow you away. Feel the magic. Feel the music. David Copperfield. All new. All night. Magic for the 90s. The magic of David Copperfield. Tickets are on sale now at the Fox box office, all Ticketmaster locations, or charged by phone. Now this Saturday and Sunday at the Fox Theater. The magic of David Copperfield.
The pain started here and shot all the way down here.
Pain is hard to live with.
My fingers were actually numb. It scared me.
If you're in pain, you may be suffering needlessly. A doctor of chiropractic can find out if your pain is caused by spinal misalignment, and if so, they can treat it.
The pain is completely gone now.
I have all the feeling back in my fingers.
If you're in pain, call now. We may be able to help.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to our coverage of war in the Gulf. Right now we're going to look at some more video that was shot about an hour ago of the aftermath of the Iraqi attack of Scud missiles into Israel. And they hit some 8 of the Scud missiles hit. This is Tel Aviv. It was shot, as I said, about an hour ago. There were a number of different areas that were hit. Jerusalem was not.
The scrambler. Call your local cable operator or home set. Packages all
populated neighborhood, 2 neighborhoods actually. Just shortly before that happened, the Israelis were ordered into shelters as specified from Israeli defense officials. Israel was, of course, expecting some kind of attack. Saddam Hussein, Iraq's president, had said that if push came to shove, he would certainly attack Israel. Tel Aviv is some 300 miles from Iraq's western province.
There was a great deal of surprise that the Iraqis, based on some, I guess, preliminary euphoria, you could call, as far as the success of the multinational force, their airstrikes knocking out their Scud missile capability, but obviously these pictures right here, this video shows that that was not the case, and that the Scud missiles were able to be launched from Iraqi positions, whether they were mobile or fixed bases. There's been some reports and some speculation that 80% of the fixed missiles sites were actually wiped out in that massive air attack last evening. However, as I said, this obviously shows that there were some missiles that survived, and they were able to be launched toward Israel and strike Israel. Again, they did not have any chemical warheads on them. You can see the destruction in areas was very significant, but there was no chemical warheads on any of these missiles.
Now, reportedly, there is no sign as yet of Israeli retaliation. We have heard various Israeli officials saying tonight that Israel reserves the right to act however they feel is in their best national interest. Sources tell CNN Steve Emerson that Israel is expecting yet another missile attack. It does take 90 minutes to replace fuel in the mobile Scud missiles.
And of course, we will keep you updated as more video comes in. We will show it to you as soon as we get it. Susan?
The Allied forces are continuing their barrage, meantime, of Iraq tonight, while Iraq made its first counterattack. CNN's Jennifer Michael reports on the latest events.
Those were believed
at the CNN bureau in Jerusalem and across Israel, people scrambled to put on gas masks, as Iraq apparently made good on its threat to respond to an Allied attack by launching a missile strike on Israel with powerful Soviet-made Scud missiles.
Some people here at the bureau are putting their gas mask on, and I may do the same very soon.
Israeli residents were prepared for a chemical attack, but Israeli officials later reported the warheads were conventional. In the darkness, the damage was assessed in Tel Aviv. The city Iraq had pledged to strike.
There has been an unprovoked attack by Iraq, jeopardizing the lives of both Jews and Arabs, Israelis and Palestinians.
Not long after the Israeli attack, reporters and others on the scene in Saudi Arabia were warned to take shelter because of a possible Iraqi assault.
We're thinking about it right now. I think we should get... Okay, guys, break it down. Out of here.
U.S. officials say at least one missile was fired into Saudi Arabia, but it was intercepted. Allied aircraft were spotted taking off from bases in Saudi Arabia. Pentagon officials say U.S. and Allied fighter bombers are continuing their massive assault on Iraq. They're specifically going after any remaining Scud missile sites that escaped destruction during the first fiery wave of Operation Desert Storm. There could be troubles on the horizon for the forces allied against Iraq. An Israeli retaliatory strike could threaten to split the multinational coalition, which includes Arab nations that are longtime foes of the Jewish state. Jennifer Michael, CNN, reporting.
And now for the very latest on the developments in Israel, let's go to CNN's Linda Scherzer, who's live at our bureau in Jerusalem. Linda, what's the latest?
Well, Patrick, we just saw some of the first pictures out of Tel Aviv of the damage caused by the missile attack. I have some new information to go along with those pictures. Israel radio reports that 12 people now were wounded in that attack. We know that at least 7 of them were wounded only lightly. We are told that one man has died of a heart attack and that dozens of people had injected themselves with the atropine anti-nerve gas agent. They are also being treated at hospitals for the side effects of that injection. With me right now is Avi Posner, the senior advisor to Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir. Mr. Posner, can you tell us, please, Israel has or had promised massive retaliation if Iraq were to have attacked Israel. What will Israel do now, and has the United States asked Israel not to retaliate?
We are in close touch with the United States, and the Prime Minister has spoken today, this morning early, with Secretary Baker, who told him that the United States is now taking care of revenging what happened tonight. But something has to be clear here. It is Israel, and Israel alone, which will decide on how it will react. Israel has a right to legitimate defense. And as somebody who has spent all the night with my family in a shelter, wearing one of these, with an 80-year-old mother choking on that, and an 8-month-old baby, I think that it is our people who has the right to think what to do and to react to that.
Well, at what point would you decide that Israel has a right to get involved and to retaliate? And are you braced for another attack? Is Israel prepared now for a possible attack by chemical weapons?
We are prepared for the worst. I mean, Saddam Hussein has threatened Israel with missiles. He has launched them. He has threatened Israel with chemical gas. He may very well launch them. We are prepared for the worst. Our population is ready. Our population has behaved marvelously tonight, with calm, in spite of this brutal, unprovoked attack by this brutal dictator of Baghdad, and we will react in the best way for our interest.
Avi Posner, thank you very much. I know you're a busy man tonight, and you have to leave in order to consult, I'm sure, with other officials in the government. Thank you very much for joining us. We have with us as well tonight Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, can you tell us, please, first of all, your assessment of the attack, an update on what the situation looks like right now, damage to neighborhoods, casualty rates, those sorts of things?
Well, it appears that we've been extraordinarily lucky. If there haven't been any fatalities, it's not because of lack of criminal design on the part of Saddam Hussein. He has launched his missiles directly into the heart of Israel, the coastal plain where 80% of our population live in crowded cities. Those missiles did considerable physical damage, but miraculously no one was killed. We cannot rule out that he will not launch other missiles. In fact, we assume that if he has them, he will launch them.
Mr. Netanyahu, there are a lot of people who want to ask you questions. Please stand by. I'm going to throw this back to Atlanta now. Patrick?
Linda, let me just have you ask Mr. Netanyahu. Oh, excuse me, Linda, we're going to go, we have reestablished our link with John Holloman in Baghdad. We'll be checking back with you, Linda Scherzer, a little bit later. Let's check in with John Holloman right now, some 13 hours after the last words that we heard from John Holloman as our link was shut off, and now he is back on the line. John, how you doing?
Patrick, good morning. I wish I could tell you how I'm doing. I'm not allowed to by government censors, but I'll tell you we're all right here. All of us are okay. I have some specific words that I'm allowed to read to you into the microphone right now, and I'm going to do that. There's a government official watching us. We're being carefully monitored for what we report from now on, and the government has to approve what we say before we say it. So this is what I can tell you. The Iraqi government tells CNN it has shot down 55 airplanes since the hostilities began. These figures say the Iraqis are valid through 11 o'clock local time last night. They also say that 23 cruise missiles have been downed, and some of the cruise missiles, the Iraqis report to CNN, did not explode. The Iraqis say Iraq will make use of this information. Journalists remaining in Baghdad, and there are about 25, I suppose, spent the night in the bomb shelter of our hotel, and hotel employees and government officials spent the night with us. From the shelter, we could see nothing. I mean, it's a totally enclosed place, so there is little to report about anything that might have happened here in the past 12 or 13 hours that we can tell you. All the journalists still here are well, although to tell you we had a good night's sleep on the hard floor of the shelter for any of us, I can't do. For CNN to report now, we must allow censors to look at our words and approve them. So what you will hear for the immediate future from here will be subject to censorship. Again, after a great deal of negotiation, I can report to you the following. Looking out the window, it appears quiet in Baghdad right now. Patrick, I wish I could tell you more. I wish I could answer some questions, but I'm not allowed to do that. John Holloman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John Holloman, great to hear your voice and great to know that everybody is still okay. And as soon as we can get more from John Holloman and his colleagues, of course, we will bring that to you. And before we went back to John Holloman in Baghdad, we were talking with CNN's Linda Scherzer live in our Jerusalem bureau with the Deputy Defense Minister of Israel. Linda, go ahead.
We are back in Jerusalem with Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and our apologies, Mr. Foreign Minister. We had to go to Baghdad right at that moment. We were told that phone contact had been established again. We had to do it at that very moment.
Well, I was delighted to hear that your brave crew is all well and safe.
Well, thank you. Again, turning back to Israel, can you tell us, please, if you think that the worst is over? Do you think that Israel still is vulnerable to another missile attack? And what do you expect Israel would do now if that were to happen?
It's clear that Saddam's missile capacity has not been fully destroyed yet. He fired those missiles, first of all, because he had them. He may very well have some missile capacity left, including the capacity to launch chemical gas missiles. We are going to wait, and we will judge our responses accordingly.
I will ask you the question that I asked Avi Posner. Israel had said that it would respond massively, with a massively retaliatory blow, were Israel to be attacked. Can you tell us, please, what sorts of consultations have been going on between the United States? Has the U.S. asked Israel not to retaliate, and is it a fair request?
Throughout the night, our leaders have been talking. Mr. Baker and Mr. Shamir have been in consultation. Our defense establishments have been talking to each other, as has been our practice since the beginning of this crisis. But as far as the precise decision by Israel, how to respond, against whom to respond, that is, which targets, at what timing, and so on, we reserve, of course, not only the right to exercise our own self-defense, but to exercise the right of discretion. We will choose to act when we will choose to act.
There is a report out of Washington that Israel had advance warning time of only about 4 minutes. Can you confirm that?
In general, in the case of missiles, there is no there's precious little response time or warning time. If at all, sometimes you're talking about 3, 4, 5 minutes at best. Happily, we had some of those precious moments, and perhaps that's one of the reasons that the casualties are relatively few.
On a personal level, can you tell us what went through your mind, what you were doing when the air raid siren sounded?
I was sleeping heavily, but I woke up, and before I went to the Situation Room in the Foreign Ministry, the first thing I did was I called my parents. My parents, too, are, well, my father is over 80, my mother is slightly younger. Both of them are very young. They were very calmly telling me that they had apparently slept slightly more lightly than I have, so they woke up to the siren. They put on the gas mask. They've been through a lot in their lives, and they can take things calmly. But this is the kind of thing that we are facing. These are the kind of dictators and mad despots who are trying again to gas the Jewish people. But this time there's a Jewish state. We won't let them.
Mr. Netanyahu, I want to thank you for coming into our studio today. We'll certainly be talking to you throughout the course of the day, and for now I will throw things back to Atlanta.
Mr. Minister, Linda Scherzer, thank you very much, and of course you'll keep us updated on the latest developments from Jerusalem. Susan?
And as you know, missiles were also fired at Saudi Arabia. CNN's Charles Jaco is in Saudi Arabia. We will be speaking with him right after this break. Stay tuned.
Some of my most precious memories are of the beautiful gospel songs we all sang through the years. These are our songs of faith and love.
And he walks with me.
Heartland Music presents a special treasury from Barbara Mandrell.
This is my story. This is my song.
It's not in stores.
I will clean.
Please order now.
Call 1-800-257-1257. Use your credit card to save COD charges or send a check or money order for $12.98 for records or cassettes or $16.98 for compact disc. Plus $3 shipping to Barbara Mandrell, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia.
You see, I figured it was another tie. But when I open the box, I see this thing that looks like a baby typewriter. So I asked, what is it? She says it's a Brother P-Touch. She says it's a new electronic labeling system that makes adhesive labels in 5 sizes, 4 styles, and lots of colors. First, I labeled file folders, computer disks, my videotapes. I can't. You gotta help me with this problem. What problem?
You know what, Raleigh? Coach says if I work on my fundamentals, maybe in 10 years, I can have a shot at the bigs. Guess if you're coming with me, Raleigh, you gotta work the fundamentals too.
Alpo, all the meat dogs love, fortified with all the vitamins and minerals they need to eat well and be well into the future.
Coach says I can really go places. But I'm not going anywhere without you, Raleigh.
Just before the break, CNN's Linda Scherzer was in Jerusalem speaking live with Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who reiterated Israel's position that Israel does reserve the right to choose a response to the Iraqi missile attack against Israel. CNN's Jeff Levine is standing by now live at the Pentagon. Jeff, have you heard anything there? Has Israel responded?
Well, before we get to that, we understand that a U.S. plane may be missing over Iraq or Kuwait. We've just heard reports that the aircraft is not accounted for. We don't really have any details at this time. The Pentagon is not confirming that the aircraft is down or has been shot down, but we understand that the aircraft is missing. Perhaps we will hear more at the upcoming briefing tomorrow at 7. The Pentagon, as we know, has identified Lieutenant Commander Michael S. Spiker, 33 years old, as the pilot of an FA-18 Hornet that went down over Iraq as the first and so far only U.S. casualty in the Gulf. Now let's get to the question, if we can, of Scud missiles. Earlier tonight, Secretary of Defense Cheney and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell were here at the Pentagon. And of course, one of the problems that they had to consider, and one of their top priorities, has to be, are there more Scud missiles? Are there more than the 7 Scud missiles that landed in an attack on Israel earlier this evening? And of course, there was another Scud that was launched against Saudi Arabia, particularly Bahrain, and that missile was intercepted by a Patriot anti-missile battery, and it was destroyed. But Pete Williams, the Army spokesman, pardon me, the Pentagon spokesman, indicates that the threat from the Scud missiles cannot be discounted at this time. And as a result, there will be intensive air action against Iraq and the Kuwait area in the next 2 days in an attempt to locate any further Scud batteries and wipe them out. The Pentagon earlier indicated that there were approximately 36 of these Scud emplacements, some mobile, some fixed. Of course, as we've heard, there were encouraging reports that airstrikes had wiped out a good number of them, but earlier this evening with the strikes against Israel and then the attempt against Saudi Arabia, it's really not clear just how many of these missiles may be left in place. And that's one of the big problems, and that's what they're going to be trying to find out here this evening. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Jeff, thank you very much. And one of the CNN people who was in Saudi Arabia when that incoming Scud missile was on its way is CNN's Charles Jaco, and he's standing by live right now with the very latest from eastern Saudi Arabia. Charles, what's the latest?
Well, good morning. The latest we have here is the first word of U.S. troops, ground troops, wounded in this action. The latest report we have from a correspondence pool, a group of reporters that go out with a specific unit, is that 2 Marines, 2 U.S. Marines and 1 Navy corpsman were, quote, slightly injured by Iraqi artillery fire about 14 hours ago in forward positions near the Kuwait border. This report comes from the 1st Marine Division. Apparently, the Navy corpsman and the 2 U.S. Marines were wounded in the arms and leg. The injuries are not thought to be serious. However, these are the first firm reports we have of U.S. ground forces incurring any kinds of injuries here in Saudi Arabia. As to the Scud missile and the confusion that resulted from what we now assume was an abortive attack last night, at the time, we really didn't know what was going on. All we knew was that the sky lit up over eastern Saudi Arabia.
Do it.
An amazing sight Thursday night at an Allied airbase in eastern Saudi Arabia. A ground-to-air missile streaked skyward. It disappeared into the clouds, followed by a bright flash. Pentagon spokesmen claim it was an incoming Scud missile from Iraq being intercepted. Other military officials, though, disagree. Whatever it was, journalists and others were rushed into a basement shelter prepared for a possible Iraqi chemical attack. The chemicals never came. But the air war against Iraq and Kuwait continued as squadrons of Allied F-15s and other jets screamed north toward military targets. Among those flying into Iraq, these pilots of the Royal Saudi Air Force who pounded an Iraqi airbase with bomblets that cratered the runways.
I was really, really proud of what I'm doing to destroy this bad people there, preventing them from attacking our country and killing our civilians.
Well, if you're going to war, you will be worried, but the main job for me is to go and defend my country, which is make it very easy for me there.
And as Friday morning dawned over the Gulf, the air assault continued, with jets continuing what's described as the largest aerial bombardment since World War II. Yeah. The best estimates we get here are that approximately 1,500 missions have been flown so far by fighters, fighter bombers, and bombers of all sorts of at least 5 air forces against Iraq. Right now, over to our right here, some sort of jet is cranking up. We're not sure if this is a transport plane or if it's going to be a jet fighter. Actually, it's slowed down right now. We've had fighters taking off on both sides of us, generally Tornadoes taking off, British-made Tornadoes taking off to the right, U.S.-made F-15s taking off to the left. This morning, the air traffic has been a little heavier than usual. That plane, it turns out, we can see it on a monitor here, taxiing, was a U.S. Air Force C-141. One interesting sidelight to the issue of Israel being hit and the possibility of Israel responding. I talked to a Saudi official about that this morning after we got out of the chemical shelter and asked him about it. And the Saudi official, I said, well, if Israel struck back, would it destroy the Arab Alliance, this man was so mad, he was practically spitting. And the quote I wrote down was, "Damn Saddam Hussein, I would open my airspace to anyone who would go and get that guy." That's a direct quote from a moderately high-ranking Saudi official. So passions are running very high. And a number of Saudis I've spoken to here are very upset because of the missile attack against Israel. One might think they're ambivalent, but they think it was a cowardly attack. And a lot of people here are extremely upset, among at least the Saudi Arab allies we've spoken to. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles Jaco, thank you very much. We'll be back with more of our coverage of war in the Gulf coming up right after this.
Prodigy makes your PC a powerful tool.
And now they've even added an encyclopedia.
Awesome. I do my shopping at home, pay my bills.
And I can learn something new.
Prodigy now has a 21-volume electronic encyclopedia that's updated quarterly.
All right, Prodigy.
Just press a couple of keys.
Prodigy connects your computer to sports, news, shopping, and now an encyclopedia that never goes out of date. All for only $12.95 a month.
You have just got to get this thing.
It's even got an encyclopedia. Prodigy.
In stores everywhere.
Did you know that you can send beautiful flowers like these anytime, anywhere to anyone by calling one phone number? The number is 1-800-FLOWERS because now more than 5,000 of America's finest florists have the same telephone number, 1-800-FLOWERS. All you need is a telephone and a major credit card. Just pick up the phone and call 1-800-FLOWERS. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, toll-free. 1-800-FLOWERS. We're America's florist.
Did you know it's tough getting business people to agree on what's best? Yet business people do agree. Nobody beats AT&T when it comes to long-distance service. In an independent poll where users rated their carriers, AT&T was unsurpassed in the best technology and best service categories and was voted #1 in overall satisfaction. So now that we've agreed on AT&T, it's back to business as usual. Quality, another AT&T advantage.
Recapping the latest developments in the Gulf War, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein followed through on his promise to attack Israel. Scud missiles fired from western Iraq hit Tel Aviv. This is the damage that they caused. Officials in Tel Aviv say 2 or 3 buildings were destroyed. Several people were injured, but none of them seriously. This was one of at least 8 Scud missiles launched from western Iraq. From Baghdad, dramatic pictures showing the shelling it took from the Allied forces on the first night of the war. And here's what the Iraqi capital looked like when the sun came up, throwing light on the damage done by the bombing.
And tonight's Iraqi missile attack on Israel has shattered many members of the U.S. Congress. Some lawmakers say the assault was feared from the start. Now they are keeping an eye on Israel's response and how it may affect the international coalition standing against Iraq. Here's some of the U.S. congressional reaction.
This deliberate and unprovoked attack by Saddam Hussein against civilian population centers in Israel, designed not to attack legitimate military targets, but simply to sow terror among the civilian population by killing the maximum number of people, demonstrates very clearly that we were entirely justified in using force against him at this time.
Clearly, Hussein, with his back to the wall, desperate, figures that the best way to disrupt what has been an incredibly smooth working alliance, particularly on a tactical level, is to try and create some division. How do you do that? Get the Israelis involved. And you know, the Israelis are smart enough to realize that too. So I think that they'll realize that it's not in their interest to cause a disruption in the alliance.
This is not a surprise. I mean, you know, he's been saying that he would do this for weeks, if not months. We have always understood he had the capability of doing this, and we were attempting to take that capability away from him as quickly as we could. So it's not a surprise. It certainly does make the situation potentially more complicated. But again, as I've indicated, my very strong feeling is that the coalition holds together quite well.
U.S. lawmakers say they are confident that the U.S. and its allies will succeed in destroying Iraq's military power and getting Iraq out of Kuwait.
And coming up, we'll see how the world financial markets are reacting to this, the second day of war in the Gulf.
And also, CNN's Pam Olson will have the very latest new developments, apparently, from the White House. Stay tuned.
Here's an opportunity to receive a free copy of William F. Buckley's historic Agenda for the 90s.
When you get National Review, you'll have news and opinions you don't find anywhere else.
But I think you know that National Review is my favorite magazine. It's my favorite because it's splendidly written, brilliantly edited, and a pleasure to read.
It's informative, probing, persuasive, and challenging. It's serious and it's entertaining. I think it's terrific.
I like it because it cuts through the nonsense that normally surrounds most political issues with simple, common sense. And of course, I love the humor. It's a very funny magazine.
Yep, no other magazine gives you what we give you, guaranteed.
Call this toll-free number now, and we'll send you absolutely free and with no obligation this copy of Agenda for the 90s. For a trial subscription to National Review for only $24.95, call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
CNN's Pam Olson is standing by live at the White House. Pam, any word on communication between the U.S. and Israeli governments?
Well, Susan, for the most part, it's been very quiet here this evening. We never saw President Bush. Aides say that he spent most, if not all of the meeting, all of the evening in the private residence. We never saw spokesman Marlin Fitzwater. He went home about an hour ago. We never saw him this evening. But before he did leave the White House, he issued two statements, one of which says, yes, indeed, that the U.S. is in consultation with the Israeli government. Now, just because President Bush spent time in the private quarters doesn't mean that important meetings were not taking place. Apparently, the focus of much of the attention occurred in Scowcroft's office, the president's national security advisor. Secretary of State Baker was here this evening, and it is assumed, perhaps, since he is the one who placed the call to the Israeli government, he spoke by telephone to Prime Minister Shamir, that is when the call occurred. But he called the Prime Minister to assure him, essentially trying to persuade him, I'm sure to say, trying to urge Israel not to retaliate, not to launch an attack against Iraq. Susan?
How worried is the U.S. government that Israel will retaliate?
Susan, I think as we speak, it's fair to say that the government is very worried indeed. That appeared to be the focus of the meetings here tonight in Mr. Scowcroft's office. Assistant Deputy Secretary of State Eagleberger was also at this meeting. You'll recall that he recently returned from a trip to Israel. Apparently, his mission there in discussions with Mr. Shamir, his mission was try to convince Israel not to even launch a preemptive attack, since for some time now, Iraq has been saying that this is exactly what it's going to do. Baker, the United States wanted assurances of some sort that it would not launch a retaliatory attack at all. The fears are so great here, perhaps, that the anti-Iraq, the Arab coalition, might possibly come unglued, so to speak. Susan?
Thank you, CNN's Pam Olson, keeping us up to date with the latest from the White House. Patrick?
Well, been lots of swift reaction to the second day of war on the world financial markets. For the very latest on that, let's go to CNN's Bill Hartley, who's live in New York right now. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Patrick. The theater of war, of course, is the Middle East, but there is drama being played out in financial markets around the world. The Tokyo stock market gained 400 points in early trading, reversed that trend on the news of the Iraqi attack on Israel, losing about 100 points. It is now up 550 points at a level of just under 24,000. Trading, though, is light. Other Pacific Rim stock markets are mixed today. Traders yesterday pushed oil prices in New York to their single largest daily drop ever. The attack on Israel also reversing that. The Brent North Sea crude right now is trading in Asia at $19.80 a barrel. That's up by 55 cents from yesterday's close. Dollar is gaining, up 1.5 yen against the Japanese currency, 0.5 cent against the British pound, and up about 2/3 of a penny against the German mark. Gold has regained some of the luster. It's up by $3.10 an ounce. It dropped $30 in New York. We will continue to update you on the reaction in global markets. From the financial desk in New York, I'm Bill Hartley.
Bill Hartley, thank you very much. Many areas of the United States have been rattled by bomb scares since the war in the Gulf. So far, though, no explosives have been found. But nationwide, security has intensified to ward off terrorist attacks in the United States. CNN's Anthony Collins has more from Washington.
Police were out in force in front of the White House, bracing for any possible violence, whether from anti-war demonstrators or terrorists. Most experts caution they see no immediate threat of any organized terror campaign in the United States, but security in the nation's capital was tightened to record levels, this amid FBI reports that known terrorists have entered the country. For the first time since the Vietnam War, White House tours were canceled for security reasons.
But I don't feel safe anywhere, to tell the truth. So every big point where a lot of people are, every tourism city, airport, train station, everything's kind of dangerous.
At the State Department, garage entrance barriers were raised against potential suicide truck bombers, and new parking restrictions went into effect. Some doors were chained shut. Police used special bomb detection devices to check delivery boxes. On Capitol Hill, police with bomb-sniffing dogs were on patrol. Across the nation, the Federal Aviation Agency put major airports on the highest level of alert. Security caused delays. Many passengers welcomed the tougher security measures.
I've had some training actually in some anti-terrorism activities and tactics and stuff, and our airports are very vulnerable. I think it's great that we're tightening down security.
It's important. I have a lot of faith in the security here, otherwise I wouldn't be going away.
Some experts think more should be done to guard against pro-Iraqi attacks at the nation's airports.
We believe that today's equipment are not good enough to detect the sophisticated weapons and explosives that the terrorists have, and therefore you need to talk to them and to analyze their personality in order to identify and detect whether they are a potential threat to the flight.
Military bases throughout the country stepped up their own security. At Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth, Texas, home of some of the nation's B-52 bombers, guards check everyone entering the main gate. In Washington, D.C., not only Americans, but even the few remaining diplomats from America's enemy, Iraq, also get increased security protection.
Officials say as long as the war in the Gulf continues, there will be the danger of terrorist attacks here at home. And as long as that is true, the extraordinary security measures will remain in effect. Anthony Collins, CNN, Washington.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has put out an all-points bulletin for an Iraqi national suspected of being a terrorist. FBI agents in Los Angeles say they are looking for a man who goes under the name of David Azawi. Officials say he drove up to March Air Force Base outside Los Angeles earlier this week, but fled when he saw a military checkpoint, evading police who had been tailing him. Law authorities say Azawi had been under around-the-clock surveillance since he was released from custody. After being arrested in October, he was released after being charged with possessing a destructive device and carrying explosives in his car.
The Pentagon is asking U.S. blood banks to quadruple blood shipments to the Gulf region this week. But the American Association of Blood Banks says a national emergency appeal for blood is not needed. Nonetheless, volunteers in Atlanta and other cities are showing up at blood banks anyway. Many people say their thoughts are with the troops, and patriotism is driving them to donate blood.
You guys did a fantastic. I think it shows that we're supporting our troops and that we're not leaving them alone. We're really supporting them. This is one of the few things we can do here, I feel like. And I'm a nurse, and you know, I will go any day over there to volunteer my services that way. But right now, I feel like this is all I can do to help. If this is the least that we can do, then you know, we're here and we can't do much, you know, with everybody so far away. So it's the least we can do, I think.
And the same thing is happening in Chicago. People say they want to help the troops in any way that they can. The Pentagon says that next week it expects to return to its normal blood quota of 1,000 units of blood per week.
Coming up next, we will be talking to a military expert. Stay tuned.
To get rid of her gray, my wife can spend 40 minutes. But I discovered the 5-minute hair coloring.
The revolutionary discovery called Just for Men from the leader in men's hair coloring. Simply apply Just for Men and in 5 minutes shampoo out.
Gray is blended away. The look of my natural color is back in 5 minutes. That was me, and it won't fade or wash out.
My hair takes forever, but you look great in just 5 minutes.
The look of your natural color in just 5 minutes with Just for Men.
Here's Joe Montana for Astrolite batteries.
This is AstroTurf. This is the Astrodome. And this is an Astrolite battery. AstroTurf and the Astrodome revolutionized football. Astrolite uses revolutionary power technology in its car batteries.
Get Astrolite, a powerful, top-quality battery at a price you can't pass up.
Astrolite.
If you want the longest, most convenient office hours of any major California bank, head for Wells Fargo. Our doors are open 9 to 6 every weekday and open from 9 a.m. on Saturdays. So if you want a bank that'll be open when you need it, head for the outfit with the longest hours and climb aboard.
Much obliged, sir. Anytime.
Wells Fargo comes through with the longest hours.
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire. Plus, the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call 1-800-257-1257.
As we said earlier, been reporting all night, Iraq has fired some Scud missiles, some 8 of them into Israel, and some of those did hit in the Tel Aviv area. Reporter Colin Baker was there, and he has this report.
Tel Aviv city in the early hours of this morning. For the first time in this crisis, the air raid sirens sound. The city braces itself for a missile attack from Iraq. It's been expected for the last 36 hours. Saddam Hussein had vowed to wipe out this city. I followed a missile as it passed high over the Ministry of Defense headquarters in the center. I watched it plunge to the ground, disappearing among the city lights, and then the explosion. Hello? It seems somewhat of a miracle that in an area of 1 million people, only a few were reported injured. Other missiles were also heard exploding. Only hours before had the army warned that Israel was not yet out of danger. It was possible, said the army, that some of Iraq's missile sites had escaped destruction.
Yael Lupkin is standing by now at our CNN bureau in Washington. Mr. Lupkin is a military technology expert who has designed and built 3 generations of Israeli reconnaissance equipment. Thank you for joining us. Have you talked to anyone in Israel, especially in the Israeli military? Do you know, are they launching a retaliatory strike for the Iraqi strike against Israel?
No, I haven't spoken to anybody, and essentially, I know what I see on television, and they said no, at this time they're not launching a retaliatory strike.
Mr. Lubkin, CNN's Linda Scherzer reports to us from Jerusalem that an Israeli Air Force official said earlier on Israeli radio that that Israel had the capability to take out the missiles that the U.S. and the allies were not able to do. Can you explain what he meant by that?
Essentially, they can send over more airplanes with better pilots than we have, just concentrating on that area. So it's not a great advance in technology, it's merely more intensive effort and more incentive to go find those missile launchers.
Let's talk about some of that new technology, Patriot missiles, of course. Reports have it that a Patriot missile shot down a Scud missile in Saudi Arabia. Can you explain to us how that worked from the technological standpoint?
I'm not really sure. You acquire the Scud coming in on radar, pre-program the Patriot to launch on that. You have guidance in the missile itself. You use a radar tracker to fly down in the direction of the incoming missile, and if you're lucky, they hit and go boom.
Since Iraq invaded Kuwait, U.S. forces have used more than 40 orbiting satellites for a whole variety of things. Electronic warfare was especially involved in this Allied attack against Baghdad in terms of radar jamming. Can you explain a little bit about the use of electronic warfare and electronic jamming in an attack of this kind?
Well, let me explain how a radar works, firstly. A radar sends out a high-powered, relatively short beam of radio waves. This hits a target like an airplane. A very small fraction of what is sent out is reflected, comes back to the antenna of the radar set, and is processed, and eventually shows up on the radar screen as a bright spot called a blip. And roughly a millionth or less of the power you send out comes back. Now, you have two different kinds of jammers. You have barrage jammers, and essentially they're called repeater jammers. A barrage jammer or a noise jammer sends out a lot of noise. And you have a great advantage over the radar because you can send out a lot more power than is reflected from your airplane. So you can swamp the radar receiver with noise and get spots all over the screen. And the radar can't really tell which spots represent real targets, which spots represent fake targets without some sophistication, which apparently the Iraqis don't have. Now, the repeater jammer takes the radar signal and sends it back, delayed or speeded up, to give a false indication of a target. It shows up at the radar, and the radar thinks it's a real target. But it is somewhere other than where the airplane is. And all modern airplanes have electronic countermeasures suites on them so they can protect themselves.
Briefly, is it likely that the Iraqis have these jamming capabilities, and if so, were they able to use them?
The Iraqis probably have jammers, but they wouldn't use them because you use the jammers against radar sets. We weren't using our radars, at least not for target acquisition like that. The Iraqis were using their radars. So they would not use their jammers against themselves.
All right, Mr. Lubkin, thank you very much for your time. We are out of time. Yale Lubkin, a military technology expert. Thanks, Patrick.
Our coverage of War in the Gulf will continue right after this.
At BASF, we don't make the plane. We make it lighter. We don't make the lotion. We make it smoother. We don't don't make the dress, we make it brighter. We don't make the carpet, we make it tougher. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF, the spirit of innovation.
This is where the battle began. The Colosseum, 1967. And this is how it began. 25 years of guts and glory, fire and thunder, and the sweet taste of victory. 25 years of Super Bowls. They've all been captured in one Silver Anniversary Super Bowl game program. Just by calling the number on your screen, you get this commemorative program plus this limited edition 25th anniversary pin. 2 collector's items, 2 terrific gifts, and they're only $19.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling. So reserve your historic program and pin today while the glory goes on.
To order, call 1-800-257-1257 now. Quantities are limited. Reserve your copy now. Visa or MasterCard accepted. Or send check or money order to this address. Available only through this offer.
As war erupts in the Persian Gulf, the world turns to one source where the principals check the widening conflict. Key figures monitor world reactions, and families look for news of hope. Now, more than ever, stay with CNN, the world's news leader.
There has been a lot of reaction from the Jewish community in the United States to the Iraqi attack on Israel earlier tonight. And for the reaction in one part of the United States, let's check in with CNN's Dan Blackburn, who is live right now in Los Angeles. Dan?
As is often the case in times of trouble, people in this large Jewish community, a population of over 500,000, have been gathering together to listen to the latest news and, of course, talk among themselves about the developments of the past few hours.
Now, sirens flared around the country.
Most get their news from radio and television, clinging to each detail. Others have launched a telephone campaign, calling for the lighting of candles as a show of solidarity with their friends and relatives in Israel.
Candles symbolize peace, and by lighting candles and giving the message to 3 other people and starting a line or a pyramid, this way we can bring peace into everybody's home, and hopefully the peace will spread throughout the world. It's a symbolism of peace for Israel and everybody, all the other countries in the world.
The Jewish religion is full of symbolism, and this is another symbol that we have that we have for very special occasions, and this is also a very special occasion.
Initially, the attack on Israel sparked anger in this community, but as time passed, that anger became tempered among some with a feeling of concern over what Israel might do in return. The majority feeling here still seems to favor retaliation of some sort, but there is also a sizable group of people who are arguing in favor of restraint, saying that Israel should hold back to see what else happens before lashing out again at Iraq. That does seem to sum up the situation here, one of mixed emotions, anger tempered with concern, and of course, worry about the safety of friends and relatives in Israel remains uppermost. Dan Blackburn, CNN Live in Los Angeles.
Dan, let me ask you a question that you may not have an answer for, but from your conversations with members of the Jewish community in Los Angeles, did you get any feel of what they, in terms of retaliation, what they think that Israel can do, that the Allied forces, that the coalition can't do in terms of retaliating against Iraq or doing some sort of preemptive strikes to wipe out those Scud missile sites?
Well, it's actually a very good question, and it's one that's debated here because those who are arguing in favor of restraint make precisely that point. What can the Israeli Air Force do that the Allied forces have not already done or not preparing to do? And those who favor retaliation simply, I think, want to see a lashing out, a further and heavier strike to show that no one can strike Israel without impunity. That's pretty much the way it divides, and I think still the weight is probably slightly more in favor of retaliation rather than restraint, but it's a pretty close call.
Okay, Dan Blackburn, thank you very much for reporting live from Los Angeles, and of course he will keep us updated on various reactions from his vantage point. Susan?
Also, hundreds of U.S. Jews were at a gathering in Michigan when word of the attack on Israel came. CNN's Ed Garston has their reaction.
It was a coincidence with a cruel twist.
1,000 or so members of several Detroit area synagogues gathered to hear a speaker on the Middle East.
And we will not abandon this reliance.
But soon word of the attack on Israel filtered into the synagogue, and attention shifted to television sets in the lobby.
The coalition will not fall apart if indeed Saddam Hussein attacks Israel.
The initial feeling, of course, is pain, sorrow, and anger. This did not have to happen.
When I first heard of it, I was a little surprised because we had the kind of news interpretation that told us that everything was under control.
But the news was especially upsetting to those with relatives in Israel.
I probably have somewhere around 9 or 10 cousins in Tel Aviv that live in Tel Aviv, ages probably from 3 years to 70 years.
And what did you think when you heard this report?
Very disturbed, extremely disturbed, because I talked to them this morning at 5 o'clock this morning. Everything seemed to be going very well. I haven't talked to them since, but it's very disturbing. They have small children there. They've been there. They're Sabras. They've been there all their life. And to us, to my wife particularly, it's extremely disturbing.
I spoke to them this morning, and they were glad because they've been waiting for this bomb to drop. And they said to be sure and tell my mother, or was their grandmother, that they were okay, that they were prepared.
They weren't afraid. They were nervous, but there's always a crisis there. And they said it's just another crisis as far as they were concerned.
Indeed, the congregants came here to learn more about the Middle East crisis. They had no idea that by the end of the evening, they would become part of it. Ed Garston, CNN, Southfield, Michigan.
You know, as stressful as combat is, it's long been known that the time spent waiting to fight can also take its toll. As CNN's medical correspondent Andrew Holtz reports, the start of the war in the Gulf has had a marked impact on U.S. troops.
It was ugly, huh?
Pilots just returned from bombing Iraq are elated. They're in action, no longer waiting, no longer worrying about what war might be like. Now they know.
Once the war begins, the anxiety becomes more focused. It is reduced as it becomes more realistically related now to casualties, the length of the war, whether there will be a ground war, whether there will be a terrorist attack.
Psychiatrists say instantaneous telecommunications between the battlefront and the home front link the feelings of people there and here.
There still is a very close tie between the front and the home front that's never existed to that extent before. That means they will feel at the front our anxieties back home, and we will feel their anxieties.
Uncertainty and very real fears, of course, remain. People at home may feel helpless. Psychologists suggest talking and listening. Doing something, even protesting the war, may ease feelings of helplessness, according to psychologists.
Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, saying, has to give up.
Praying, volunteering, giving blood are other suggestions. But they caution well-meaning friends who are trying to offer comfort. It's possible to say the wrong thing.
A wrong approach might be to say, yes, I understand how you feel. If you don't have anyone who's fighting and is going to be potentially killed, you don't know how they feel. So that's almost condescending.
The reports of early success by coalition air forces created excitement for their supporters at home.
But those reports may also raise expectations, and psychiatrists warn that the return of bodies and wounded fighters could send emotions into a tailspin. Andrew Holtz, CNN, reporting.
And the fighting in the Persian Gulf has not stopped, but neither have anti-war protests here in the United States and around the world.
We live in a democracy! How do you get them out? Tell me how we get them out now! Tell me how we get them out now!
We live in a democracy.
Anti-war protests in Minneapolis sparked several angry debates. Following the rally, 3,000 protesters went on a twilight march to chants of "Bring the troops home now." Peace demonstrations in San Francisco turned violent as episodes of rock throwing and window breaking were reported. Earlier in the day, police arrested 600 demonstrators who formed a human chain around the federal building. Later, another 500 demonstrators blocked an area near the Pacific Stock Exchange. And anti-war demonstrations took place in London as well. Crowds of demonstrators braved wet weather in Trafalgar Square to press for peace in the Persian Gulf.
Here is a recap of the latest developments in the Persian Gulf War. Cities in Israel Friday morning came under attack by Iraqi Scud missiles. This is the destruction caused by the missiles fired from western Iraq that hit Tel Aviv. Israeli officials say 3 missiles exploded in the city. Israeli radio reports that at least 12 people were injured, none apparently seriously. The missiles did not carry chemical warheads. So far, Israel has not retaliated. Also tonight, the first pictures of what it looked like in Baghdad overnight as it was shelled at the very beginning of the war. When the sun came up in Baghdad Thursday morning, there appeared to be little damage in residential and non-strategic areas. More than 12 hours of silence with our reporters in Baghdad. We have now heard from them. CNN's John Holloman within this hour. CNN's John Holloman says he is only allowed to report what the Iraqi government permits. In a report cleared by Iraqi censors, Holloman says the Iraqi government claims it shot down 55 airplanes, 23 cruise missiles. Holloman says it appears to be quiet now in Baghdad.
And also, what little he could say, he did say that the CNN people are okay, as well as the other journalists in the hotel in Baghdad. And we're going to have more of our coverage coming up here in just a couple of minutes. I'm Patrick Greenlaw.
And I'm Susan Rook.
Are you still living with this nightmare? Over 1 million motorists have said never again. They've switched to Triple Edge, and the difference is amazing.
This is the first set of wipers that really work for my car. Triple Edge has made my driving easier and safer.
Triple Edge is the world's first high-tech windshield wiper. It clears, it cleans, it wipes dry, all in a single pass. But that's not all. Triple Edge wipers are not made of rubber. They won't tear, dry rot, or freeze to your windshield. Triple Edge is made from DuPont Nordell, the same material used in 50,000-mile radial tires. It's so strong, we guarantee these wipers for as long as you own your car. If they ever fail, we'll replace them free.
Triple Edge wipers are absolutely great. It's been raining for 2 weeks straight, and I almost enjoy driving in it.
Triple Edge gives you visibility through the heaviest downpour. It whisks away snow and ice. Even mud is no match for Triple Edge. State troopers, ambulances, and taxi cabs are now using these incredible wipers. Shouldn't you?
The day after I got my Triple Edge wipers, we had a big snowstorm with blowing sleet and wind. Everybody had trouble seeing except me. My visibility was beautiful.
Join the satisfied million who have switched to Triple Edge. No noise, no streaking, no smearing, no tearing. They're custom fit to install in seconds on your car, van, or truck. Triple Edge wipers are only $19.95 a pair, guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Order yours now. They're the last windshield wipers you'll ever buy.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or send $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Triple Edge Wipers, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. Please include your car or car's make, model, and year for correct sizing. Use your credit card and call now 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
Hello, I'm Patrick Greenlaw, and welcome back to our coverage of the war in the Gulf.
And I'm Susan Rook. Here is the absolute latest. A new day has dawned in the Gulf. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning in Baghdad, and along with this new day, an ominous new threat. Saddam Hussein makes good his promise to attack Israel, launching Scud missiles at the Jewish state. The question now is whether Israel will retaliate. Israel has reiterated throughout the evening the position that Israel reserves the right to self-defense. More now from CNN's Charles Crawford.
Allied warplanes patrolling Saudi Arabia. After pounding Iraq for more than 24 hours, defense of the Saudi skies becomes a priority as Saddam Hussein begins his own offensive. The counterstrike began in Israel, where sirens pierced the pre-dawn darkness and a Scud missile hit the ground in Tel Aviv.
Hello?
Newly received CNN video reveals the extent of some of the damage in the handful of cities where more than a half-dozen Iraqi missiles landed. Hospitals treated an unknown number of Israelis wounded in the Iraqi attack. Light casualties are reported. The two-pronged assault targeted Saudi Arabia as well. A CNN crew had to cut short a live report as warnings came to take cover.
Break it down. Out of here. Move.
But apparently, no Iraqi weapons struck home. The Pentagon says a U.S. Patriot defense system shot down an incoming missile fired from Iraq. The Iraqi strikes showed the opening round of Allied air assaults failed to wipe out all of Iraq's missiles. And they demonstrated the Iraqis are willing to follow through on a threat they've made on more than one occasion.
If the war starts in the Middle East, in the Gulf, will you attack Israel?
Yes, absolutely yes.
The question now is, will Israel retaliate against Iraq and possibly prompt Arab members to bolt the anti-Iraqi alliance?
The decision what, when, and if to do remains within the authority and the discretion of the Israeli government.
After meeting with President Bush, Secretary of State James Baker telephoned Israel and asked officials there to stay out of the war. And the U.S. issued a statement reassuring the Israelis the anti-Iraqi alliance will continue to bomb Iraq from the air. Charles Crawford, CNN, reporting.
And one of those people who was in Tel Aviv when the Scud missiles landed was CNN's Richard Roth, and he's live right there in Tel Aviv now with the very latest. Richard, good morning.
Good morning. A lot of people here in this city thought yesterday when the U.S. pounded Iraqi targets and Saddam Hussein did not live up to his threat to hit Tel Aviv, a lot of people thought the worst might be over and that the situation was normal. But it was anything but normal this morning in the early morning hours here in Tel Aviv. I was up and some hotel guests were still up, and suddenly you hear what sounds like a car burglar alarm siren, and then you realize it's not stopping and you say, uh-oh. And various personnel from the hotel we were in started knocking on doors and herding people to a sealed floor that's in the hotel. All people who were here were ordered to put on gas masks, as were Israelis throughout the country. People were also donning chemical weapons suits just in case. The fear was that it would be a chemical weapons attack by Iraq. Later, it was found out and revealed that these were conventional weapons. Everybody was on this sealed floor. You could hear many explosions outside. It was difficult to tell how far the blasts were, but you could certainly feel the rumble. It was a mixture of journalists and hotel tourists who were on this floor. One woman needed oxygen. There was a brief time where we were told to take off the mask, but then the order came back on television to put them back on. The nation went to a heightened state of emergency. That's what it sounded like inside the hotel. As for what it sounded and looked like outside, air raid sirens plus an incoming Iraqi Scud missile. Now, several communities were hit by the Scud missiles in the Tel Aviv area. Homes suffered extensive damage. Scattered on the streets of the suburban neighborhoods, parts of the missiles. There were some small fires which emergency teams worked on through the night. We've just talked to several residents of those areas. One man who had his arm cut from flying glass said he would be disappointed if Israel didn't retaliate. At least 12 people were reported injured in these missile attacks in Israel, and they were taken to area hospitals. The injuries were not that serious. 5 people were reported to be injured because they injected themselves with atropine, a chemical nerve gas agent repellent, and that's where they suffered their injuries from. But the injuries were not that serious considering the nature of this type of attack. Now, joining me here in Tel Aviv is the mayor of this city, Mr. Shlomo Lahat. Mr. Mayor, yesterday you said, knock on wood, nothing happened. Today?
Today, I mean, we are after a small attack of 1 or 2 missiles. You saw the damage. Damage, thanks God, was not severe. I mean, 2 houses were hit. The injured people, thanks God, I mean, very slightly. And I was in the hospital. They will be sent down, back to their homes. We're taking care of the people who remained without, who were evacuated from these damaged houses. And we'll wait for the next missile.
I understand that you have something to remember this attack by.
Of course. I mean, yes, it's the first time that Tel Aviv was hit by missiles of this kind. And this is also a part of a missile, which I can show it to you here, which practically penetrated a roof in another area, not in the area which I was speaking before, and entered into a room of a student who left the room really 1 or 2 seconds before the part of the missile came in. But again, thanks God, there was no damage. It was a part of a tail of a missile which didn't explode.
What about tonight?
We shall wait and see. That's normally the phrase of the blinds, right?
Should Israel retaliate?
No, Israel should coordinate its actions with the American government and the American president. And I'm sure I trust our government, I trust our army, and we will do the right things which should be done.
So even though your city got hit with several Scud Iraqi missiles, you're sounding like you'd like to show some of the restraint that the U.S. government is urging this country to have.
I'll follow the orders of the government. I'm a mayor. I don't make any policy. I have to take care of the people. I have to take care of the damage and also to clean the city. And I trust my prime minister and the government. They will do the best policy which is important to be done for the safety of Israel.
All the streets are empty. Everybody's staying inside their homes. Is there a sense of panic in this city, or is
No, not at all. I mean, these are the orders of the Civil Defense Department. They ask the people to stay, and normally the Tel Avivians, under pressure, they are obedient. Therefore, they stayed.
These missiles, conventional weapons, yes?
Yes, absolutely. Only conventional. No chemical warfare.
Is the city ready for a chemical weapons attack?
The city is ready for chemical warfare, for chemical warfare attack, and for anything which might happen.
You have any reason, any explanation why Saddam Hussein might not have used his threat of chemical weapons on?
I want to tell you frankly, I mean, I expected the damage should be much more. I mean, the Iraqis, I mean, when it comes to speaking, Saddam Hussein is, I mean, a great speaker. When it comes to perform, I mean, he probably is a small performer.
Okay, well, he certainly made some loud music here this morning in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for joining us. This is Richard Roth, CNN, live in Tel Aviv.
And now for the latest on the military situation, we go now live to CNN's Jeff Levine at the Pentagon. Jeff, what can you tell us?
Well, Susan, we're learning that there may be another U.S. casualty in the Persian Gulf. We're hearing reports that another U.S. aircraft could be missing in action in the Kuwaiti theater. However, Pentagon officials are not confirming that at this hour. We do know the name of the first U.S. casualty in the Gulf. He is Lieutenant Commander Michael Spiker, a Navy pilot who's listed officially as missing in action. His FA-18 Hornet was based on the carrier Saratoga, whose home port is Mayport, Florida. The Scud missile attacks that we've heard so much about tonight have caused a lot of concern here in the Pentagon and sent planners back to the drawing boards. It was hoped that most of these batteries, these missile batteries, were destroyed in earlier air attacks. 7 Scuds were launched against Israel, 1 Scud launched against Saudi Arabia. That was intercepted by a Patriot anti-missile battery. The question, of course, remaining is how many of these Scuds are left? In order to minimize the threat of the missiles, we understand that intensive air operations are going to commence against Iraq and the Kuwaiti theater area in the next couple of days, over the next couple of days, to try and eliminate any of the missiles that remain. Another lingering question, what about Israeli retaliation? The Israelis are known to retaliate after they've been attacked. This is often their policy. But if they do that, that's going to require very, very careful coordination with allied forces to make sure that there is no conflict over the skies in the Persian Gulf. Questions possibly to be answered in the next day or two. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live at the Pentagon.
Jeff, thank you very much. It's Friday morning in Saudi Arabia, and military air traffic is described as heavy right now. CNN's Charles Jaco is in Saudi Arabia, and he files this report.
An amazing sight Thursday night at an Allied airbase in eastern Saudi Arabia. A ground-to-air missile streaked skyward. It disappeared into the clouds, followed by a bright flash. Pentagon spokesmen claim it was an incoming Scud missile from Iraq being intercepted. Other military officials, though, disagree. Whatever it was, journalists and others were rushed into a basement shelter prepared for a possible Iraqi chemical attack. The chemicals never came, but the air war against Iraq and Kuwait continued as squadrons of Allied F-15s and other jets screamed north toward military targets. Among those flying into Iraq, these pilots of the Royal Saudi Air Force who pounded an Iraqi airbase with bomblets that cratered the runways.
I was really proud of what I'm doing to destroy this bad people there, preventing them from attacking our country and killing our civilians.
Well, if you're going to war, you will be worried, but the main job for me is to go and defend my country, which is make it very easy for me there.
And as Friday morning dawned over the Gulf, the air assault continued, with jets continuing what's described as the largest aerial bombardment since World War II. Hundreds of missions have been flown by pilots of at least 5 countries against Iraq and Kuwait. Some report almost no anti-aircraft fire at all, but others report that flak was extremely heavy, heavier than anticipated. Nevertheless, all the pilots we've spoken to say the attacks will continue and continue around the clock. Charles Jaco, CNN, Saudi Arabia.
Coming up after this break, we will go live to the U.S. State Department for the diplomatic reaction and then to the White House. Stay tuned.
How does a disk store what I write?
Memory and storage.
When I hit the enter key, exactly what happens next?
Input, output.
What is the difference between RAM and ROM?
Computer basics. Now, your questions about computers have simple, straightforward answers in Time Life Books' unique series, Understanding Computers. Each volume gives you step-by-step explanations of how computers work without any jargon and clear, concise illustrations and diagrams that make it easy to understand even the most complex principles. You'll learn how computers create art in 3 dimensions and how they envision a 4th, and why software design is based on the simple, logical question, what happens next? Order your first book, Computer Basics, now. Examine it free for 10 days. If you keep it, other volumes will follow, one about every other month. Because whatever it is you want to know about computers.
How does the laser printer work?
What's a window?
How does a mouse move the cursor?
Understanding Computers begins with Time Life Books.
Call 1-800-245-5500 to examine Computer Basics free for 10 days. Keep it and pay just $14.99 plus shipping and handling. Other books will follow, one about every other month. Cancel anytime. Call 1-800-245-5500.
CNN's Pam Olson is standing by at the White House now. Pam, any late information there?
No, Susan, there really isn't any late word. Actually, we haven't had much information at all this evening. The president has retired to his private quarters. He's been there for some time. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater went home at least an hour or so ago. The press room is officially locked. Before Fitzwater retired for the evening, he did send out the 2 press statements expressing the outrage and concern from the president regarding those attacks in Israel. Susan?
Pam, has the White House reacted to the news of the latest U.S. casualty?
Not that I'm aware of, Susan, and that is indeed interesting, isn't it? We were talking with congressional leaders who were at the White House earlier today, and we were asking them for their response. What did the president have to say to them about the casualties? And we were told bluntly, that kind of information about any casualties has to come from the Pentagon. We don't have any information on that. However, early this morning, Marlin Fitzwater said that the president was up very early, shortly after dawn, and he took a walk on the south grounds of the White House. Took about a 5-minute walk, a contemplative walk by himself, then headed to the Oval Office. And Fitzwater quoted him then as making a statement that he was very concerned about the death, concerned about the casualties, and at least was, I mean, satisfied is not the proper word, but at least it's not worse than what it appears to be at the moment, or at least what it was early this morning. Susan?
Pam, I noticed you looking off to the side, and we could hear what sounded like drums. What is going on there? Is it another peace demonstration?
Yes, indeed. We are not the only ones out here on the ground of the White House tonight, and one has to wonder perhaps if the president, inside in bed for the evening, can hear these demonstrators not very far away from us at all. They are directly across the street from us in Lafayette Park, and as you can hear them, I wondered if you could hear them, they continue to chant their war drums and chant slogans. I can't quite catch the slogans, but they have been here for hours and hours, and they pledge to be here all night.
Pam, over the weekend, the Congress, the U.S. Congress, when they authorized the president to use necessary force, it was a very divided Congress, and it was a very divided vote, perhaps signaling that while the Congress gave the president the authorization, there was no authorization for a long conflict. Has the president or any of the members of the administration speculated on how long this operation will take?
No, and I'm glad you brought that up, because it was a very divided vote. It was not a lopsided vote, so to speak. And we asked House Speaker Tom Foley about that when he was here today. Very quickly, if I can get this in. We said, well, now is it proper, is it necessary for the White House to trigger the War Powers Act? And Foley, interestingly enough, said no, he did not think it was necessary. Senator Mitchell also concurred with him. He said that that the authority granted to the president, authorized by Congress, would be sufficient. And Susan, what was your other question?
How long will the operation take? Has the administration, the president has been adamant about keeping his options open all for the past 5 months. Has he given any indication if this will be successful in the near future, or if it will perhaps be a long, drawn-out kind of a thing?
He is specifically trying to reassure the American people that he says that the operation will be swift, massive. He continues to make the comparison to the Vietnam War and saying it will not be a long, drawn-out affair by the Vietnam War. But of course, who's to say? Who really knows? Many critics in Congress also make that same point, saying that once you get into a conflict, once you begin a confrontation, it's not easy to get out of it very quickly.
And Pam, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney said today, cautions against over-optimism.
Yes, absolutely. The president also seemed to be issuing the same concern at another photo opportunity earlier today when reporters were quizzing him on his mood. Was he happy? Was he satisfied? And the president said, yes, he was satisfied with the operation thus far. But he did issue caution. He said, I am not going to comment on the ups, the downs, and there will be downs in operations like this, on the traumas of the moment. So at that moment in time, before the word, of course, came out that Israel had been attacked, seemingly as if to worry about what would be happening. He did urge restraint and caution, perhaps to prepare the American people for a conflict that wasn't going to be settled in a day, 2 days, 3 days, perhaps even in a couple of weeks. Susan?
Thank you. CNN's Pam Olson reporting live to us from the White House. Patrick.
The Scud missile attack on Israel by Iraq raises the question, how will Arab allies respond if Israel decides to retaliate? U.S. officials worry Arab nations will be torn between two enemies, Iraq and Israel. Here with the latest on concern about the coalition is CNN's Frances Hardin. She's standing by live at the State Department right now with the latest. Frances, good morning.
Good morning, Patrick. The attack on Israel shows that in a very real sense, Saddam Hussein is a man of his word. He promised to attack Israel, and he did. The attack poses not only a threat to the coalition arrayed against Israel, but it also poses the threat that the Gulf War could expand into a wider Middle East war. Both President Bush and Secretary of State James Baker are working to prevent that. The two men met earlier tonight at the White House, and then Baker telephoned the Israeli ambassador to the United States, relaying to him the president's sympathy about the attack. Baker also repeated the U.S. request that Israel stay out of the war. At a press conference later, however, the Israeli ambassador hinted that his country might go its own.
The government of Israel, and let me add, fully supported by the opposition in Israel, has declared that, of course, Israel reserves the right to respond in any way it would deem fit, without going at the present time into particulars what the decision of the Israeli government in that respect will be.
Secretary of State James Baker also telephoned several Arab partners in the coalition, including the ambassadors of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Syria, trying to persuade them not to leave the coalition. But one factor complicating the whole situation in the Gulf is the volatility of the Arab world and the chance that Arab populations, at news of the attack on Israel, might rise up and pressure their governments to join in a war against Jerusalem. Frances Hardin, CNN, live at the State Department.
Frances Hardin, thank you very much. We have some breaking story right here out of Jerusalem. This is according to Reuters. I'm going to read it off the computer screen right here if the camera can pan over. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir talking about what Frances Hardin was just talking about, retaliation or not retaliating. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir of Israel summoned his cabinet on Friday to decide whether Israel would retaliate for an Iraqi missile attack against the Jewish state. That's according to Israeli radio. The United States, quoting here, has promised to the appropriate response to the firing of missiles by Iraq on Israel, and the government minister will have to decide this morning whether they are, I'm going to read on here, whether they are satisfied for now with this promise or whether Israel will activate on its own its right to self-defense. Again, quoting there, according to Israeli radio. And we will have more on this development and other developments as our coverage on the war in the Gulf continues right after this.
I was afraid to go to the doctor. I didn't want to hear that I might have an ulcer, but I just couldn't ignore my stomach. You can imagine how relieved I was when my doctor said Mylanta. He told me it wasn't an ulcer. It was indigestion. And indigestion like mine needed a strong medicine.
Mylanta is strong medicine, strongly recommended. In fact, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
Here's an unforgettable musical collection for sweethearts everywhere.
There'll be bluebirds over.
Introducing The White Cliffs of Dover, 42 of World War II's most cherished love songs. These are the songs of separated sweethearts and coming home again.
Love letters.
Who can forget those romantic moments and the great songs we called our own? Here are 42 of those original hit songs performed by the original stars.
Give me 5 minutes more. Marie. Oh, Marie is like old times. A rose must remain with the
3 LPs or 3 cassettes, $19.95. 2 compact discs, $24.95. Here's how to order.
Have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or send $19.95 for 3 LPs or 3 cassettes, or $24.95 for 2 compact discs plus $4 shipping to the White Cliffs of Dover, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia 30306.
The bombing of Baghdad started 30 hours ago. We now have new pictures of what it looked like. Let's take a look and a listen. American and Allied forces threw their entire air arsenal against the Iraqis, from the Air Force F-15 interceptors, F-111 bombers, to Marine Harrier jump jets, to an A-10 tank killer plane. U.S. battleships launched dozens of ground-hugging cruise missiles. Those Tomahawk cruise missiles, reportedly more than 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles, were aimed at targets throughout Iraq. We heard very dramatic commentary from our CNN crew in Baghdad that weathered this first night of bombing on Iraq. We have now reestablished contact with our crew in Baghdad after nearly 14 hours of lost contact with them. They are apparently okay. Patrick.
Coming up, as our coverage continues, we're going to have the latest on how world markets are reacting to this second day of war, and also a great deal of concern about terrorism around the world as a result of the hostilities in the Gulf region. And we're going to be talking to an expert coming up right after this.
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire, plus the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call 1-800-257-1257.
25 years of Super Bowls. They've all been captured in one Silver Anniversary Super Bowl game program. Call this number now and get this collector's item and this limited edition 25th anniversary pin, both only $19.95. So reserve your historic program and pin today while the glory goes on.
To order, call 1-800-257-1257 now. Quantities are limited. Reserve your copy now. Visa or MasterCard accepted. Or send check or money order to this address. Available only through this offer.
This is CNN.
Here's the latest. The Gulf War took on an ominous new dimension tonight, with Iraq making good its threat to attack Israel. Iraq apparently launched as many as 10 missiles. Look at the top right-hand part of your screen and you will see the missile hit. 7 missiles reportedly hit Israel, 2 in Tel Aviv. You are looking at pictures of Tel Aviv. And 1 missile reportedly hit Haifa, causing considerable property damage, 12 injuries. Israeli radio says 1 man died of a heart attack. Dozens of people injected themselves with anti-nerve gas chemicals. It turns out the missiles carried conventional, not chemical warheads. Another Scud missile was fired at Saudi Arabia, but a U.S. Patriot missile shot that one down. U.S. officials say air attacks on Iraq's missile launchers are continuing at other strategic targets that were not destroyed in the opening phase of Desert Storm. Also, we now have video of last night's attack on Baghdad and the spectacular Iraqi response to it. So far, one, possibly two U.S. planes have been downed. One pilot was killed. The fate of the second pilot is not known. Two British planes and one Kuwaiti aircraft have also been shot down. B-52s are said to be on their third raid now, reportedly with devastating effects. And the Navy is said to be starting to unleash a new wave of cruise missile attacks, this time reportedly from submarines.
So far, most of the world financial markets are bullish on the Gulf War. On Wall Street earlier today, the New York Stock Exchange soared to its second biggest gain ever. Meanwhile, oil prices plummeted.